but the Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of Overwatch League APAC action. I am Achilleos, back on the cast alongside Avril as per usual. We'll be kicking off the day's matches. We have another action-packed day here for you. And I think just one more team left to see within the region. We're going to see them in the very first game. Chengdu Hunters going to be going up against the Guangzhou Charge.
The only team that we haven't seen yet. I mean, Chengdu have had a very interesting off-season, as I'm sure we'll discover. Mostly returning faces, one new player coming in as well. But, you know, we got to look at the Guangzhou Charge yesterday. They did win their opening matchup. Bit of a hilarious moment on that second map, I'm sure we all remember. But otherwise,
some ups and
a
downs.
strong-looking start. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they've kind of learned from the silliness that they encountered yesterday and try to steer around that, try to avoid it. We'll also see how the Chengdu Hunters look, because, of course, it doesn't really matter who's on that team. Leave is still there, so I think that they're very much still a force to be reckoned with. But we'll have to just wait and see how they look once we get into the server. For now, then, let's go ahead and introduce our first team. It's the Guangzhou Charge. Alrighty, and there they are. Let's see what the starting five looks like here today. Starting things off, looks like we're going to have Farway and Unique back on the supporting lineup. Choi Se-wan develop on DPS, and it's Rio. We did get to see Krong a little bit, you know, every now and then, flipping back and forth between the two there as far as the tanks are concerned. But with Rio in, likely is pointing towards some Winston play, at least in the first map.
Yeah, I think Rio had quite a performance yesterday as well, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay, a bit of a mean with the 100% deadlift on that Route 66, but at the same time, I think his opening map was pretty fantastic. He definitely left quite a bit of an impression on me. A lot of people slept on Rio in the offseason, like, oh my goodness, they're keeping Rio, what are they doing? But he's actually been playing super well. Krong coming in for that Zarya as well was really interesting, but importantly, you know, we're going to get the same DPS line. Choice of One was so damn good yesterday, and Charge are going to need a lot of firepower up against the Chengdu Hunters today, who, as you mentioned, Leave, well, he stayed. Leave stays on the team. The MVP, the reigning MVP of the previous season, still here alongside the usual favorites. They do lose out on the other two supports of both Yveltal and Fireway, who now is on the other team. Molly, by the way, is also on the other team, an ex-member of Chengdu. So a couple of ex-Chengdu guys on that Guangzhou roster that Hunters will now have to play against.
We'll see if they're going to be playing with some spite, try to take down their former squad, if they're able to do so. But yeah, I mean, everybody on this Chengdu Hunters lineup still very, very scary in their own rights. Leave especially so, but we've seen just stellar moments from everybody else that is on this lineup, including Jinmu and Gaga in particular. So they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them. Guangzhou Charge, you know, definitely not the easiest time of it. The second map aside, you take away Route 66, it was still a decently rough ride at certain times there versus the Valiant. They're going up against the Chengdu Hunters. They're going to have their work cut out for them. We saw some snafus. We saw some iffy moments in the team play there from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. We'll see if they have tightened that up and are prepared to try to take down Chengdu here in this first match of the day. Here's our map set, though. We'll be kicking things off in Colosseo, then move into Dorado, then King's Row, and if we can go past that 3-map point, we'll see Oasis and potentially finish things out on New Queen Street.
I mean, you look at Colosseo, that was also the opening map for Guangzhou yesterday as well. They managed to push 121.51 meters versus the LA Valiant. So anytime you can get above 100 meters in a single push map, but you're having a very good time on that map. You're having an extremely good showing. I will be looking out to see what Chengdu are playing though, because we know the compositions for the Charge already. They revealed most of that yesterday. What is going to happen on the Chengdu side of things? Jinmu, it's a Genji meta. He's a Genji player. Leave can also be your Genji player, right? They don't have a Predator on this team anymore, so hit scan plus Tracer, likely not an option. Going to be starting out with Leave on the Soldier. The only issue with this is, if Chengdu want to play Soldier Tracer, they do not have the comp to play that with. Gaga also coming out on Doomfist.
Okay, we've seen really only the Doomfist in desperation so far here in APAC. Has been the most locked-in pick when it comes down to tanks right out the gates. We'll see how Gaga pilots this as we jump straight into the action. Joyce-A1 taking a little bit low, gets antied out, but can play safely around the corner, get top back up here as we just have the initial skirmish. Buck getting ready to unlock right now. Dive goes into the back. They're looking for Faraway, but somehow they do not confirm the kill. And Gaga, after getting slumped and antied out, he does get finished off by Unique. Good cover there from the co-support on the side of the Guangzhou Charge, and they will take first control of the bot.
And that's one of those kind of dives where Gaga goes in as a Doomfist, but Jinmu isn't quite on the same page, and very likely Gaga kind of goes towards the left side of things, not too sure where Jinmu was. Maybe they just couldn't quite connect on the eventual location that Fireway was going to be. Great peel from the Guangzhou Charge to keep their flex support alive, and they'll be able to maintain control early on with a Leave kill as well. They can push even further.
Oh, Misha comes right back into the fight, does take down Develop there. A little bit back and forth, though, as it seems like the Chengdu Hunters widely winning out in the fray so far. Rio falling low is going to try to make his exit. He looks to get a couple more shurikens into the back of him, and it looks like Gaga eventually does manage to hound him down. See that swap, though? Develop moving over towards the Sombra. Let me get your initial reaction to this one, Avril.
Well, I'm not a fan, not a big fan, but what I can say is this to me is a reaction to Gaga's Doomfist specifically. Now in Overwatch 1, Gaga would be left out in the cold, like, what are you doing? Your Doomfist playing against Sombra, you're going to have a bad time. In Overwatch 2, maybe not quite that bad. Choice-A1 a bit of trouble here. We'll go down to Jinmu, and I mean, well, the DPS of the Charge, they're gone.
Yep, completely evaporated. Unique is still here, though, and he's been putting up some solid numbers thus far. Feels like widely the support players on the side of the Charge have been coming up with the majority of the frags. Gaga goes up onto the high ground, is going to be slept yet again. They're looking to get the Bionade down onto him, but cannot. Faraway strikes first. Denies the healing. They pick up a kill. Yet another one going over to Unique.
Yep.
But now just going to be starting to get shoved back in the opposite direction. It's still fairly close margin so far between the two teams as far as the distance that has been picked up. Rio has the Nano Boost jumping around the backs, trying to lock down these supports, but that sound barrier comes up from Misha, trying to keep everybody alive, and Jinmu does not find anything with the blade, instead gets cut down by Joyce-A1 at the end. Buck now fallen. There's Rio with the primals, looking for another target, drops right down here onto Leave's head. Looks to get that kill. He's going to pursue a little bit further. The peel will be there, but it's still going to be the Charge maintaining control.
Yeah, Jinmu finding not a lot of value onto this Genji currently, not able to land on dives with Gaga at all, swapping over towards the Reaper now. No Zari on the side of Chengdu to really support him, though. Rio's gone super deep, and here comes Choi.
Yep, Choi with his blade already finding so much value, cuts down to as Monk and Leave exit the fight. Gaga now going to be taken out as well by Develop. The bot contested for the moment. Won't last too long, though, as Jinmu has got no HP, and the Wraithwalk will run out. Faraway claims another. The bot will continue ever upward on this ramp.
About to hit that checkpoint there as well, so forward spawns will be enabled for the Guangzhou Charge in short order. Not a lot of tools here for the Chengdu Hunters. I mean, yeah, they will probably be engaging with this Visor. No support with that Visor. It will just be dry. Lands on Faraway. That's target number 1.
Yep, spotted him out. Was not scouted. Gets a nice little early pick here to start off the fights. Looking for Unique. He won't be able to get it, but Jinmu is there for the alley-oop, so they still get the kill. A couple members of the Charge well into the back lines, just playing right outside of the Chengdu Hunter spawns. Do get cleaned up. Bot starts rotating back, but it's plenty of time for the reset and recontest here. So the Charge have ample time to try and deny any progress.
There's no healers though, so they're going to be a little bit careful here. See that developers maybe looking for a flanking angle, do a little bit of initial damage. Chengdu are like, okay, we do have to wait for Monk and Nisha here. Importantly, they stop Charge from getting the checkpoint, so Charge have to get the back spawns instead. It's going to allow for more of an even fight. Double EMP catch.
Yeah, catches 2, but Gaga still managing to exit with a Meteor Strike, trying to stay alive. The pull well back around the corner to try to get topped up. He will be able to do so. Now dives into the back line here. Colosseo just dashing away, keeping himself elusive. Make sure they can't get locked down. Looks to reaggress as the nano comes out. Rio diving forward, has the primal rage to rely on, so he doesn't really mind that he's antied out right now. Continues to play up the front, but in the end, it's going to be exchange on these Anas. Looking far away, both fall down. They're looking for a little bit more, pushing in. Leaf cannot sprint away fast enough. Ends up falling. Nisha also in a bit of a bind. Manages to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but the bot, in the meantime, is actually getting pushed.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha doing a great job staying alive there. Is going to regroup with the team, but like you said, the payload, the push bot, has an increase in a little bit of distance here. Colosseo wants the kill onto Jinmu, secures another 5v4 scenario for the Guangzhou Charge, and at this rate, I mean, there is double support ultimates online for Chengdu Hunters. I mean, where is this Nano going to go on next? They could just throw it into Jinmu on the front line. Otherwise, they don't really have a lot to work with again. They can just maybe try to look for an engage with Sound Barrier as well. In either case, they're the ones that need to fight for control because we're running out of time.
Yep, it is on the Jinmu. Gaga again going to be taking a bit of a nap. TP's into the back. The Sound Barrier is there from Unique to try to keep far away live. I'm going to say Death Blossom is now available. Doesn't have to use it to confirm the kill. Just takes down the Ana naturally. Looks now for Rio. It's not getting too much peel. Does manage to find a support before he falls. As Unique will get picked out of the sky. The bot now starting to advance over towards the Guangzhou Charge side of the map here for Chengdu Hunters, where they still have 21 meters they need to make up in.
Now, the problem is they do lose Monk again, so every single one of these, pushing drives the Chengdu Hunters make ends up being a 4vx situation, despite winning that fight. Now, Farway's back with Guangzhou, but Monk is still kind of on the way, so they have to regroup. They've given up payload control again, and that's the issue with kind of pushing into enemy territory, right? You can't really lose anybody, because no matter what, you're going to end up in a deficit.
They don't manage to gain anything realistically there. Just a couple extra meters. Still working at a deficit. Gaga hacked off screen down to a sliver of HP. EMP comes out, manages to catch 3. Colosseo is there, gets the finishing blow. Tank now gone on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu doing his damnedest to try to clean things up, but here's Colosseo with yet another blade. Right in on top of the Reaper, and he will get 3 for himself. These have just been massive. Some of the best success that we've seen from the Genji Dragon Blades period so far in APAC. Now the bot is going to be advancing. That forward spawn is just a little bit away.
Colosseo definitely one of the more exciting Genji plays that we have in the region. Unfortunately, can't say too much of the same for Jinmu in his opening debut as Genji so far in the season. He's not been playing the Genji for the last, I'd say, 4 minutes, but at the moment we're now nearly down to the OT. Your star player and Leaf is already gone, so 5v4.
Yeah, Faraway just coming in on the flank, tags him with the Bionade. Easy shutdown kill. Bot's starting to shift back, but time very much is dwindling. Chengdu Hunters, they need to get control of the cart. They need it right here, right now. Faraway tries to get that parting blow there on Denisha, but he cannot finish the job. Takes him down to just a sliver of HP. Now they're still going to be functioning as a full 5, and Guangzhou Charge are starting to lose members desperately here. Colosseo does get picked off. Unique answering back, finds Gaga yet again.
Nano available for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, they can clean this one out. We're nearly into the OT, which, as has been described in the past, pretty difficult for Chengdu, the losing team, to make a catch-up on. The good news is they only have about 20-ish meters to get there. They have their full team available, plenty of ults to play through as well.
Sound barrier just a few moments away here for Nisha. Jump into the back, Colosseo just be nanoed up, but isn't finding too much of anything so far. Nisha goes so low, but he manages to get the sound barrier, but it's too late to try to save Jinmu. Gaga, though, with the meteor strike, comes back down, manages to claim the life of the enemy Genji. Primal Rage there from Rio, gets a couple swats in, but now is going to be left on the floor, sleeping. Far away, picked off. Unique try to keep everybody alive here, but Rio gets bursted down, and he's got to make his exit. Suddenly, it seems that Chengdu Hunters might just have been able to turn this around.
Remember, the push bot has to slow down as it goes. If it actually makes this cap happen, which maybe it doesn't have to, I don't believe Guangzhou Charge actually capped on there, and that's good for Chengdu. That means they can actually make the full 65. We're nearly there. Someone has to touch. No one touches. We're completely even. Could this actually be a draw?
I have no idea how this would function. Everybody would have to step off of it simultaneously. But it seems like Chengdu Hunters might just have the advantage here. Rio now going to be antied into the bubble. The bot is going to resume. He doesn't even have to move, and Chengdu Hunters will make the comeback a reality.
Okay, couple things. One, first OT comeback I've ever seen on this game. Second, they had the same meters. What? I don't understand. Like, I guess they just got like 0.1 more meters. That's crazy. So what actually happens is Guangzhou did cap the checkpoint on the other end, because an interesting thing about the push bot is when you cap the checkpoint, it stalls there for like a few seconds, right? It just, it checks to see if the water's boiled, if what's the time on the clock there, just get the newspaper out. But, it kind of happens on the other end of the OT when Chengdu push as well, and then you just have this kind of weird situation where the bot stays there. I guess it became unstuck. Chengdu won the fight. It literally went 0.01 meters, and they won.
Well, already, I mean, not quite in the same way as we saw yesterday, but already some bizarre happenings in our first map, in our first series of the day. But the Chengdu Hunters do manage to pull off the comeback there on push. We'll see if Guangzhou Charge can answer back as we get ready to move on to Escort, which is Dorado, and that is coming up in just a few minutes. It's already been wild. You don't want to miss the rest of it, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and we are back and just about to go into map number 2. Already some wild things happening there. What I think the first overtime comeback that we've seen in Overwatch League so far on push. So Chengdu Hunters, you know, they continue to drag people into the Chengdu zone. They're doing things that no one's done before, and putting up some solid looks. But it, again, similar, I think, to the series yesterday. Rough starts here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They get ahead a little bit, and then things just kind of start slipping from them a little bit.
Yeah.
Widely yesterday, they were able to grab back onto it and hold it for the win, but this time it just narrowly slips through their fingers. We'll have to see if they can tie it up, make it 1-1 on the back end of this next Escort map.
I think you will probably see this a little bit more often on a map like Colosseo compared to New Queen Street, because that specific capture point on Colosseo is so, I think, A, difficult to actually cap, and B, kind of difficult to hold as well. It's just a really weird part of the map, right? And if Charge actually won the fight, I'm actually fairly certain it would draw, because, you know, Vicky actually came in during the breaks like, yeah, you totally can draw on this map. And, I mean, who's seen it be such a rare thing? Drawing on push is so rare that likely you probably won't see it at all, ever. It personally has never happened in any of my games. That's why I was so surprised. But heading to Dorado now, important news is that Krong is going to come in for Rio. So back to Zarya, I presume, is what was going on.
I'll have to just take a closer look here once they do get ready to assemble the team. See what they have pieced together for us. See whether or not Gaga is going to be sticking with the Doomfist, or if he changes it up for this map here as well. See there on your screens, though, Guangzhou Charge overall have a winning record versus the Chengdu Hunters, but it's been a little while since they've been able to get one of those wins. And I'm fairly heavily stacked at the beginning of these two organizations entering the Overwatch League.
Well, you have the 2020 season where the Guangzhou Charge definitely had a, you know, huge upswing. They were much better than the Chengdu Hunters. They won a stage title as well. Krong was there for that. Then the Chengdu Hunters in the last season, 2021, was a much better team than the Guangzhou Charge. So they've both had their year of success now in a fresh start, fresh game and new season. We'll see which team will reign supreme with, you know, Chengdu having made cutbacks on their roster. Charge keeping some good pieces, adding some new pieces as well. We'll see how this goes now with Gaga on the Zarya. So I said maybe Krong would play the Zarya. It's actually going to be Gaga. Krong's on the Diva, which is a very interesting pick. I do think, yeah, you want some high ground, low ground control here, but you should have just kept Rio in to play the Winston, in my opinion.
Well, I am excited about this, though. As Leaf picks up the Widowmaker. So far, it's just been finding the Shield of Unique, but Jinmu looks like he goes off on a flank, and we are watching the wrong DPS player, apparently, because Jinmu comes up with 2. 14 HP, and a Dream drops down, clips the wall, but does manage to get that Mega Pack. A little delayed on the Reflect to try to bounce that Bio Grenade back into faraway space, but he's just fully occupying this on his time. He even gets the kill on the back end, so 3 extended kills for him in that fight, and the cart is just steaming along.
And actually slowing down and not getting far away down straight away. He actually wasn't getting a lot of help. It looked like he was stuck in a very prolonged 1v1 versus far away. It's going to prevent the respawn. So huge staggered spawns. Guangzhou will struggle to regroup properly for a contest, and that means they won't contest at all. A clean run through for Chengdu straight off the bat. Talk some smack about the Jinmu Genji on the last map, but you know, he's come out in full force straight away in the new map.
That he has. Thursday 1 now going to be making his way over onto the Tracer. Develops trying to match on the Widowmaker. See if he can find any purchase here as Jinmu tries to slink around the back, throws a couple shurikens over towards Choi Se-wan, but not going to find the hit. Instead, he might go look to harass Develop a bit to make sure that they're denying him sight lines widely over towards the cart. Has been spotted, though. Poison Trap doing its job. Helping to really track the position of this Genji.
Speaking of positioning, this needs to be where Charge have the advantage, because they have the high ground control. They have the Diva in their favor. Chengdu don't have good high ground control. It's really just Jinmu diving up and leave if he wants a hook shot, but otherwise Gaga has to stay on the ground. Charge can dictate the pacing of these fights here, but they're playing super passive. It's like they're waiting for Develop to hit the shots first. It's not really happening right now. Finally, Krong will drop down, but look at where the payload is. There's been so much free pushing.
Yep, right up to the church doors here. Already so much space garnered here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and it's made even worse given that, you know, they got point A for free, so they already still have such a massive time bank working in their favor. Still just over 4 minutes remaining for them.
He's in spawn.
As Develop is way into the back. Choi Se-wan is here to try to help peel, but both DPS are now completely disconnected from the cart, which is continuing to advance forward.
Charge is just wasting time. They're trying to do stuff in the Chengdu spawn. Krong is, tiptoeing, diving in and out of the cap, but he can't really contest by himself up against Gaga. He's even forced to self-destruct here. It actually kills Gaga. What happened there? Gaga should have bubbles to save himself. That's kind of weird.
Must have run out of it in the pulse bomb as well there for Choice A1. Able to take down Nisha. With the bubbles out of the way. Far away will find Leap, and somehow through all of this, Develop, while he might not have done too much, he didn't die. He didn't get picked off, even though he's playing out front of the Chengdu Hunters spawn. And now they clean it up, and now they will have that cart control with the high ground like you're talking about. So this is where they can really start to work down this time bank.
What is going on here in this game, Achilleos? Because Charge look like they're floundering. They're not really setting up for any sort of fights. All over the place, completely scattered in terms of where their members are sitting. But then the Hunters just lose to a self-destruct from Krong that looked like it was forced from Gaga anyway, versus Zarya that should almost never die to a self-destruct when you give 2 bubbles. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. Leave will kill Develop, so they get rid of that threat. It's a 5v4 now, and the free pushing continues. Charge again, not really doing too much about this payload.
A lot of people collapsing in, trying to look for Choice A1. Sleep Dart not going to connect onto Krong. His way back up to the high ground safely, but the cart now makes its way through the underpass. There's going to be the Nano, the dive into the back, and Faraway completely vanishes in the blink of an eye. Jinmu carves up 2 kills for himself, looks for a little bit more. Will be able to take Krong out of the mech. The Baby Diva will not stand a chance, and it seems like that should be point B snatched up.
Oh, well, Krong can finally go to Zarya now. He can play the good here. I had no idea why he's even on the Diva. I mean, I assume he wants to be on the Diva because you want that high ground, low ground control. But again, you should have just kept Rio in the squad if that was your game plan. Gaga's walking free with the Zarya at the moment. He's had that 1 death, but it doesn't matter. He's still holding up the grab. Use it anytime he wants to. Krong really just can't brawl at all. And Choi can't play Genji because he's got no support to play the Genji. If you had the Krong Zarya, you could actually support the Choice 1 Genji, which so far has been better than the Jinmu Genji, and then Jinmu wouldn't be getting value for free either. So it's all a big mess from Guangzhou, sadly.
I think what you're not seeing here, you got to look way into the future here, Avril. The game-winning grab eat is going to come through from Krong, and that will justify the deep pick.
True.
That's right. 5 ults now ready to go on the side of Guangzhou Charge. Still find an early pick as Nisha gets taken down just a little bit too far forward there as the stick comes in. The bubbles are there. So, Zarya exists. So he just says, nope, not going to be killing my Widowmaker. Manages to save him. Krong, though, with the self-destruct, will find Monk. Ends up falling to Leave's headshot, though.
At some point, the Widowmakers have to get off as well. We're on cap C now. This is not the good position for Widowmaker at all. They're both kind of forcing it. I even think Develop's maybe getting baited into this Widow duel by Leave, who, if Develop just goes Soldier now, he actually gets a much better matchup. Once his infra sights are gone, that probably will happen. Someone should swap.
Rally's coming out now from the side of the Hunters. Advancing forward, Unique's matching. Choice A1 falling a little bit low. Leave, oh, got that shot off. Would have been beautiful. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen. Has to relocate. The grapple off to the side. Krong now pursuing in decently deep. Grab does come in. Catches 2. Anti-nade goes out. And Unique falls to the wayside. Krong tries to escape up to the high ground. We could have wrapped around and grabbed the Mega Pack, but doesn't manage to do so. Loses out on the mech. Now loses his life. The cart will continue to advance. Charge so far, he's done a decent job of chewing up this time bank a bit. It's nowhere near as massive as it once was. Still have a chance to hold, but they need to find some purchase. They need to stop this from pushing.
Yep, well, not the greatest from Jinmu there, but there is a 1-for-1 trade. Bubbles are still available. No more ultimates waiting for the Nano from Monk. Leaves dead.
He cleans up 2 before he does fall. Can they work with this is the question.
No, they're backing
likely no. May have to be another reset, but as I said, that Develop will fall, and they do manage to keep Gaga sustained. Now the Nano Boost is available. They're going to continue to play forward here as they just wait for the reinforcements to come back in. There goes Jinmu. See what he can do this time around. Krong, popping the bubbles, trying to keep himself alive. So far is not going to die, but as everybody else collapses in on top of the Zarya, he does fall to the wayside. Jinmu cleans up 2, gets both supports, gets the Widowmaker for good measure, and Chengdu will get the finish here on Dorado with 1 minute and 8 seconds to spare.
And Leave dies, but he comes back as a soldier, right? I think the call was to actually stay. It looked like maybe Chengdu were thinking of backing out. Gaga was losing position. They got the call. Jinmu's like, I got the blade. Monk's like, I got the Nano. It's time to make some combos, and they got that combo off. Krong took him about 7 minutes to go to Zarya. Dies anyway. Develop's still on a Widow. Couldn't tell you why. I mean, you're in the last fight. He's literally sniping from spawn. Like, come on, brother. It's time to get off that hero. And Chengdu slowly but surely with 1 minute 08 remaining get the finishing cap. But I gotta say, Achilles, this is a very confusing map. The way both teams, but specifically Charge, are choosing to play this to me, was like a slow, inevitable loss. Like, you're just... B in particular, you got to rewind and look at that B again. You're just sitting there as a diva, your team's nowhere to be found, the payload's slowly pushing up, and you're just slowly losing B with no contest at all after already losing A with no contest. And even C felt like a slow no contest in many ways.
Yeah, I agree with you. It felt fairly inevitable that they were going to be able to get it to the end, especially just given how things had kind of begun. But Charge just really struggling to put together a solid defense. Everyone playing very scattered, and while they did drain that clock down significantly, you would have really, obviously, much rather have stopped it from making it all the way to the end of C. We'll see what they have for us, though, as Leave does start things off with the Widowmaker yet again. Develop back over onto the Sombra. Choi-Se-Wan in the sky with the Echo, something that he was showing some nice proficiency on yesterday.
I would like it if it was just a scouting Sombra. I mean, developers walking through right now. Big problem with this Sombra, among the many problems with Sombra, is that there isn't actually any sort of dive combo that you can do, at least on Colosseo. Develop was soft countering Gaga's Doom because you can hack Doom out of the power block. That's actually a really good interaction that Sombra does have versus Doom. You can even work with Rio for dives here. It just doesn't really do anything for you at all. First blood onto Unique. That's the Mercy gone. Choi's got no healer, but he looks like he's okay.
Got caught out, didn't rush back over to the side of Choi-Se-Wan as he was drifting away from the Winston. Ends up falling. Wait for that reset. Let's leave front and center here, up on the high ground, waiting for someone to show their head and see if he can click it. Choi-Se-Wan and Unique going to go for a similar flank. See if they can find some picks this time around, try to open up the map a little bit more for the rest of the charge. As far away, under some fire, Krong fighting down on the ground over near the card. Choi-Se-Wan trying to make his way around the flank here. Bomb's not quite going to connect on the leave, and he cannot get that execute damage in. In the meantime, Gaga is just going to Goomba stomp Krong to death.
And you're going to see that more and more often as well, because Krong can't really get any help here. You have a Mercy permanently tethered to Choi-Se-Wan, who's on a big flank, so immediately you have 3 players not playing with the other 2 players. Choi-Se-Wan's trying to put the pressure to leave so that he doesn't die, Choi doesn't die to leave, that is. So Krong's sitting there solo pushing cut. He was synced for the longest time, and he's in a 1 versus 2 with Jinmu and Gaga. Yeah, Krong's probably not going to survive that. He has far away, but maybe he is just a little bit too far away. And again, you see just on the bottom left there, Krong stuck in the same 1v2. Can't push the payload any further. They finally got leave down. That's at least something.
Yep, they do get that pick, and obviously merciless comp here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Merciless comp for the side of the Charge, as Unique is going to get picked right out of the sky. Jinmu just dashes through, finds that elimination. Choi-Se-Wan now going to be alone up in the air. And he's starting to get tagged low, and here comes the blade now from Jinmu. Krong already going to fall. Jinmu chasing forward. Just narrowly gets the kill there on a far away.
Forces the race as well, so that's actually a long cooldown. In some ways, I don't know if it'd be better to have waited for the respawn, but time is kind of running out here for the Charge, so I guess they don't really want to do that. Maybe that is the right call indeed. We're looking towards some Charge ultimates finally. This is going to be Krong's first grab. It's actually the first ultimates for most of these players. EMP is going to be an important one, I hope. We'll see how that one gets used.
Nano's out on Choi-Se-Wan. Krong finds Jinmu. Pickups here as they're just trying to get the elimination here on the Leaf. They push him back. The whip shot is beautiful from Nisha to keep Leaf protected. They top him back up. The heals come through. The rally is now rolling. Leaf, however, will dive right in front of Choi-Se-Wan's fist. And he ends up falling down in that fight. Sticky bombs out, but Choi-Se-Wan taken out in the sky. Krong will find Monk. He's not using the skirmish continues. Gaga playing low, and he, oh man, flew a little too close to the sun. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to pop it there at the very last second. Ends up dying. Cart now advancing into the courtyard here at point A. And it seems like they should just about be able to get this cap.
There were about maybe 3-ish situations there where I saw Gaga's HP go low enough that maybe the primal call would have been correct. Seems like it might have been a team decision not to use it because they were maybe losing anyway, and he was thinking, I'll just delay things. This is where they got to use ultimate, so Krong has definitely used that grab now, and there it is, the primal to follow.
Yep, they do have the recontest, and Jinmu, he finds Unique. Farway's gone, there's no support to the fight. Monk does fall here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but Leave is just clicking heads, gets to Choi-Se-Wan, and now it's just Krong. He will die. 10 seconds left to go. It seems like this last second contest from the Chengdu Hunters has paid dividends.
Yep, this doesn't look like a final push will happen at all. Unique gets taken down. Choi would love to use his ultimates, but the time will run out, and the Guangzhou Charge. Confusion in their brains, confusion in my brain, trying to figure out what on earth they were trying to do on both the attack and defense. Like, how on earth are you thinking? Playing an Echo into Leave's Widowmaker was ever going to be the right call. You could just be playing the Genji if you want to put the pressure onto Leave. Krong sat on his lonesome, trying to push the payload, getting no distance off of that one. I mean, Gaga's confident enough, he's like, I'm not even going to Primal on the death. We're just going to come back and Primal later on the future one. Another developer, Sombra, this time with even less, dare I say, synergy with the composition. Not that it had too much synergy, even on Colosseo. It honestly feels like Guangzhou Charge have possibly one of the most off reads on the meta you could imagine. Seriously, just completely off the meta here, and a lot of stuff needs to be fixed behind the scenes because it's not looking pretty.
Well, it certainly is not. Already, though, 2-0 lead here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, who are looking to speed run their way through their first series of the year. We're just 35 minutes since we went live, guys, and now they are one map away from closing out this set and starting the year off right. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can come back, but it would have to be a reverse sweep if they want to get a second match win. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of a 1-1 scoreline here in the first 2 days of the season. We're going to have that map 3 coming up in just a little bit. We're headed to King's Row, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, and if you just are tuning in, yeah, the screen is not incorrect. We're going into map 3. It's been a really fast ride here, a very wild one as well, but the Chengdu Hunters find themselves up 2-0, just stomping full hold on Dorado in map 2. They get the overtime comeback push in their first map, Colosseo, and now we get ready to go into King's Row to see if they can just go ahead and make this one of the fastest series that we have ever had. It'll definitely, I think, be probably the record for Overwatch 2 so far. But yeah, they are speed running right now.
Are we finally going to get off Mr. Guangzhou Charge's wild ride here? With everything that they're playing, Daisy coming in for Gaga. So, story time. This is kind of where the Chengdu Hunters have ended up on their 6-man roster. They've lost potential, maybe even Rookie of the Year candidate level player of a Predator who's now teamless. Bit of a crime that someone that good is currently teamless, but they picked up an off-tank from Chinese contenders. I'm trying to remember which team he came from. Might have even been from one of the from the Chengdu Academy team, but I'll have to double check on that one. Anyway, Daisy coming in with the off-tank type hero, so no doubt this will be Chengdu playing towards the Zarya. Krong being kept in by the looks of it for the Charge as well means we're going to get a Zarya duel. I hope to God we do, because I don't want to see the Diva again.
I think, given that we're going to King's Row with the Zarya, seems to be the most straightforward pick. But then again, Guangzhou Charge have not really been doing too many things that are straightforward. We've been seeing a hell of a lot of Sombra and not many results coming from that. So not really willing to take anything off the table here for what Guangzhou Charge has prepared for us. But excited to see how Daisy is going to perform here in his debut, and whether or not he can help lead the team to that 3-0 victory.
It's big shoes to fill, I think. Chengdu Hunters have had some beloved tank players in the past. We all remember Elsa stepping up big time for the team when Chengdu started to look good. We remember as well Lijiang coming in for Elsa when he ended up retiring. Among with his legendary moments in their first season as well, up against Goats. Gaga, who's still here, who kind of, with fate, pioneered all of the ball meta last year. So Daisy, as the new rookie on the team, who wasn't a part of the original 2022 roster, he was a super late addition, and I just checked, he was part of Team Chaser, which is the academy team for Chengdu Hunters. So they brought him up. It's time for the big debut. Pretty much all the rookies that have debuted so far have been pretty impressive, so that level of pressure will certainly be there.
There's a pretty high bar that has been set so far by the rookies. Fusion, especially just yesterday, really showing off some of that new up-and-coming talent in their DPS roles. So we'll see how Daisy matches up. Looks like we'll have Chengdu Hunters first on the attack here in King's Row. Defensive comp on the side of the Guangzhou Charge develops overall the Soldier 76, and that's something that we give a thumbs up to.
Yeah, they've definitely benched and shelved the Ashe from yesterday, so that's a much better look. Krong starting on the Diva, what you'd enjoy. Choice of one of the better Genjis, if not really just one of the best Genjis that we saw in Apex so far, on that Genji to start things out with. So Jinmu versus Choi on the Genji v Genji, that's what you want to see. It's basically a mirror on both sides, except for Nisha starting on the Brigand step.
Keeping tabs on some of these flank position members of the Guangzhou Charge up on that high ground, pushes through the hotel now. Tries to get the Helix rockets down to far away. To go wide though. He's managed to make a connection.
Oh, Jimmy got a big flank.
Further behind Develop now as far as building up the ult is concerned, and Develop is actually going to get the better of him. Catches him in the head, and now with the support's gone, Jinmu, he will dive into the back. He will find far away, but he is very much disconnected from the rest of the team, and they are going to look to hunt him down.
Yeah, they'll probably get him too, but he is wasting a lot of time. This is going to give the rest of Chengdu the opportunity to go in. So you can see there's about 3 to 4 members of Guangzhou going for this charge, and they've made the call. Guys, we are being pulled away. Look, Nisha is already on point. This is great for Chengdu, because Jinmu is still alive, and Chengdu just got delivered a free point.
Yeah, and now they have to keep looking back behind him to see if he's going to be striking. Jinmu just poking and prodding from behind, throwing out those shurikens. Hasn't fully committed in yet, but it's already 2 ticks. Snatched up here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
Leave asleep.
Dive in on top of Leap. They do manage to find that elimination. Now it's going to be the nano boost out on the choice A1. Finds Nisha. And so far away is the only casualty on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Seems like they will be able to clean up the rest of the squad not quite cleanly here. They get a good amount of progress there on the point, but it's not going to be the cap.
Really good from far away there as well. He got the sleep onto Lee, which enabled them to get the opening kill rather, to enable the 5v4. And then Choi receives a nano, goes absolutely ham with that one. Doesn't have the blade yet, will have it for this particular fight. So good recovery. They do lose 2 ticks though. Messy from Guangzhou to lose 2 ticks, but at least they maintain control. Nano blade from Monk and Jinmu should be coming up in the next few seconds.
Finally, not going to find anything. Jinmu now has the Dragon Blade and the Nano Boost rolling. Dashes back over to Krong. He's going to get caught up in the grab, but there's no one there to try to capitalize on this pinned Genji.
Oh, choice.
They want now falling low. Dashes in. Still manages the trade up. Gets a kill there onto Monk. Jinmu falling as well. It's going to be the man advantage here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but they have to pull back away. Sound Barrier comes out. That's a solo beat for Unique. It's instantly grabbed up. Dolph charging forward here with Attack Visor, tries to get up into the face of Leaf, but the bubbles come through from Daisy. They help keep him alive, and Daisy claims 2 kills. The point will get capped by Chengdu.
And that's kind of the power of the rally coming through as well, the extra HP. Develop actually caught a bit of that Sound Barrier, so not quite a solo coming through from a Unique, but certainly doesn't catch too many members.
Must have got melted off him.
Oh, I mean, he didn't really use too much of it with Develop. He used it with the Visor to get him in, but couldn't quite find the kills, right? That's part of the other issue. It actually looked like maybe Charge were going to be able to hold that one if Develop killed a little bit more. But the Chengdu Hunters, despite waking up Choi Se-hwan, I don't know who did that. Monk would have been, guys, please. I slipped the blade and Genji. You really woke him up, Kung. Really. But aside from that, they still won the point, which is good.
Yeah, typically want to leave him down on the floor. They do not. Charge forward though. Nana goes out onto Krong, pushes straight into the face of Daisy, finds that elimination. Nisha going down as well, and this is a crucial juncture for the Guangzhou Charge to maintain cart control. Now they hold this archway, and we've seen time and time again how difficult it can be for teams to break through this position once it's taken by the defender side.
Nisha's actually swapped over towards the Lucio here as well. So digging the Brigida for now. Actually, the Brigida helps Jinmu out a lot in his, campaign of the Genji. Choice of Wands managed to get the back line. Beautiful execution on Monk. That'll be the 5v4 again.
He's looking for a little bit more. Push back there on the Nisha, but he still manages to get right on top of the Lucio. Takes down both of those supports. I see, again, finding a singular kill here onto Develop, but he's going to be able to rejoin the fight rather quickly, given that he's Soldier 76.
Waiting for ultimates to come online. I think really this is going to come down to Nano plus any of the DPS duos. Daisy's close to that grab, so is Krong. If Monk can outpace the grabs, and he does now, they want to Nano pretty quickly. There you go, straight on the lead.
Bubble just going to go ahead and cleanse off that anti-nade as Leaf goes pushing forward. Doesn't even want to use the Visor. He says, no, I'll just hold it for the next fight. Use it dry. Just utilize that extra damage from the Nano Boost. Comes up with some picks. Now he's looking for a little bit more here on the back end. Unique trying to make his escape, cannot. Monk gets a nice little shot woven through, and Choi Se-hwan is going to die on the back end. Helix rockets are perfect, but they don't even get the kill. Leaf will just go ahead and straight up shoot Develop for that elimination.
And it looks like they might still be going. You've got to be a little bit careful here because the tanks are coming online now and the rest of Charge also respawning. In the meantime, they've been solo pushing for quite some time. Monk is finally in the POV and the LOS of all of the members, but a huge amount of stag kills. It's about a perfect stagger there, Achilleos, because you kill the last player just as the first one respawns. Jinmu now, it's late time for him.
Yep, gets the kill there onto Krong. Develop trying to utilize his Nano Boost, but because of that blade, wasn't really able to get into position for it, but the Helix rockets fly into the back. They do manage to find Nisha with that kill, but the supports are taken down just as quickly on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. As Jinmu dashes in, gets that elimination onto Farway. Well, the point does get capped. 2 minutes, 37 seconds here for the final push for Chengdu Hunters.
And Daisy actually goes for a solo grab onto Unique there. I think was one of the only members actually touching the payload. Could have been risky because if Unique has a sound barrier, that would have been a wasted grab, but they managed to get Unique. They got far away later as well, so both the supports usually ends up being a fight win. It is, however, time for the ults from the Charge to come on through, and it comes through good.
Yep, grab pretty good. Snatches up 2 people there on the cart, and they both end up falling. Jinmu now just trying to dash out the safety deflections coming through from both of these Genjis, but Choi Se-hwan able to find that kill, gets right in behind Monk. And Krong gets set up for the finishing blow. So good little staggers here on the back end. Now it's just 2 minutes remaining for Chengdu Hunters with not too much to work with at the moment, but support ults are coming up soon.
I mean, look at the Charge, though. They have everything to work through, minus the grab, and, well, the Nano is being built up as well, but the point is, super cheap fight wins here. They only use the one ultimate, they get the W, they can save the blade and the Visor for this fight now. It's going to have to come through as well. This should be support ultimate plus Leave going in on the Visor versus everything from Charge. Develop goes in first.
Okay. I think Monk just not realizing that there was a ninja right behind him. Ends up falling. Choi Se-hwan gets a nice early pick. Sound barrier from Nisha in response to try to continue to propel the Hunters forward. Leave is going to be good for one more kill with the tack visor. Now just run out, though. Bell picks up Jinmu. Anti-nade slowing them up just a little bit, but they do buy a good amount of space, and they can bring the cart around this last corner.
It's going to be the hero Widow coming on through for Develop now. He's seen Flitter do this a couple of years ago. He wants to make a hero play this time as well. I mean, he just, I think, used the visor anyway, so it's a little bit whatever. Choice of One still has that blade available, which will definitely want. Nano Blade should be on the menu. There it is.
Shot. One not going to connect, but yep, Nano Blade does come through. Puts himself right underneath everybody on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Choice One comes up with 2. Unique going to be the only casualty here on the side of the Charge. It's very fantastically won fight here for Guangzhou. Right in the 11th hour as there's 35 seconds remaining on this defense.
Oh man, like you see Choice One's POV there doing 360s. You put the Chengdu Hunters in the blender, press the blend button, and he's just spinning around with his blade. Alrighty though, like you said, time running out, but the ultimates are on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, so they've got one good fight. Could make this into a pretty solid OT push. They've typically kind of struggled in the early phases of points, but they've succeeded later on. So can they do that again? Yes, so far.
Jinmu, blade of his own, far away, taken down. Krong with nowhere to go, ends up getting picked as well, but Choice One to develop are putting in some work. They do manage to find 2 picks. Sleeve and Monk have fallen, but the cart is not being contested, and it will glide through crucially with 1.1 seconds remaining, Avril.
And a really good boot from Nisha down the end there as well. I think you had Unique trying to fly out in for the final touch, but Nisha said no. They might have actually both booped each other, but in any case, Nisha and Daisy will ride the payload to the finish line off the back of Jinmu, killing everybody anyway. And no, again, as we are the C9 police, I'm going to call that one. I'm going to decide that one as a definite no C9 for me. Not a C9 because, well, Chengdu were winning anyway. They'd already got a successful blade. Pretty sure they were going to cap. So, OT push?
I do agree
seconds?
with you, but I would also like to see the instant replay, you know?
Yeah, you want to get the you want to just get the footage, you know, just scroll through the footage frame by frame just to be sure. I'm like the sideline ref, and you're the dude in the booth with the TV. What are they called again?
Yeah. I don't know.
I
couldn't
the
tell
TV
you.
ref.
I don't watch that much
TV
sports ball.
You don't? Oh, okay, neither do I. Apparently.
Only when there's big games on, but even then,
I know. There's a 10-yard line.
That diehard.
I know that much.
There is indeed a 10-yard line.
Yep.
The question is, do you know what a yard is?
Yeah, it's like almost a meter, but it's a freedom meter is what it is. It's an imperial freedom meter. So you could have just used a meter, but you're like, you know what? I'm going to use a yard. It's the length of a yardstick. I'm pretty sure it's the length of a yardstick, but whoever decided that was what a yardstick should be in terms of its length, I don't know. Seems arbitrary to me.
Here's the question. We've been talking down the Ashe a little bit from what we've seen so far. Leave is now playing it. Does that make you feel any better about this pick?
But if the MVP picks the Ashe, is it a good pick? I mean, Shy kind of made it work yesterday. Kind of made it work. I'm just saying every single time someone's tried the Ashe on this A defense, it's gone really poor. It will come down to can Develop kind of out-aim him because well, the first shot would say yes. Well, the Widow does outplay the Ashe for the most part.
All right, well, great opening kill there from Develop as Guangzhou look to have a fast take on point A. They're going to start contesting this here, but while Develop's attention is occupied there by Leave, Jinmu comes in off the flank, passes through for the kill. Now, however, still starting to tick up a bit on the point, but Jinmu comes up with yet another one. Now he's trying to get on top of Faraway. Throws the deflect, takes a shot, goes back into the statue, grabs the mini pack, and Develop will get him in the head in the end.
Yeah, Develop's got a number of frags. It looked like Chengdu was stabilizing, but just as that was happening, a solo kill from Develop comes on through another headshot as well. I believe that was on a Daisy. That's going to push Chengdu further back. So, Develop and the rest of Charge, they're just steadily getting more and more space. Develop has just got these frags under lock.
Yep, comes up with another kill on the Monk yet again. Leave does find Choice One. He's not having the easiest go of it so far here with this attack. Genji, and yet again, Jinmu just comes out of the blue, a bit of a jump scare there for the Widowmaker player.
Krong's got
off guard, finds an elimination, and it seems like the Chengdu Hunters may have just been able to stabilize. Krong now still high energy, trying to get the bubbles out of Daiji. Does still have this grab as well. They will just be able to get the kill, so now they can continue back over towards point A.
Yeah, the best part about this is he hasn't actually used the grab, which means if Chengdu want to contest now, that's going to be a perfect grab opportunity. Daisy is 13% behind, really tells you the difference between Krong and Daisy's damage output so far. Leave has an Ash. I do think that Chengdu should go for this, but they're waiting for respawners. The Bulb will be the first person to touch, and Krong will have to grab.
Alright, here comes the Bob. Right into the back of the point. And the sleep will come through. I actually think the Bob might have gone too far, so he's not really contesting it, but either way.
As well.
Yeah, whip shots there from Develop. They pursue deep. Nisha gets right on top with the rally, rolling, finishes him with a whip shot. Finishes off far away with the little knockback there on the shield bash. Chengdu Hunters have managed to stabilize.
I think the Nisha break pick is actually really good on the defense. It was okay on the attack, but defensively you can enable these brawls so effectively. So if Daisy and Nisha play together a little bit more, you can definitely put Yozari ahead of Krong, even though I think Krong has statistically been outperforming. Daisy has the grab this time. This is a real troublesome moment for the Charge. They will be able to counter it with a sound barrier, but can they get the damage in there? Development, he's hit shots, and he does want it to the MVP.
Yeah, he gets it, but now good luck. Here's the Dragon Blade. Up here from Jinmu, but so far everyone's been able to pull away from him. He doesn't really get a single slash in for damage. I don't know if he noticed the developers behind him. He certainly will now. Spotted him heading back inside of the house here. And he's in a bit of a pickle, so he has to go ahead, dash away, but Develop gets him in the head all the same. Now the blade is out from Choi Se-won, looking to finally break open the point and get this cap in. Nisha falling low. Salted from two sides there. Does manage to stay alive. Leaving the dynamite. Will get developed off screen. Jose Juan right up into his face with the sound barrier shield there to back him up. There's some additional kills, but Krong has now fallen. The cap is so close to coming in. Just 5.2% left to go here for the side of the Charge. They get this point A, but they're starting to lose members. Jose Juan gone. Unique is dead. And yet again, Chengdu Hunters barely managed to hold on to this. They deny the cap from coming in, and now it's just 12 seconds remaining.
I mean, Daisy stayed alive. The grab actually really saves him there. Choice of one even eats a nade, so his blade is no good. Leave comes back to the Sojourn. This is our first Apex Sojourn ever. It comes through in the OT. It's a 5v4 Develop and Choi have got to pull it through. And here we go, Leave. What do you got for us?
All right, he's going to send the nade out over towards Develop. Gets a little bit of damage onto him, but has to relocate as that infra site is rolling. Develop looking for a target.
Big nade.
That the deflect is rolling. He gets a great little dink there. Helps take down Daisy. Low HP here on both of these VPS players, but they don't stay on the point.
Who was alive?
Can't contest
who
it
was
any longer?
Who was alive? I think they were losing anyway, but you know, somebody's got to make the attempt happen. They look like they were on the. They look like they were on their way out. To be honest with you, it's
yeah,
swift 3-0. You did say it was going to be a fast series, and it was certainly that. What really kind of annoys me a little bit is we saw some great developed Widowmaker coming through on that attack, but he could have been playing that at so many other points in this series.
Playing it on Dorado!
Dorado would have been perfect for that Widowmaker to come through. Again, you want to challenge Leave. Don't throw Choice One's Echo into Leave. Throw Develop into Leave instead. That, you know, the Widow would be much better. Then you look at the King's Row. To be honest with you, Guangzhou had some good defensive moments, probably could have held at various points, but Chengdu's slow push, meticulous push up, got some decent fights out of them. Jinmu actually played well in the Genji here. I still think Choice One ended up being the flashier Genji, got the higher value, but Chengdu as a team operated better, supported Jinmu better, and therefore I think that gave Jinmu a lot of success to play through, and he will be our player of the match.
That he will be. We'll go ahead and pull that up on your screen. But yeah, what a fantastic showing from him the whole way throughout. Just sticks with the Genji the whole time, and there's no reason to swap off it. It's been one of the biggest meta picks so far at the start of the season, and he is playing this absolutely to a T.
I will say though, the Colosseo, he played it for like maybe one fight, then went to the Reaper. That was probably the one time I was like, no, I don't know about this one, Jinmu. It didn't look like it was going too well, but definitely the last two maps, you look at what happened on Dorado there, Jinmu had a great time. You look at what happens on King's Row again, had a really good showing. And this time it wasn't even like, oh, well, you know, Choi's ignoring him, Choi's on the Echo ignoring him because he's after Leave instead. There's some Jinmu and Choi actually have to play against each other, and even then Jinmu holding his own. So decent stats to come on through. Very strong performance. That's actually what you want out of someone like Jinmu, where, you know, obviously criticism when you have a Pritter who, again, could have been a very strong candidate for a Rookie of the Year, like a very strong rookie player from Team Chaser, not getting kept on this roster, but Jinmu was kept on the roster. Jinmu really needs to make a plea and really needs to make an argument as to why he is the member that deserves to be on this team and he needs to have good showings. And well, today is first on that list of having good showings. So well done to Jimmy.
Yeah, we weren't sure, realistically what to expect from the Chengdu Hunters. We knew that they were still an immense amount of talent on this roster, but given some of the turmoil surrounding the team coming into the season, we weren't sure how they were going to look. How much practice have they got? Is everyone, focusing on the game and, playing with clear heads? Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that they are. Granted, Guangzhou Charge, didn't have that strong of a showing yesterday. Seems like they still have a lot to work on. They have these moments, these glimmers of brilliance that we're seeing develop there with that Widowmaker on that last map, like Choi Wan pretty much the whole way throughout. They just haven't been able to bring everything together with perfect cohesion and then sustain it. It still feels like there's some hope here, but for the Chengdu Hunters, it's clear as day that cohesion never really left. Even with swapping out Gaga, bringing Daisy in for his debut game, he got bullied around a couple of times there on King's Row, but for the most part still looked like a very solid member of this team. So looking forward to seeing the continued development of him and the rest of the Chengdu Hunters on their run. But a really nice start here as they kick off their 2022 season with a 3-0 speed run victory. We went live an hour ago and they got that series done. So fantastic for them. But we're going to have a little bit more discussion about this first series in a couple minutes when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
And we are back. That series was just too quick, and we're not ready to go into our second match yet, so we figured we would have to come back in here and discuss a little bit more, buy some time so that Hangzhou and Shanghai can get ready. Now, it's our game break here. We're going to go ahead and relive a little bit of what just briefly occurred in front of our very eyes, Avril. Any takeaways here off of this series, either for Chengdu or for Guangzhou Charge?
Oh, where do I even get started? Any takeaways? Let me go through the list I was writing down on my notepad, theoretically, or metaphorically the entire time. So, our first 0-point lockout in APAC so far. I know it's only been 2 days, but Guangzhou Charge do not get a single point across 3 maps. It is a bit of a disaster. Once again, I think a key takeaway for me is that Charge still have not figured out how the hell to play Escort. Yesterday, we had the Route 66 incident. We all remember what happened. Bit of a meme. Go back and watch it. It is pretty funny at the end of the day. But here on Dorado, what is going on, Charge? They just are, in my opinion, playing the complete wrong heroes. And I know what's gonna, I know what this is. It's meta slave Avril again, peddling the meta propaganda. But so far, I haven't really been wrong, to be honest with you. I think the Diva had no value here when Krong pulled it through. Develop could have just been playing the Widow up against Leaf. He was towards the end there, but I'm saying he probably shouldn't have been playing the Sombra. Choi came out with the Echo versus Leaf as well when he could have just been playing the Genji. The Echo is fine, but not when there's a Widowmaker in the other team that's actually pretty threatening. Charge did reasonably better on King's Row, but I think at this point, Chengdu are able to show that even with Gaga out and being able to put in Daisy on the Zarya, we're still getting them some really good results. And we have this interview from GM Luke of the Chengdu Hunters in the offseason saying part of the reason why we wanted to get Daisy is because we needed to complement Gaga's hero pools, and that to me speaks a couple things. As one, they really just want to play some off tanks, and the whole Zarya thing that was rumored that APAC was playing a lot of Zarya. I guess that it's kind of true because Chengdu want to play some Zarya too, and well, they wanted someone that was not called Gaga to be playing the Zarya.
Well, that's a lot to unpack, but I appreciate it all the same. I think for me, the biggest takeaway from this series is that Sojourn has a 100% win rate in APAC.
True.
So, there you go. True. Locked in. Thank you, Leave. You made it happen. He made it work. The MVP knows what he's up to, what he's doing. But, yeah, maybe we'll get to see some more of that down the line. For now, very much just a last-second, I need to get to the point quickly type pick, it would seem. But even then, still found a couple kills, still found some decent impact there in those final moments of King's Row. But, guys, that's just the beginning. We're just one series into our second day of APAC action. Coming up next, we have the Hangzhou Spark getting ready to go up against the Shanghai Dragons, who had a pretty rough go of it yesterday versus the Fusion. We'll see if they can bounce back, put some map wins on the board, or if Spark are going to be moving up 2-0 here at the start of the season. Don't go anywhere. That action kicks off in just a few minutes. Alrighty, and we are back and just about to go into our second series of the evening. Hangzhou Spark getting ready to go up against the Shanghai Dragons. Shanghai, we saw them yesterday, banger opening match, them versus the Fusion. Didn't have that great of a showing. Seemed like even with keeping Wiley all of the same people on the team, the cohesion is not up to snuff thus far here in Overwatch 2. Hangzhou Spark able to get their win versus the Seoul Dynasty as well at the end of the day yesterday. Now looking to add a second win under their belts.
So you have kind of two interesting results from yesterday, right? I mean, I'm sure all our pick'ems were boomed yesterday. I only got one game right, and that was the Angeles Valiant Guangzhou Charge game. So you're talking about it being a banger series to start things out with. It was a banger for Philly, not so much for Shanghai. I think they were behind the pace. The Philly rookies dominated. The Shanghai veterans, and not just veterans, we're talking championship players here. Hangzhou, similarly, they beat championship caliber players on Seoul. You have two-time champion Smurf there with, Prophet, who's also an MVP himself. So it was a very surprising but welcome result from the Hangzhou Spark, and now they have another Titan to perhaps slay. Shanghai don't look like they're up to speed just yet, and Hangzhou Spark, backed by Shai, Alpha Yi, Burner, Irony, and Super Rich, have been looking pretty dominant to start the day, or to start the opening weekend with. Shai and Alpha Yi in particular as this DPS duo, so clean. Shai still as good as he was last year, and Alpha Yi, honestly, a rookie, but a veteran at the same time. He's been around the scene for a super long time, but this is his first year in the Overwatch League and already making waves.
Yep. Super Rich is just having some fun there with the camera, it would seem. But yeah, honestly, pretty impressive showing from these guys out yesterday. I definitely, if I had done my pick'ems, would have been boomed there. But hey, if you don't do them, you can't get your pick'ems wrong. So maybe I'm just being a little bit more big brain. But here's our starting five at the side of the Shanghai Dragons. See if they can have a better day in the lobby this time. Outlet, Flutter, Fate, Lijiang Tower, and Izayaki.
And the important thing to note here is that Fate will be starting over Void. So yesterday we had Void coming in for the opening push map. I believe it was New Queen Street. And I had some comments to make that I felt like it would have been a better map for a main tank player to be coming on through. I mean, that's maybe a little debatable because Dallas Fuel will tell you, no, just play Hanbin on the Zarya the entire way through and you can't go wrong. So Dallas Fuel in the NA region definitely pushing the Zarya heavily. And you're seeing a lot of that Zarya come through on the Apex side as well. And now Burner is actually going to be starting on the Spark side, most likely on the Zarya. So it's almost just like this kind of, just the swap over, because Shanghai felt like Void wasn't doing enough in the opening map, so they give Fate a run. Maybe Winston is going to be the choice for them. Maybe Winston is going to be the answer. I do question a little bit about the DPS side of things. Are they going to be playing any Genji today? Because Who Are You looked pretty damn good on the Genji, but he's not going to be starting just yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we get to see him come out yet again. I mean, Fleta in his own time, has of course put up some fantastic figures with the Genji, so maybe he himself will just pilot that pick if they feel like it's going to be the correct play. Here's to see what the map pool is going to look like for them as well. Where we will head up, looks like it's going to be Colosseo to start, then into Gibraltar for Escort, Eichenwalde for Hybrid, Lijiang for Control, and then New Queen Street if we can go all the way to 5. The biggest question mark for me is, do we see more of that Fleta Reaper pick? Because it was not finding too much success versus Fusion yesterday.
I mean, worse still is if you go Reaper here, then you should have actually played Void. Because you want to play the Reaper and the Zarya together, right? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me to play the Reaper with a Winston when those two heroes don't really do anything to support each other. There's no inherent synergy there, aside from, I guess both heroes just want to dive in, but if you're going to do that, you might as well be on a Genji or a Tracer, right? So, Spark are going to be doing probably the same thing as yesterday. Reaper Zarya, don't get baited by the Shy Sojin. He was playing a bit of that just in his own time in the alpha and the beta, but most likely just going to be the Soldier coming through again. Looking towards the Shanghai Dragons, Fleta Genji. Yeah, it's going to be Fleta Genji. So the call here from the Shanghai Dragons is not going to play Who Are You. We're going to trust the Fleta Genji. Let's see how this works.
I mean, honestly, that would never really cause any pause for me, though granted that it is Who Are You and just how legendary of a Genji he is, I guess it makes him feel a little bit more bizarre. But Fleta is the meta typically, as the saying goes. Let's see if he can reestablish that for himself here. As Lip already can open things up nicely, finds the snipe there onto Shy. Taking him down to that Soldier battle. Fleta, though, does get jumped on, and he is sent into the stratosphere by Alpha Yi.
He's quite low himself, but maybe he gets out. No, not quite. Izayaki plus a little bit of damage from Lip will clean that one up, and this is Grand Finals MVP Lip. Put the damage in the Perda nice and early, and like I'll be honest with you as well, I don't think Flitter playing Genji is a real concern at all. It's more so just that Who Are You had such a great performance on it yesterday, right? So Flitter kind of has to live up to one of his teammates' performances already on the second day. And Shanghai, generally speaking as well, the 0-3 loss, a lot of pressure is the championship team to make a comeback afterwards. So Lip leading the charge here, Shy dying early, Lip is nearly on visor, Shy still a little while away.
Lip jumped on there for just a moment, responds with a nice little bit of burst damage onto Shy, forcing his position back, and he doesn't nearly have that attack visor up, but now he's going to have to retreat a bit for this bio nade to expire. Actually playing on a little bit of ring around the rosy, getting back in around the opposite side of this bot, but they're going to have to contest this.
And available.
It's just some nice little distance picked up right now for the side of the Spark. Bot continuing forward, Flooded trying to get in on top of Irony, manages to do so, gets the kill. Lip finds Alpha Yi. That's the fight broken open here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, looking for these follow-up kills, which they will be able to find. Very nicely done here by Fleta and Fate to pick up those final two. And Bernard is just stuck in the corner with nowhere to go.
Just a general outpacing of Ult Charge here for the side of Shanghai Dragons. The only member that hasn't outpaced the other one is Lijiang versus Super Rich, and that's mostly because Lijiang, if you saw in the peripheral of Lip's POV, was kind of aiding Lip and diving on these characters on the flank, so he was playing a bit of Reddit Lucio and not quite ground Lucio with the team, which is why he's slightly behind. It's actually caught up by now, but the nano into Flitter, giving him the capability to frag. Lip's on the bridge already. He's looking for the buys. He's going for it.
Yeah, they're just playing right up in front of the spawn here, and he's going to pop it. Alpha Yi goes down. Sound Barrier going to be forced now by Super Rich to try to keep the rest of the team alive, and Fate somehow narrowly escapes. Was anti to have about 15 HP remaining. He manages to make it out with his life intact. Shy now going to be jumped on as they look to counter-aggress against this tack visor. Forces position back, deny some sight lines, and the bot has continued to push. Now 44 meters established for the Dragons.
And the grab is going to be the difference maker here because Lijiang used his sound barrier. Probably shouldn't have actually done that. Nano boost coming through onto Fate now. Lijiang having fallen over. There's still an opportunity for Hangzhou to ult, but they're being very cautious.
They're holding on to it. They feel like they can just go ahead and win this out now that Lijiang was picked. And that would be the correct call. The cleanup will come through. Lijiang the only one standing as he just now respawns. And they still hold on to these ults, and that's pretty critical here for the Hangzhou Spark to try to retake a lead because they have that Death Blossom to couple in with the graph.
I mean, it's actually huge they don't spend anything. I thought maybe they'd be forced to, but no. Hold on to the ultimates. They can play through the ultimates now. Grab and Bionade combo should do it. Nothing to really block it out. And Shanghai, I think, actually overcommitted ultimates. You actually saw on the bridge 3 members, Lip, Flitter, Fate, all use ultimates at the same time. Then obviously the Sound Barrier being expanded towards the end. Could be a flanking Death Blossom here.
Sitting around the back, maybe looking to insert himself right into the middle of the enemy team, but hasn't found too prime an opportunity to pop it. But again, with Lijiang dead, really need to commit it to the fight right now, especially as Fleta gives his life just to try to get that kill onto Irony. Just build up his Dragon Blade in the process, but it seems like the Spark should be able to get this pushing pretty soon. But as I say that, Alpha Yi, he's not allowed to exit. The Bionade clips him in the back. He ends up falling down, so it's one less DPS, but now the tank gone. Bernard throws the grab in right around the corner, helps lock in a couple people, and Lip will fall.
Alpha Yi is doing something funny there because he's TPing on the bridge, then just coming straight back down anyway. Maybe he's looking for some positioning on the back line, but he needs to help his team because Fate was contesting the payload the entire time, and you have 5 ultimates. You did have 5 ultimates in Hangzhou Spark, and they were just sitting on them. Like, you gotta use these guys. You must be getting aggressive. Here comes Nano now with the visor.
As they try to get the sleep through, can't manage to make it happen. Flooded with the blade out, has to try to get through the Sound Barrier shielding as well, and he's unable to do so. Shy in the meantime, though, with the attack visor, picks up 2, he gets down to 2
Great
HP, and then he grabs the Mega Pack, manages to hold on to his life, and now this is a great opportunity here for the Spark to take the lead.
Yeah, they should be able to get this cap. When I say cap, they'll take the lead, like you sort of say here. The cap will be a little bit more difficult. Will come down to what Alpha Yi can do with this Death Blossom. He's already on, kind of the back foot. This will be it right now with the bubble. Huge!
Right into the middle of them. Comes up with 2 as Lip and Izayaki completely evaporate. Lijiang gone, trying to peel, trying to push him away, but Alpha Yi is just taking names left, right, and center. They clean up Fate. That is the team kill extended there. As Fleta just has to int and reset here over on the bot while he takes his little break.
And that's going to be the cap there as well. So checkpoint has been found. More ultimates on the Shanghai Dragons side get to be used, and Alpha Yi solo Lip. That's an awful death for the Shanghai Dragons. They're just losing everybody.
Yeah, it's starting to really fall apart. It's really concise and tightly played here by everybody at the beginning. starting to slip through their fingers. They still have 2.5 minutes to try to counteract this push. They need to get control, and with everybody getting picked one after the other like this, it's just impossible for them to group up and recollect themselves.
Hey, Lip is just dying in the open. Like, I don't know, is he not being supported? Is he just standing still? But he is dying straight away in all of these fights, and it's costing the Shanghai Dragons.
Nanos Use goes out onto Fate, shoves them away from the bot for just a little bit. It's going to start retreating back over towards the initial spawn point. See that Spark seemingly happy to concede that, and then just recontest the bot before it makes it to the midway point.
It's a huge mountain to climb though, 92 meters, and forget the 5108. It's the fact that they have to push basically the whole 92. Here comes Show the Visor again. Instant deletion to Lijiang, but it'll lose the Visor to Glitter.
Yeah, but I think he actually just destroyed the sound barrier. I think Lijiang was trying to drop the beat and didn't get it.
Was he?
There was so much damage going out that nobody had shielding for very long. Either way, a huge pick-off there in the end. That allows them to maintain control of the bot, because at this point, they're more than happy to just keep the bot contested in this position.
Okay, that might have been an Ajax, and I'll have to go back and check that a little bit later on. That would be second Ajax that we've seen in 2 days. He had Lip with the opening kill into Irony this time around.
Grab gonna come through. Fate, though, happy to sit in there and just continue to zap people. Comes up with 2 kills for himself and even had the Primal. Decides not to use it there on the back end as they confirm the fight victory. Lip will just clean up a couple more kills, and this is where Shanghai Dragons need to push this through, get it over the line, and take the lead if they want this map win.
They have no fate though, that's the issue, because they won the fight with casualties. I mean, that happens. You will take some casualties when you win. It's very difficult to make anything happen, and it happens with anybody dying. I think the only safe member dying is maybe Lip, because you can sprint back, but if anyone else dies, it's pretty rough. So now they have Fate back, but you'll notice when Fate comes back, the rest of Hangzhou have arrived.
What they have, Fate playing up on the bridge, and he's just going to get taken down. He doesn't pop the Primal. He thinks that the healing is going to be enough. He thinks maybe he's going to get an Ana Boost, but he does not. Deflection going to be used. The bubble goes out. They try to keep Irony alive, but Fleta still manages to slice and dice his way to 2 kills. Looking for a little bit more. Shy, no HP, does get caught there by Izayaki, so they still manage to win out the fight. As Alpha Yeet gets taken down at the very end of this. Pushing forward now, but still 30 meters left to go just to tie it up. The bot will take his rest as they get the forward spawn.
And thankfully the rest of the Shanghai Dragons managed to get those kills. Fate's actually returned now, so just in time as well, because if the OT happened as he died, it would have taken so long for Fate to rejoin. This is going to be critical. Are we going to see the second OT win today on push? 2 in a row.
They're looking for it. They saw Chengdu do it. They want to do it themselves. Bionade there onto Fate as he pops the Primal Rage. Now he's going to be taking a nap. Sound Barrier goes up from Super Rich. As Alfie looks for a target here for this Death Blossom. Takes the Wraith Walk out to safety. Lip with attack visor does find Irony, but now he's going to go dive into the back line, and Lip ends up killing himself off. Lijiang going to fall as well. Izayaki, though, cleans up the enemy Reaper, but it's all crumbling now here unless Fleta can pull up the clutch of the Century, and he cannot. Ends up going down. The bot will start walking in the opposite direction, but it's a team kill for the Spark and a map win as they take Colosseo.
97 meters, I think it was, or 90-something meters. It's just too insurmountable for even the mighty Shanghai Dragons. Big difference between this and I think the OT comeback that Chengdu did is they only needed to cap, what was it, 67.51 meters or something like that, so a lot more doable than 90 meters. Also towards the end of the last fight, Lip somehow either killing himself or going off the map. I mean, that's just one death that Shanghai definitely could not afford among multiple other things that definitely went wrong there for Shanghai Dragons. And a lot of it just does come down to the fact that as you're pushing up, you know, getting reinforcements in, even getting Fate in the couple times that he died, slows down the team quite significantly. So, well played by the Hangzhou Spark. Alpha Yi ended up, I think, getting a lot of value on that Reaper at the end of the day, so that was good to see.
Yeah, I think Lip just straight up threw the Helix Rockets into the Reaper when he saw the Death Blossom coming through and was just so low HP that he killed himself off. But
also,
hard to say. That's just what I would suspect. But man, what a start here. Back and forth between these two teams. They make it close in the end, but they can't get the OT finish.
Last thing I'll say before we go to break here is that Lijiang did actually Ajax that one. Shy killed Lijiang before the beat landed. There you go.
Well, unlucky, as they say. I think that's a technical term for it. But, guys, that's one map out of the way. We still have plenty more coming up. Next is going to be Watch Point Gibraltar for our escort map. We'll see if Shanghai Dragons can tie this up. So do not go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's already been a pretty action-packed first map, but it goes the way of the Spark in the end. They take Colosseo, start things off with a victory, and now we're looking to move up 2-0 unless Shanghai have something to say about it. We're about to go into Watch Point Gibraltar for our escort map to see if they can tie this up. And if they can't, it starts becoming very concerning. They might just have a repeat of yesterday's match versus Fusion and end up losing 3-0, or 0-3, I should say.
Yeah, you're in a situation where it is definitely not a good start to the Dragons season. That would be an understatement. We know they start slow most seasons, but this is something else. Who are you coming in for Fleta? I'll comment on this very briefly here as well. We were having a bit of a discussion off camera, but what I was basically saying is that Fleta's Genji was good. It was reasonable, but we're no longer able to get away with just good Genji plays. If you look at the Choice ones, the Zest, type of plays that we've had, you need to be stellar. You need to be unbelievably good. And actually, the name I was struggling to remember that I will now say is Who Are You? Who Are You was the other really impressive Genji from yesterday. That's the level of Genji you need to be bringing to the table now to find success. And Who Are You coming in for Fleta? I think that's probably a good move for the team.
Yeah, we'll see how he pilots it. Like you said, I think it was a little bit rough at the very beginning. I think you need to, shake off the rust, maybe even some nerves that kind of come back with, after you've been around for so long, but you haven't played for a while, and you step back out on the stage, that you can have those jitters. So it was definitely a little bit of a rocky start for him on that King's Row map, but by the end of it, yeah, he was definitely dominating. So if he can start things off in peak form right now, that is the exact boon that Shanghai Dragons need to try to get this map win under their belt, tie this up at 1-1. We'll just have to wait and see how he fares, because, the DPS on the side of the Hangzhou Spark, it's nothing to shake a stick at. They're still very terrifying. Shai is an incredible hit scan player. Alpha Yi looking great on that Reaper, but we know that he also has a fairly deep hero pool behind him that he could pull out at a moment's notice, so we'll have to just wait and see. One of the things that we actually didn't go over, though, with the substitutions is that we have Bernard stepping out and Gushue coming in. So we'll see how that's going to be looking for them as well.
Which is important because we're on to a clear Winston, or at least dive/verticality type of map. You are not going to get away with playing Zarya here. Tries you might to force it. The high ground, low ground type of dynamic is super important to have for to have a Winston player come in for. You can't really play D.Va in this current meta. I know some teams and players have tried, stop it, play something else, have your main tank come in instead. Doomfist would even be preferable to that, but I think Winston is the clear choice here. Gushue, one of the most famous Winstons of Overwatch history, coming in for that. It's a great move for the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, excited to be able to cast him again. It's been a good long while since I've gotten to see some quality primal blading from Gushue here. So excited to see that come through. Looks like we're just waiting to get him into the lobby so that we can get things underway. So you and I get to have a little bit of a podcast, a little extension.
And you know what?
Here.
Best part is, fun fact, Gushue is also coached by Miro on the team. So one legendary Winston player coaching another legendary Winston player. You have generations of Winstons. You have Gesture on on New York Excelsior for Kellen there as well. So that one's a little bit different because it's a legendary player coaching kind of a rookie new talent. But here you've got, I think, 2 players on my Winston Mount Rushmore on the same team. One as a coach, one as a player. So that's Hangzhou Spark currently. But ultimately, versus Fate, who didn't even really play much Winston last season, did he? He was on the ball the entire time. So
yeah, pretty much just straight up ball the entire time, and that obviously annoyed a lot of other teams when it came down to playing against them internationally when the Hawaii matches happen, because you don't get nearly as good of a wrecking ball practice in NA compared to APAC, at least not last season, because we had all the best ones here. But yeah, Mount Rushmore, you definitely have those 2 up there. Miro is the one who basically crawled so that every other Winston player could learn how to walk. So very much laid the foundation for what was possible, what you could really get away with that hero pick, and then everybody else just kind of took that foundation and expounded upon it. So very much is an absolute legend in his own right, and I hope that there are still people out there who go back and they watch these videos, especially if they're like a new fan of Overwatch. They're coming in because they hear the buzz about Overwatch League, Overwatch 2's coming out, I should check this out. I hope you go back and you educate yourselves on some of the histories, because there's a lot of history to go back through. And Miro on his time, in his heyday back in Apex and whatnot, some absolutely just incredible stuff from the guy. So definitely go back and make sure that you're well educated on your history.
But if you do go back, sometimes you look at the players, you're like, but everyone just does that now. But back then, it was crazy and unique. Like, no one did it. But now it's just standard gameplay. So that's kind of what happens when the evolution of, you know, all these hero picks and stuff kind of come through to the years, and everybody pushes it further and further and further. We're about to head into game now, Achilles, but I've got one last final fun fact for you, at least for now. I'm sure
Lay it
will
on
come
me.
through. And that is, it has now been 237 days since the Shanghai Dragons' last map win in the Overwatch League.
Wow.
Because they haven't won a map
That
yet
long, huh?
this season.
Yeah, very true. Well, it definitely makes it sound a lot worse when you frame it like that. But there is a chance that they could go, you know, potentially through this weekend without picking up any map wins. We'll just have to wait and see if they can get it done here in this series. But Hangzhou Spark certainly going to be hungry to get this win 3-0 to, you know, very much have their time in the spotlight. There was a lot of hype around these guys last season, and unfortunately they didn't quite get to deliver on it too much.
Yeah.
You know, Shy had some incredible moments, very much impressed me, really sparked that whole conversation, pun definitely not intended, about, you know, should he be Rookie of the Year, should he be in consideration for this? You know, because he was just that damn impressive, but unfortunately the team overall wasn't able to really accumulate any accolades. So this could absolutely be the season where they get that done.
And a good meta for Shy as well. We're in a pretty heavy hit scan meta currently, especially for that Soldier. And even without the Soldier, I think on the next patch, Sojourn should get a lot of play as well, which Shy definitely does play. It's up to you to debate whether you think she's really hit scan or projectile or what, but got an interesting mix of both in there. Last year, Shy was, I think, competitive with Pelican in the Rookie of the Year race, but as Atlanta got better and as Hangzhou kind of got worse, yeah, Pelican ended up getting the landslide on that one, didn't he? So let's take a look at what Shanghai are going to do out the gate here. It's going to be Lip on the opening Widow again. Had good success on Circuit Royale yesterday with that. Shy on his beloved Ashe. I've had some comments about the Ashe, but I think Shy was one of the better Ashes that we did see.
Yeah, he's another one that's right up there with Leave when you see him come out on this pick and you're like, okay, I think that this is acceptable then. Lip not necessarily realizing that Alpha U was off on that flank. Let's get tagged up. He's in desperate need of some healing right now, but healers are down below over towards the cart. Looks like they will be able to top him up all the same, though, as the cart just continues to slide down through the underpass.
Yeah, just focus on payload control for now. Fate trying to take a little bit of high ground control. Neither team has really seriously committed into the other one just yet. Lip still went for a pick, and that's kind of a timing that Shanghai can work with, right? So if Lip does find anything, that's a big go button for the Shanghai Dragons, and apparently they have good high ground control, or at least they're attempting to take it.
They are. Fate jumping up top. Let's have that heal boost coming through from the bio nade. Gets tagged quite low. Lip. Actually, it's the other sniper who ends up finding a kill. Lip opening things up as Alpha Yi goes down. Now looks for a little bit more. Sets up the poison trap just outside of the server room. Trying to get a little catch on him. On anybody here, but Lip ideally would not be the one who's moving up the payload. He inches it forward, now grapples up to the high ground. It looks like Fate will retake this position.
Should be a nano coming through onto Who Are You indeed, and yeah, that'll be a clean because everybody's stuck in the server room. I mean, Fate, if he wanted to, could even Primal Rage in here. It's a perfect position for it. The Spark are too far behind at Ultimates. They lost a player early on, and Who Are You? That's the Genji play that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I think he got literally everybody except for one right there in that highlight. He was attached to all of the kills. Now as the hangar opens up, Lip sits Shy down. Who Are You finds another headshot, and Lijiang gone. He also gets into the thick of things, taking down Super Rich. And this is already a pretty nice time bank to have stacked up. 4.5 minutes as they enter the hangar.
And look, I'll be straight about this. Like, I know there are some big Fleta fans out there, but if you're a true Shanghai fan, you know that putting in Who Are You over Fleta for this Genji was the right move. He's currently farming. Fate's got Shy down as well. This is a constant 5v4 advantage that the Shanghai have, and they're rolling through B.
There they are. Headshot on the drop down there onto Gooseway, pressuring him out, trying to make him forced to use the Primal Rage, and he will. He's juggling Lip forward, but in the meantime, Irony taking down Who Are You has just dismantled the support lineup. Shy will finally get Lip in the skull, but has the damage been done? Izayaki going to be killed off there in the stairwell. Fate does fall, so it seems like despite Who Are You's best efforts, Shanghai will be losing this fight. The cart will be stopped up at least momentarily. Jigon trying to play around the pillar here, but will eventually fall.
Yeah, everyone on the Shanghai Dragons, you know, well, you got these bunch of kills and they just kind of ease off the gas pedal and maybe even take their entire foot off of it. I mean, push further, guys. You have the ultimates, you have the primal. More can be done here. But still give away the control. Hangzhou now have control of the entire shuttle, with Super Rich even just on the top. Alpha, you're the Nanoblade.
Yep, dives into the back, does find Lip. He's looking for a little bit more. Not too many targets around, but does spot Izayaki here in the end, who drops down onto the low ground. And Alpha Yi actually cannot make it out with his life intact, or you will find him, but Fate falls at the same time. Pop the Primal Rage. Wasn't in the greatest of positions to use it, I suppose. Or you will now have to make an exit as they wait to go ahead and recollect as a full 5-man squad.
It's a big stall for the Shanghai Dragons to, you know, start losing time like this when they had a lot of momentum behind their backs. Lijiang, well, at least just bump the payload to make sure it doesn't slide too far backwards. Still waiting for Shanghai Dragons to make a further move here. Alfie and Shy both kind of low though, but they lose a player.
Yep, Lip gone. Not been having
1 HP
the greatest run of it here at the end. Back end of this hangar fight, I should say. Gets picked again. Now he's going to be swapping over to the Tracer as Fate pops the Primal Rage. He's trying to create some space here, maybe find an opening pick, but so far has not been able to do so. Another Bob going to be entering the fray here. Shy throws that down towards the cart. Just looking to chip away at them, forces their position back around the corner momentarily.
As the team not well positioned to deal with the Bob here. I'm not too sure if Izayaki had a sleep dart or not. I'm assuming that was not the case. Now onto Who Are You? It's dry, but he's healthy. There's the damage though.
He's looking for the kill here on the Guangzhou, but will force the Primal instead. Rally there, armored up on the majority of the members here on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. And Who Are You? Oh, dashes down, grabs the mini pack, but Guangzhou gets him in the end.
Primal Blade. You wanted it.
Very rarely can anybody escape from Guangzhou when he pops the Primal. No exceptions made here for Who Are You, who is just waiting to try to get that next Dragon Blade online. She's 11% away right now.
Dragon Blade meet Primal Blade. Yeah, that's the Guangzhou play that we've been waiting for quite a while. Irony now, looking for the next Nano target. This one might go back on Alpha Yi. You'd hope that Alpha Yi does better than Nano Blade this time around. His Lip assassination attempt on the back line. Super Rich turns around for it.
Onto Irony. And heal packs come out. Super Rich keeping him alive. Find the pick. Waiting now, just trying to get the pulse bomb up. Put some damage there onto Shy. Doesn't find the elimination. Now it's going to be a blade out from Alpha Yi. Gets it a little bit faster. Draws it. Finds 2 kills for his trouble. Solid pickups here. And as I take a look at the clock, a lot of that time has been bled away. Just a minute remaining now for the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, that's much closer to the Alpha Strike I was waiting for from Alpha Yi. So finally we'll get the fight win from the Hangzhou Spark with the ultimate combos we expected. The ult now goes the other side with Yu looking towards Blade, and that massive stagger after, you know, Fate didn't pop the Primal. Yu got a couple of kills and Shanghai backed out, has now just bled the timer down significantly. They're about to hit the OT.
They are looking for the jump in here onto Shy. They take him low, they take him down. Fate finds the kill. Who Are You? Barely holds on by a thread, and they manage to top him up. Pulse bomb goes out from Lip, but he does not get the stick, does not get a kill. Now he's just turning his sights over onto Super Rich. Getting a bit of damage in. Irony nearby will be able to keep them topped up, but it seems like Shanghai Dragons have bought themselves a decent amount of space now. The cart's brought up right in front of point B. Blade goes out from Who Are You? He dives well into the back, but
oh my God,
ends up going down. Dynamite was ticking on him, and Shy gets the final hit. They get that elimination. Now they have a fighting chance to try to stop this cart from moving in. We enter into overtime. It's just 2 meters away, and as those kills come through, the cap will as well. A minute and a half now added to the time bank here for the Shanghai Dragons, but it's still a considerable amount of distance to close. A very tough point to breach. They don't have much time to do it.
Slight stagger there on the Shy kill. A little bit of personality shown by Lip there as well, but 3 ultimates expended by Dragons to get that cap across. So the end result of Blade plus Primal plus a rally, with the Blade not doing a whole lot there. Probably one of the worst plays that we have seen from Who Are You. He usually has insane ones, but every now and then Genji's will taste the famine side of the feast and famine kind of narrative here. But yeah, Fate and Lijiang will get across the board. Lip moving over towards the Widowmaker now, a great Widowmaker point. We'll be able to outrange Shy significantly. Speaking of Shy, the Bob should be coming through in this particular fight. They're loaded with ultimates for this defense.
Whoa.
And that's a deflect.
Yep, that's a very nice deflect right into the head. Lip goes down. Alpha Yi says thank you very much for that, and that's a lot of space now opened up, a lot of pressure alleviated. As respawned, look to rejoin the rest of the team here. So far, cart being stopped up on this final corner. Nano going to be used. Alpha Yi going into the back line, has the Nano Blade at the ready. Who Are You? Claiming kills off screen though, comes up with 2, and Alpha so far only able to find 1. That's all he's gonna get as Lijiang puts him in the dirt. Follows up for another kill there onto Guangzhou, who did not have the primal rate, did not pop the primal. Now we'll have it for the recontest to try to bat them off this cart and drain down the overtime.
I mean, there's still more ultimates for Hangzhou. I believe they can still hold this one. Bob can buy a ton of time. Eichenwalde must save a sleep dart for the Bob.
Dive straight into the back here onto Lip Guangzhou, looking to take him down. The grapple's not really letting him escape. He just gets juggled forward, and Guangzhou finds the elimination. The bomb will finish off Lijiang, and that will be the cleanup. Eichenwalde, the last one standing, dies to the sleep dart, the rare sleep dart kill. So round 1 will be completed. They get most of the way to C, but it seemed like Shanghai should have had this in the bag, considering the massive time bank that they started things off with. But really good time bought here by the Hangzhou Spark, and they deny the finish on the map.
Yeah, I mean, things go fairly smooth for the Shanghai Dragons on A. I mean, you have the initial lip kill that's then translated into a full team wipe via Who Are You? No real contest from Hangzhou Spark. The opening phases of B are super clean as well. Extra momentum, tons of staggered kills coming through from the Shanghai Dragons, and then about 2-ish kind of minutes of just wasted time. They lack the momentum going on to C. You see the humongous bank of ultimates that the Hangzhou Spark have. Yeah, they've lost B, but I didn't believe for a second that they were going to lose C, considering just how much resource was remaining. Guangzhou with the Primal is such an offensive ult as well. Whenever he pops that, we saw towards the end there as well. Massive damage, a lot of kills. Not a lot that Shanghai Dragons do about it. Lijiang did a reasonable job there as well, but he was supported by the, I think the nano from Eichenwalde was put onto Lijiang, which definitely helped him get a ton of kills towards the end.
Well, now looking to have a successful defense. Lip sticking with the Widowmaker. Looks like Shy, at least for the beginning of this push, might be matching him. He's showing the Symmetra, so maybe we'll have a TP
Real
across.
Quick, I have a fun fact for you.
Guangzhou
has 6 total final blows. 5 of those final blows of Primal Rage kills.
There you go. Just Guangzhou things. Unsurprising, but very fun all the same. God, you have to love this guy. Looks like Shy not really even going to give it the chance to move out of the spawn room. We'll just go ahead and shift over to the Ash instantly. Just to play with a little bit more mobility down to the ground here with the rest of his team, it seems. Dynamite up over the top, gets a couple hits in. Alpha Yi just looks to try to keep everybody contained inside of the hall. Rotate back around onto the high ground. HP bars coming through from multiple members on the side of the Dragons, but they will get the punish here onto Guangzhou, isolating him on that high ground. Now they dive down. Who Are You? Comes up big with 2 kills. Lip drops down, finds Irony. Back into the spawn room here for the Hangzhou Spark.
They're kissing the spawn room. Fate's literally got his lips pressed against that spawn room currently. And Hangzhou are feeling shy about it. You know, they're not used to getting kisses in the spawn room, so this is not a good start for the Hangzhou Spark at all.
Lip now dropping back. Change it. Okay. Irony just jumps right above Super Rich's shoulders. Head gets exposed from behind the shield, and Lip is very quick to react. Beautiful pickup from him, and that's going to be the infra sight up in just 22% now.
Look at the payload. It's just sliding backwards. We've lost a minute 30 now. No ultimates to be seen yet for Hangzhou. We're getting there slowly. Nearly a primal, nearly a nano. I mean, just let Guangzhou loose, I guess. More primal kills might save them.
Yeah, it's never a bad thing. Just waiting for the moment, though.
The Fate, he's just right-clicking people like a sniper.
Oh, okay, well, falls low, does manage to pop the primal. Now he's looking for a target. Got the hit there for just a moment onto Eichenwalde, but now he's going to be taking a nap. Everybody piles in. They look for the elimination. He jumps back up to the high ground. It seems like Guangzhou has made the great escape, but now here comes Who Are You? Instantly cuts him down. A size gets super rich as well. Looking for another target. Spots Irony, but he'll be dead before he can even arrive. Alpha Yi, in the meantime, is hanging out in the back lines. Got Lip, but he is excruciatingly low on HP.
And I don't think the spawn camp continues. If you look to the left side of your screen, you actually see Alpha Yi in the Shanghai spawn. And he dies, but he got chased by everybody. So this is kind of like that Chengdu Guangzhou situation we had in the last matchup, where now Hangzhou get to pre-push the payload. They get some positioning finally. They're not being spawn camped. It's very important. And the rest of their ultimates are finally coming online. It should be Nano Blade soon, but man, this is starting to look like it could be an OT push.
Very well could. There is the infra site. Moving up to the top right, looking for a kill, just waiting for Alfie to crest around that corner. Misses the window of opportunity though to get the elimination. Pulls back, and now the Nano Blade is going to come through. Alfie wrapping around into the server room, finds Izayaki. Lijiang trying to exit with that shield bash, but cannot escape. He ends up falling, as does Who Are You, just off camp. And now with Fate being slipped and finished up here by Irony, that should be the cap coming in onto A, unless Shanghai can somehow rally together for a last-second contest.
And in Overwatch 1, Lijiang would shield bash, pop rally, they'd probably survive, but in Overwatch 2, Alpha he farms them. And it should be the cap, 30 seconds remaining, 3 minutes total now, possible more kills as they're fighting on through. Great bubble placement, that's going to cut off a lot of Shanghai members.
That does. Jumps up onto the high ground here. Lip spraying as much as he possibly can, trying to dissuade him from diving in, but he's going to continue to press forward. Another bubble comes down, he's looking for the elimination, and Lip actually will get that kill in the end. A bit of an overstep there for Gushue, but he's opened up enough space to actually be able to move this cart forward into the hangar proper.
Only momentarily though, because he dies, Fate gets to walk up, and when that happens, Hangzhou back out, Shanghai walk up, the second deflate kill now from Alpha E onto Lip, so Alpha E trying to style as much as he can. Fate's turn now to Primal.
He pops the Primal, and this feels fairly disconnected right now from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Izayaki, no peel for him. Gushue just gets in there, finds that elimination. Now Fate is dead. And I kind of have to question the timing on this Primal Rage. They were without their Widowmaker. You can't just try to, bat somebody up into the air, make it easy for the headshot to come through. Instead now, a lot of space is given up, and point B is about to be capped, and that's going to be a really nice little extra boost to the time bank here, where Hangzhou Spark don't even need to finish the map in order to win it. Rally now, rolling from Lijiang. The nano boost goes out onto Who Are You. He nearly has that blade ready to roll. Which way though? Zoning Lip out, forces him off that high ground. Blade pulled now by Who Are You, gets an opening kill on the Super Rich. He's looking for a little bit more. He'll pick up one there onto Irony. And like you said, Gushue does not pop it. Still 1 minute and 35 seconds left of the time bank here for Hangzhou Spark to try to get point B. But ults are very limited.
To be fair, I think, the Bono throw Gushue there is like, maybe they just admitted they were losing the fight anyway. Not too sure about the nano placement. Irony put that onto Super Rich, who then got slept and killed by Who Are You. Maybe Super Rich was low and Irony just really wanted to keep him alive, but you'd prefer to have seen the nano to Gushue Alpha instead, so that one definitely hurt a little bit. Good defense by Shanghai, led by Lijiang's rally. Lijiang now desperately trying to stay alive and won't be able to do so.
There's the Primal. It will be the trade out here though on the Brigade as the Super Rich does fall. Fate finding that kill. Gushue now dropping down, still just looking for a target. Wants to get this kill here onto Lip. Knows how much space that opens up for his team, but hasn't managed to make it happen. LPE though will get in, gets the kill onto Who Are You, pulls the blade, instantly takes down Lip, and we'll finish it there with Fate. The cap will come in at the end. That's the final stretch they need to try to defend here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. 2 minutes to get this push off as Who Are You goes for a reset.
Yeah, got the bad spawn there. Unlucky for Who Are You, so has to take an extra 10-second detour to get back to spawn. The good spawn. Still pretty holdable by the Shanghai Dragons, all things admitted here. 150 is plenty to, work with in terms of defending. Not a lot to work with for attacking. When you have this opening choke being so difficult, you've lost your nano here. Well, sorry, you've lost your Genji blade here as well, the Dragon Blade, which has been kind of the prime tool for Hangzhou to get caps with. So we'll see how this goes now. Is again, Shanghai have the ultimates, Hangzhou don't.
Getting tagged up, Izayaki's attention being pulled in every which direction. It's out a little bit of damage here as Who Are You tries to play up over the top, drops down right into the thick of things, dashes through, is trying to get to the execution onto Shy, but the nano comes out, it will keep him alive. Who Are You instead turns his sights over to Irony and finds that elimination. Spiana is out of the fight, now it's just Super Rich trying to keep everybody topped up. Does take down Lijiang, but Fate with the Primal Rage gets rid of Shy, and Who Are You is still wreaking havoc. Now has the blade online for the follow-up defensive fight. Super Rich though, still gets the kill, but he can't push the cart.
Outplayed. That Inspire healing coming into real big favor Hangzhou Spark, but it's a neutral fight and it costs ultimates for the Hangzhou Spark. I don't agree with the nano. Just let your players die, absorb the ultimates from the side of Shanghai, try and build an ult economy, and even if it takes you till the OT to win it, that's how you got to win this map. Now they don't have the nano to play through with. They do have a rally, but Lijiang's got one instead as well. So you haven't really got anything to work with if you are the Hangzhou Spark just yet. Not over the Shanghai Dragons, which still have more.
Shy goes over the Widowmaker, trying to topple Lip, but as he comes out with that pick, the infrasight goes up. It will now expire. Still a lot of time bought now, 15 seconds remaining in the time bank. Not too far to push, but they need to get this cart rolling. Spitfire with the Primal Rage, likely going to open things up. They also have the rally there. Just go ahead and get those health bars a bit fatter to the side of the Hangzhou Spark.
The Who Are You Blade will be the difference maker here. If Hangzhou cannot survive against the Blade, it is done. That will be what wins or loses the map.
Feint going into the back line. Shy looking for a target. The Blade now comes out for Who Are You. He's seeking a target, sees the deflection, waits it out the dash. Not going to hit, and nobody gets to the card. It's always the Briggs trying in the slow-mo, you know? But there you go. They can't contest it. They force them so far back as the ults get pulled. And Hangzhou Spark looks like caught off guard just a bit, and they will lose the map. So how many days was it, Avril, since Shanghai Dragons won their last map? I think you can go ahead and reset the counter now.
It's 0. 0 days since last Shanghai incident.
It has been 15 seconds since the Shanghai Dragons won a map.
True, big true. And look, I to be fair with you, Spark got zoned off the point there, and everyone would be spamming C9 by now. But I don't know. I'll send that one to the TV refs to check over. But yeah, Hangzhou couldn't play towards the point. I think they lacked ultimates again. I don't agree with how they were playing with their economy up until the last fight. You have to be banking on ults for that last fight, and they couldn't bleed enough ults out of Shanghai. So macro-wise, I think Hangzhou got outplayed in that kind of team economy decision making. So well done to Shanghai Dragons for picking up their first map of the 2022 season.
Yep, they get that under their belt, and they do tie this up, so not going to be another 3-0 for them. Still need to keep their heads above the water, need to try to get that win. That can they can take one more step towards that goal as we do get ready to go into Eichenwalde for our hybrid map. And that's going to be coming at you guys in just a few minutes, so stay with us, and we'll go right back into the action when we return. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our third map, but not the final one in this series. We are tied up 1-1 as the Shanghai Dragons narrowly were able to get the win clinched there on Watch Point Gibraltar. Bit of a nail biter down to the end, but the Hangzhou Spark didn't get to the cart. They didn't use the Primal Rage to touch it. They didn't contest it. No overtime, no win. Goodbye. Time to move on. Eichenwalde is going to be coming up next for Hybrid. We'll see if they can shake that off, refocus coming in, and reestablish a lead.
Yeah, upon further inspection on that last play, Primal was still available for Guangzhou, but they just didn't coordinate who was going to be touching the payload, and so they all just kind of missed the mark. It is how it is sometimes, and for his crimes, Guangzhou has been benched and Burner's being brought back. And no, it is Eichenwalde where I think Zarya makes sense here. A lot of teams have been playing Zarya here. Interestingly, though, Shanghai is doing this kind of... I don't know if this is just something Moon's been cooking up in the lab, but yesterday was the Void-only day. Today is the Fate-only day. So we're only seeing Fate today, we only saw Void yesterday. We're going to be playing more Winston on Eichenwalde, which I do like. I think this is, especially second point, a lot of high ground, low ground verticality that Fate can play with. But yeah, the more I see teams find success with Zarya, especially even on this map, the more I'm starting to lean towards it. But I'll trust Fate and Shanghai for now and see what they can get done.
Alright, well, starting things off on the defense, looks like we're going to have Alpha Yi coming out with the Echo, and the Ashe picked up yet again here for Shy. They've got Super Rich moving over to the Mercy, so the damage boost for either of these characters could be a hell of a lot of damage to try to deal with.
Play Lip Widow again. Alpha Yi can't deflect you this time, and you have three great matchups here. You had a good matchup into Shy, good matchup in Alpha Yi, good matchup into Super Rich, even Iron. In fact, you've got just a great matchup versus literally everybody. So if the coaching is good and Lip knows what he's doing, he'll peek on the Widowmaker, see that it is a perfect scenario for Widow to continue being played, and he may stay on it. The only thing I do have concerns about is if he can get successful enough with Widow angles, and to do that, his team is going to need to make space for him. So if he doesn't believe that'll happen, he's going to go to Soldier. Right, he hasn't seen everybody, he just saw the Echo, to be fair.
Very true. He does almost kill Alpha Yi off the rip, though, as soon as he rounds the corner, puts some Helix rockets right to his thigh. Takes him down to about half HP, but the pocket healing comes in from Super Rich. They top him right back up, put him back into the sky. Force back now for the moment, though. Looking for time to strike, moves up, getting some nice sticky bombs there onto Izayaki. Lip down low, and Bernard will be good to confirm the kill. The beam comes in, and Who Are You is dead. Nice two picks as the DPS members at the side of the Dragons fall, and everybody else is completely split away from each other, so it'll just be that extended team wipe coming through. Who Are You now going to be swapping over to the Tracer?
I actually think the Tracer has some value here. Now, usually I don't think Tracer matches well into Zarya at all, but because Super Rich is not on a Brig, not on a Lucio, and actually on a Mercy, Irony could just be easy pickings here for a Tracer. Who Are You can get into the backline and put the pressure on this almost just solo support on the ground, right? So, could be pretty decent.
See how he pilots this, and if you can get those pickoffs. Already done time. Bleeding away, and Lip is just dead again. Alpha Yi, I mean, he's playing so low to the ground. The man is fearless at the moment, dominating the skies. So Super Rich does get himself into a bad position, ends up dying, and Shy is gone as well. Alpha Yi, however, might just be able to drag this back. Fate is so low, antied out. He gets the headshot at the very end. Couple sticky bombs there onto Who Are You. Put some chip damage into him, but it doesn't matter if he gets that kill or not. They have stopped the push onto the point.
Yeah, Alpha Yi, superstar at Billy Gaming. The academy team with the Hangzhou Spark, who most recently won Contenders China. I mean, damn, my guy's fragging out 3 ultimates, nearly 4 with Super Rich gets his Valkyrie as well. Not a lot to speak of. 2 minutes in for the Shanghai Dragons. They're struggling to get any sort of positioning. They've got this kind of split approach here as well. Fade on the left side, went to nano somebody. Just gonna live.
Fate gonna be taking a nap here for the time being. Shy gets a headshot on the Who Are You, putting him down, and Izayaki's gone. No one to try to keep Fate alive, and the nano is going to go to waste. Looks like Lijiang dipping off the side of the map, trying to deny a kill. Is Alpha Yi says, yeah, I've got this. We've won the fight. I might as well just pop the nano boost in celebration.
Super Rich receives a nano boost for a half second there. Yeah, that was probably a very telling attack for the Shanghai Dragons in the miscoordination. Fate goes left, Lip goes right side. Izayaki doesn't see Fate, so decides to nano Lip instead. Fate just does his own thing, fight's lost, and he decides not to primal, and that's it. So not a lot gets done. Alpha is causing so many problems for the team right now. Lip just goes straight for him. But it goes to Super Rich.
Yep, goes in, but he's only going to be good for the 1 kill. At least does get Super Rich, so can't be rezzed back into the fight. Ends up falling though as Shy comes up with a nice headshot. They finally will touch the point as they look to cap this. Lijiang's going to pop the beat as well. Slams that down, puts a shielding out onto his teammates to try to keep them alive. Grab comes in though. Lijiang now going to fall. Who are you dashing around? Throws the pulse in, but the bubble is there, and Irony manages to survive, but with the help of Bernard, the cleanup comes through. They're still capping. They're getting the second tick just about. Now they have to make their exit, so they can't even finish it here. And now there's 40 seconds remaining for the Dragons on this attack.
Yeah, it's looking like a full hold to me, honestly. I know there's 55.6 on board, but they're not going to get the cap at all. They've run out of ultimates at this stage. Lip tried to use the visor, got super rich, high value target, but they lose the fight anyway because of a great opening headshot by Shy. Now you have to play up against a Nano. Shy's going to get a Bob. You don't have the damage for a Bob. Izayaki can just try and sleep it, I guess. But how do you get past this pocketed Alpha E? He's been a menace in the sky.
Well, he has been. Well, they're looking for Super Rich, and they will find him. Lip this time with the Helix rockets. Gets the takedown. Now the dive comes into the back. They're cutting off all vision here from Shy, just putting that bubble right into his face. So he can't respond with any damage of his own. Beam coming through though. The chase comes in. They're looking to finish off Fate. They take him low, but they can't quite get the kill. Second tick. Let's get picked up here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. A little bit more to work with, but now Fate trying to play forward. Gonna get beamed low. Ends up managing to survive as Lip comes up with 2 crucial kills. Izayaki with the Bionade as well finds Bernard. Lijay gone will pick up Irony. And there's the team kill, and in the last moments, they will finally be able to get this cap.
Unbelievably but good pocketing by Lijang on ECR to keep Fate alive there. He nearly died to Alpha Yi. I mean, Alpha Yi lands all this damage, flies around the tower with the beam, and Fate just being kept alive through sheer will of the Bionade and just pocketing. And even then, just towards the end, surviving against Alpha Yi again, diving in and out of the bubbles, good positioning, allows Lip to get some position to find frags, and it all starts to go bad for Hangzhou Spark, and it begins actually with that super rich death. I don't know how he got caught out, but Hangzhou Spark cannot afford to have their Mercy dying straight away.
No, they cannot. Well, still not much time to play around with, and still have to move the cart up and then try to get across the famed bridge here. There's another good pick. Yeah, Super Rich is just taken down. Who are you? Just sees him floating above and just swats the fly right out of the sky. Up he goes for the duplicate. For the Soldier 76, and yeah, he's setting up some nice kills here for Shy.
Okay, what is happening?
Shy just killed 3 people. Alpha E put damage into them, and he clicked them in the head to finish it. The card's still getting some good distance, though.
Yeah, welcome back to the Overwatch League, Shy. That's the Shy I remember from last year. I think I remember seeing Shy do quite a few of those last year, so there it is. He's trying to make that Ash pick work for him. We'll do so, 3 frags. I mean, you lose Super Rich, but Shy just says, yeah, no, we'll still win.
Getting jumped on. Some pocket healing will receive it. Fate though goes back in for it. Bionade comes down. He's going to be answered. The Primal gets popped. He finds Irony. He finds Shy, and here's the Primal Cleave as well. The Primal Blade from Fate as he will just scoop up 3 kills. Looking for a little bit more. He doesn't quite get the kill credit, but did most of the work. Alpha E is gone. Super Rich will be the last one to fall as the cart will manage to glide into point B and break open the castle walls.
Fate's been, honestly, pretty phenomenal on this map so far. Does a lot to stay alive and enables team on A, and now chasing even further. It doesn't even matter if he gets punished, if he dies. Doesn't matter, they're free pushing anyway. Speaking of free pushing, the fact that Shanghai were losing B and he got all of this distance, stayed alive, Shy forgot about him, jumped onto Shy, still survives in a 3k primal. I mean, Fate's just kind of carrying the team.
Weight on his shoulders there. Hear the call come out. The Bob has been invested. Who are you as well? The Pulse Bomb not going to find anything, and Lijiang is going to be nanoed out.
Big
dove right in front of Izayaki. He still will actually get a kill, but the Bob is wreaking havoc as Shy cleans up 3. 4 in total there in that fight. And oh dear, I don't think that was an intentional boostio by any means.
Nope, and honestly, probably the biggest grab I've seen so far in APAC, yeah, 100% is, because usually the grabs will be 1 or 2 members. That was like 4 members in a grab. So gigantic value there for Burner. Can't say the same for Izayaki's Nano, but it do be like that sometimes. And we're playing some Zarya Reaper now in close quarters. This is exactly where that comp shines.
Yep. Try to shut down the dive. Bernard falling low. That's going to force the Nano. And as soon as he's woken up, he's going to just go on a tear. Instantly helps find 3 kills here for the rest of his squad. Now, again, 40 seconds remaining as the reset has to come through. Primal up, nearly attack visor, as well as the sound barrier here. The tools that Shanghai Dragons need to try to utilize to find success here on Eichenwalde.
Super valuable Nano then. About the best value you can really hope for. 99% for Fate, so they will have this primal for the final engagement. It's unlikely that they cap now. They would have to get a ton of kills off the 3 ultimates. It is 3 ultimates, mind you. Bob will still be a bit of a problem towards the end there, and Alpha E will be hard to kill. So no matter what, this is going to be a good defense for the Hangzhou Spark, and if they can get it on the grab, I think they will hold.
Super Rich as well, very close to having that sound barrier up. Could completely nullify a lot of this. He's got the beat, he's going to go ahead, drops it. Does not get killed in the middle of it as Alpha E dives into the back, looking to try to take down Lip. TP over to the side. He makes his exit, now the Bob comes in. Bernard going to be taking a nap. You see Lip try to reposition. Alpha E gets back up, goes into the Wraith Walk to try to stay safe, and now has the Death Blossom. He pushes forward. Who are you and Lijiang both now going to fall. Nano goes out onto Fate, but the ante is there. He will still manage to pick up Irony, but that's as good as it's going to get, and that's as far as the cart is going to go. Just shy of the throne here, point C. Now, Shanghai Dragons get the try there, hands it to defense once again.
You saw that Easy-Aki actually use the sleep dart on Bernard there, which gives Shy free clearance to drop the Bob down onto the payload. The bubble will only slow the Bob down so much, and, well, there's just not enough damage or capability for Shanghai to get past that. On top of the other ultimates that were online for the Hangzhou Spark as well, especially Super Rich, like you mentioned, getting that sound barrier in time. It was matched by Lijiang, but it completely nullified Lip's visor, so Shanghai Dragons, despite the heroics of Fate on both A and B, they'll finish with 54.94 meters. And to be honest with you, the fact that it came down to heroics from Fate in the first place is probably not a great sign for the Shanghai Dragons, because you'd like to see them win in more of a clean type of way, right? You don't really want to be seeing a situation where, you know, Fate does some shenanigans. I mean, don't get me wrong, great play, but yeah, and we just saw Shy dominate there with some classic Shy mechanics highlighted, and a replay that also caught Easy-Aki's Boostio, so a 2-in-1 for that replay, I'll say.
Yeah, I thought on that whip shot, I heard the the kill confirm sound come through. It was actually the Bob picking one up. I thought he just sniped somebody that I couldn't even see, but he gets that kill on the Tracer right at the very end there. Nasty stuff from Shy. I think we can definitely give him a pass. The Ash for Shy, good. Stamp of
definitely
approval.
good.
I will
definitely
issue
good
it.
on a point where he can't get flanked as well. So I think kind of the issues for Shy is, well, on Eichenwalde the C, he's just got free sight lines to work with, so a very strong position. He'll actually do it again for attack. He's believing in this pick by quite a lot. A pick that I don't believe in is the Diva. So Bernard, not pleased with this one, but see if he can do something with it. It just seems like, you know, it does everything worse than Zarya currently. So I don't know. And worse than Winston. It's just not as good as the other heroes. What can I say?
Well, see how they fare now with this opening attack. Who are you? Already going to be taken down. Shy finds with the dynamite, takes it down. Alpha E follows up with a beam, kill onto Izzy-Aki as well. And it seems like Lip on the exit, narrowly limping away from the fight here. This should just lead to at least a couple ticks, if not the cap itself on point A.
Shy again, opening up their bank account. Dynamite kill onto Who Are You, who's actually going to be on the, Tracer now.
They just conceded.
And then follow-up damage as well. 55% ult charge as a damage dealer. Pretty decent stuff.
Yeah, very good look. Who Are You again? Just going to be forced to swap over. Goes back to the Tracer this time. See if he can find some more value on defense. Shy wants to go for a peek, but Izzy-Aki is privy to this. Breeds him with a nice little bio-nade, denying those sight lines as long as possible.
So Alpha Yi on the defense was kind of a terror for the Shanghai Dragons to deal with. Now on the offense, once again pocketed. Needs to kind of be the difference maker. Getting a few love taps from Shy, and actually they're sharing that because Shy went down to 1 HP also, but the Bob is nearly available. Not a lot of good places to put this Bob. If you can force the fight to the ground, the Bob's going to have a lot of value, but up against jumping characters and up against players on high ground, the Bob is not going to do a lot.
Well, there's the dive down. They collapse trying to take out Shy, so she sends the Bob out in response. Nano out onto Lip, but he hasn't been able to find a target. Fate's gonna fall. Super Rich comes up with 2 kills. The Battle Mercy is going crazy. Gets Who Are You as well, and Alpha is the only casualty in the fight, and that gets completely counteracted by the res. Super Rich just popped the hell off.
Yeah, there it is. Super Rich. I don't even know how he did that. But I assume he valks, he flies at people, whips the pistol out, locks a couple of players, goes back, gets a res. Really does it all in this Mercy today and enables this payload to go a little bit further. And Shanghai Dragons, like I said,
they would need to jump to the low ground and fight Hangzhou on the low ground, force Shy to do anything with the bomb, and they do exactly that, and Shy's like, okay, I get to use my ult now.
Fate jumping onto the cart, just trying to keep this contested. They narrowly keep him alive. Though quite low is Lip playing off the back bridge here. Does manage to find Shy, opening things up just a bit. Super Rich has not been able to find a res. And here comes Alpha Yi now with the counter visor in the duplicate form. He'll get broken out of that though by Lijiang. And who are you with the pulse bomb? Got Irony. Will be a fairly cleanly won fight here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as they just clean up Bernard.
A really good job keeping Lip alive, because you see Alpha Yi with the visor onto Lip the entire time, and Lip just wasn't going down. His HP pool as high as ever. Just, I don't even really saw it go below 200 all that often. So Shanghai Dragons hold on strong. They're surviving as a nano, the duplicate, everything really. And a big reset here with 3 minutes remaining now. High ground control importantly in the hands of Shanghai.
Super Rich, okay. Cannot confirm the kill, but Alpha Yi has now overstepped. Caught out. Super Rich was trying to disengage. He pursues forward, ends up going down. He's not going to be in a resable position. Who are you dead, but can rejoin rather quickly here as everybody else was zoned back by a Bionade.
So winnable for Shanghai. I mean, if they can hold this position, this will be their map for sure. They have plenty of ultimates. Their positioning is fantastic. This is not a very good position for the Hangzhou Spark to try and fight for high ground. I mean, Bernard's on a Diva, trying to fly up in Matrix, but you just don't have the staying power.
And on to Who Are You? He's going to dive all the way back up towards the spawn. He's looking for the kill here on to Shy. Nade goes out. They keep him alive. Who Are You? Will get picked. Maybe a little bit of an overextension though, but still just buying some time off the time bank here for this defense. Big chunk down to about half. Just hold on to the Primal Rage in case he gets into a sticky situation. For now, he's trying to hold on to it. Lip is going to pop the tack visor, zone them off this high ground, make sure they cannot contest at this point. Looking for another target, will not be able to find one, and Bernard does safely get back into the mech, but doesn't find anything with that self-destruct. Alpha E opens up, finds Izayaki moments before the sound barrier comes down. Who Are You though? Just neutered the DPS a little bit there by taking down Shy, and now Super Rich is gone, so Alpha E has lost his pocket, he's lost the damage boost.
And it should be a cleanup now. Fate surviving with the Primal Rage as well. Lijiang getting the boot kill to Irony. It should be enough here. I mean, it's the trade kills coming through, right? Alpha E gets the initial pick off, but the rest of the Shanghai Dragons will respond in kind, and that's just going to keep them further strong in the defense here. Burner, oh, he's going to go for a swap here. Doesn't jump off the map, so... And onto Azaria.
Oh,
onto Azaria. Okay, that pleases me. Super Rich actually went off the Mercy though, so it's not going to be a pocketed Alpha Yi anymore. That might impact Alpha Yi's output a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly can. See how he can fare though.
Oh, okay.
Hasn't been
so they want
broken
to
out of the duplicates pretty quickly. Oh, alright, well, he's just going to go straight in for the dupe. Grabs the Genji, but getting focused pretty heavily here. Has to drop down. 70% built up towards the Dragon Blade. Not sure how much value he's going to be able to find here. Dashes in, tries to get on top of Lip. The blade now comes out, but he instantly gets broken. Lijiang finding that elimination, plus gets rid of Super Rich. Beam not going to get much done either. Lijiang falling low. He's going to be able to stay alive, at least for the moment. His Fate continues to contest the high ground. Dives in, is anti. Can he escape? Looks like the answer is going to be yes, because he just takes down Shy, and then there's no damage left to threaten him. Alpha Yi, though, playing on the low ground. He's jumped up by Who Are You? Manages to find that kill, nullifies the Dragon Blade. Step in the right direction, but Irony now gone. Super Rich as well. They are supportless here with 15 seconds remaining.
If the Alpha Yi dies, he can come back onto a Reaper. I was going to say, Super Rich and Burner can work the castle together. They actually managed to take the high ground. They link up with Alpha Yi on the top, but now they have to push the payload. We're into OT. Shanghai have reclaimed high ground. Burner's on the ground. Yeah, they are going to touch, thankfully. But the rest of the team's cut off. Look at Irony's positioning. He's still back in spawn.
Yeah, Alpha, you're going to get jumped on here. The attack visor is available, and Lip is going to pop that. They put a lot of heals out onto them, the nano boost as well. Lip's going to find 1, 2, 3 kills, looking for a little bit more, and he's going to get all 5 members. Gets the team kill, gets the ace to go ahead and close out Eichenwalde, and there is the Shanghai Dragons picking up a second map win, now 2-1.
Good stuff there on that defense on B. Yeah, Lip sealing the deal. Grand Finals MVP 2021 of Lip. And it all just comes down to the fact that I think Hangzhou Spark changed comps quite too late. And look, I mean, that high ground control that Shanghai Dragons held pretty much the entire defense on B was phenomenal. They ult-cycled correctly. They had way more ultimates for the most part compared to the Hangzhou Spark economically. Only a couple of times did it feel like maybe Shanghai overstepped. You had that moment where they all kind of dropped down on Desai. He backs out, he bobs, and Hangzhou Spark got some value off of that. Hangzhou tried to get some push on. But had Bernard changed his area early and they just pushed through into the castle and forcibly take the high ground off of Shanghai Dragons and work the ground that way, I think that would have been the better line of play. I'm still not really convinced by the D.Va just yet. I just don't think it brings enough to the table.
Well, not quite able to make it happen. Another really good defense there shown by the side of the Shanghai Dragons, this time resulting in another victory. So, it's a move in the right direction. They now bring themselves to match point. It's on the Hangzhou Spark now. They try to win out on Lijiang Tower to take us into a Game 5. We're going to see if they can do that when we come back from the break, so do not go anywhere. right, we are back. Shanghai Dragons managed to pick up yet another map victory on Eichenwalde. Now they are looking to end this series and net themselves their first win of the 2022 season. It all comes down to Lijiang Tower to see whether or not they can do it, or if the Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to persevere, extend this just a little bit further, and take us into a Game 5. Either way, I'm totally down for it, Avril, but this is a scary place to go if you're Hangzhou Spark, because it's Lijiang Tower. We have seen what this guy can do when he gets onto the Colosseo. We know the environmental kills that he can come up with, especially on Garden. So you have to be a bit wary going into this map.
Yeah, and it is heavy Lucio meta as well, so Lijiang loves that. Personally, I'm still not used to seeing a control map in the 4th slot. I'm like, oh, we're on map 5 now, but that's
right.
Still yet to come. That'll be New Queen Street if we get there, so Hangzhou Spark would have to really pull something exquisite through. Don't believe we have any substitutions in, so Bernard staying, which means Zarya versus Winston well? Again. Who are you staying? So they want to play more Genji. Like I said earlier, it seems like kind of Shanghai's strategy or their method to play through today is it's the Fate Day. Yesterday we had the Void Day, today it's the Fate Day. It'll just be more Fate all the way through, and honestly, even if we go to New Queen Street, probably still Fate, because you can just keep the Winston going through. They lost to Velasria's Winston from Fusion yesterday, so yeah, it should just be Fate coming through for the rest of this one. And there is even a world, and I got to put this out there, I will sow the seed. Control Center, you might even see Fate Ryan. Yep, I'm serious, that could come through.
Very much a possibility. I have to just wait and see what they do have prepared for us, but I'd be down for it. I haven't seen any Rhine yet, so I'd love to,
Burner
see
actually
back in action.
I think Burner actually pulled like a little bit of Ryan versus Seoul yesterday.
I meant like I haven't cast it, but yes.
Oh yeah, well same. I guess we're both in the same in that boat then. Because here's the thing, my legitimate argument for Ryan is that Ryan in a map like that actually plays pretty good into Zarya. It's not a bad matchup for the Ryan, it's even positive. So, Control Center, keep your eyes on that one. For now though, you mentioned Gardens, you mentioned Lijiang Tower, you mentioned environmental kills. Well, it should be all of that and more.
Alright, well, Alpha Yi looking like he's going to come out the gate so far with the Pharah, unless there's a last-second swap, but no, he will begin with this. See, Concussive Blast goes out, not going to find any knockoffs there, and yeah, Shy.
He's changing.
He is going to go for... Okay, yeah, he's changing it. Never mind. All right. Just a Soldier 76, I suppose. So bridge back over onto the Mercy, though, of course, to pocket Alpha Yi up. Quite dangerously close to this ledge. Does have another Concussive Blast ready to roll. Gets a nice direct hit there on a Lijiang. He's trying to get the finishing blow, but narrowly. Lijiang is able to avoid that. Point now going to be unlocked. Shift over to the side. Alpha Yi looking for another target. Drops down, hits the floor for just a moment, continuing to send out these rockets to look for a pick, but it's Lijiang who finds the first kill. Not sure if it was off the side of the map or not. I believe it was just a boop for the finish, but gets Shy, and Bernard is gone as well.
Yeah, point opens. Shanghai Dragons are the first ones to be able to go on there. They start pressuring it straight away. Alpha Yi's doing damage, but can't do enough to confirm either his own final blows or to support the rest of his team in getting those final blows. Lip's also got a ton of damage done compared to Shy, so I mean, Lip can definitely just farm Alpha Yi if he wants to. Every single time Alpha Yi shows his face, Lip can deal that damage, and now with the visor available, Alpha Yi's got to be very careful.
Looking for him up the drop down here with the barrage, but he's instantly slept. Beautiful reaction from Izayaki. Shuts it down. Lip pops attack visor as well. Finds the other component in that Pharmacy duo. Rich gone. Bernard out of the mech. And they will just let him slide off the side of the map. Lijiang moving forward to get the final hit in. Hey, it counts. It counts.
I like that. It's
one for the tally.
Style coming through from Lijiang. It certainly is one for the tally. I think he's up to 2 now, maybe. Nanoblade will be next up to call for the Shanghai Dragons, already 50% in. Fate's doing a little, not quite spawn camping, but he's threatening it. Nano for LPG.
Playing forward. Yeah, Nano does go in. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Izayaki and Lip both falling. Seems like this is finally the moment for them to break through. Now he's looking for Who Are You, waits out the deflection, and double rockets greeting him as he hits the floor. He will remain there. Contesting the flip now, getting ready to come in. Damn. It's 71% on the board here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but they have 4 ults ready to go to retake.
Yeah, so 3 out of 5 kills there for Alpha Yi as well, so brilliant Nano in terms of value. Alpha Yi now playing this super annoying angle near the Shanghai spawn. I mean, this is not easy to deal with, and he's just farming up more ult charge, right? Maybe he can even pick up a support on their way to transition towards the point. Yeah, they're going White Room. I don't agree with this. I don't think you should go White Room versus Zafara.
Oh my god, just one after the other. That's the DPS duo locked down now. Lijiang gone in a rough spot. Will be kept alive. Barrage is yet again online. Feels like Alpha Yi just used this moments ago. Now has another ready to roll. Fantastic power play and pathing being shown off here.
It's also a disrespect. I mean, you're not showing respect to the Fire. You're literally pathing into some of the Fire's strong points of the map. You have to kind of play, look, if you play open, you're going to get cogged, but you have to kind of eat that. But if you play towards White Room, you're just going to get blasted by AoE damage. And now he's got a barrage as well. I do not think that Shanghai can realistically make that move again. They have a sound barrier to maybe block out this barrage. Izayaki is going to have to be a sleep guard again. This positioning from Alpha Yi is just so dirty.
Yep, just continues to throw these rockets in from the flank. Still continues to maintain his fuel quite nicely. Who are you? Opens up things with a blade here. Finds Shy. Looks for a little bit more as the barrage comes in. And he'll just shift over the shurikens. By the elimination, he's trying to deny the res. Cannot do so. Alpha's back into the fight, but Super Rich gives his life for that res. Are you still hot on the heels here, trying to take this bar out of the sky? The deflection comes in, but so do the heals. Alpha Yi be allowed to stay alive for a little bit longer, but now he's in a rough spot. Fate has him pinned with a primal. They get the elimination, and Shanghai have retaken the point, now moving up to 90%, and these kills cannot afford to be coming in right now for the side of the Spark if they want to recontest this.
They just don't have DPS. I mean, Alpha Yi's only just respawned here. Burner has to go for the touch. He'll get D-Mech. He's been booped as well. Barely makes it onto the point, but he's instantly out of the mech.
Yeah, barely manages to make that happen. Alpha Yi now going to be nanoed up, but he's so low on HP, and Lip's got the tac visor rolling. He's trying to get these direct hits through, but he just cannot get the kill through the healing out of Izayaki, through that biotic field. Lip stays alive. We'll get a couple more here on the back end. And 170%, the first round here of Garden goes the way of the Shanghai Dragons.
And I almost look back and, hindsight 2020 here, but you have such a good positioning for Alfie to play through for the Fire. You almost don't want to use a barrage. You can threaten the barrage, but it's one of those classic things, right, Achilleos. The Fire does well until they barrage and they die. And then because Alpha Yi dies, Super Rich goes for the res. Cool, you got the res, but you've lost the Mercy. So even though Alpha Yi's alive, he can't do anything. He's not pocketed anymore. You've lost all the pressure that Alpha Yi originally had that was putting Shanghai Dragons down. And while that was all happening, guess what? Shanghai capped. And then we went to OT, and then they finished the map, and that was it. So it's really weird, but I think that barrage actually kind of cost Hangzhou Spark the sub-map.
Well, now we move forward here into Night Market. We'll see if we can even get to that control center. Shanghai might just look to close things out right here, right now. LB moves back over to the Reaper. He's shown some proficiency on so far here today. This looks like Shanghai is going to be leaving Fate to his own devices, hovering above the opponents. Everybody else kiting back over towards the point, ready for when it unlocks, which it has now. Spark going to go for approach through main. Will be the first one to touch. Can they get the cap? We'll just have to wait and see as Shy gets picked off by Lip right at the start. Alpha Yi going to be topped up. Gets a good amount of damage there on a Lijiang, but cannot find the finishing blow. Sleep connects here onto Fate. Gets woken back up, and they cannot confirm the kill. It'll just then be Shanghai Dragons punching through and very quickly retaking this cap.
I gotta say, you man, Dragons, I don't know what type of, well, I do know what type of beast they are. Maybe they just take a while to wake up. Dragons snoozing all of yesterday, kind of slow to start with on this particular day as well, but they're looking on fire now. They're certainly very well coordinated. You can see that as soon as Hangzhou Spark want to make a transition towards the point as it opens, Shy is the one that gets caught out as Lip just beams them down, and Shanghai do not relent. They're still going in, and now Shy's in trouble again. Fate's in his face, and Ultimates are coming on. Lip's about to have Visor. He's got it.
Okay, well, Fate will fall. Tries to jump out the break line of sight, doesn't manage to do so, and Alpha Yi gets on top of Who Are You, so it's a good, solid opening here for the side of the Spark as they just hound down Lijiang gone. Flip coming back in, they keep things close, only 35% on the board there for Shanghai Dragons.
It's a shame because the Shanghai Dragons were about to get very certain ultimates, and then they started losing members. If Fate doesn't go as aggressive, or he stays alive a little bit longer, maybe a little bit more healing, better positioning, they play the ultimate advantage, Shanghai win that fight. But yeah, they got fragged as the ults come online, and now they no longer have that ult advantage, because Hangzhou have ults as well.
Still zoning them back away from the point right now for the moment. Still have a couple members on that inside track as Bernard. So right into the middle of the Dragons. Attack visors, nanoed out on either side, do come through, but Shy is instantly shut down. Fate goes into the primal range, finds that elimination, and Lip is tearing through everybody else. Blink and you miss it, everybody dies. And just like that, as soon as they lose control, they regain it, and will look to retake the lead.
Yeah, Lip is, he heard people talking smack about him yesterday, so he's here to remind people why he was the Grand Finals MVP. Because he was farming the Atlanta Reign with the Hanzo is actually why. But no, really, Lip was obviously a big factor for this team. And big factor, especially Fate, using the Primal to buff it Shy around. So Shy got nothing done with the Nanovisor. He was just completely owned by that Fate Primal the whole time. Meanwhile, Lip farm.
Yep. Now the blade's gonna come through. Who are you dropping down from above is instantly met with death though. Shy hits him with the Helix Rockets, and it's 3 quick kills here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, something that they desperately need. Follow-up comes through there on to Fate. The support's gonna have to try to run, but Shy says nope. Sort of Lijiang on, the flip comes in yet again, just blow for blow, ult for ult. Hangzhou Spark are trading it back, but they still need to get this round win if they want the series to continue.
It's blow for blow even individually as well, right? We had a huge play from Lip, now we got a huge play from Shy, and there it is again. Shy does not let Lip out of his sights, and I don't know why. Oh, Lip seems to be really far ahead of the rest of his team as well, so good punish.
LBE realizing that he's bit off a little bit more than he can chew. It's not going to be able to kill Fate through that healing that Lijiang is offering up, so decides to make his timely exit. 40% away from the Death Blossom, though, still a ways to go. Well, he's going to TP back up aggressively, knows that he's got the Wraith Walk for a bit of a bailout. Wants to get that ult online. Actually punishing Fate. The support's not come in, no one is there to peel, and now he's going to TP back up to the point where the flip nearly happened. Now it's going to be 90% locked in here. Look at the Hangzhou Spark continuing to creep upward, but Shy, he pops the attack visor and he dies instantly yet again. Now Lip goes out, hasn't even used his visor. Manages to find 2 kills. He's going to be taking a nap, but when he wakes up, he is still going to have that ult to utilize should he need to. Down below half HP, the flip's starting to come in. Looks like Lip will get picked off at the end. Alpha finds that elimination, has the Wraith Walk, is trying to make his way out, pops the Death Blossom, comes up with 2 kills, and just like that, the flip is going to come right back in for the side of the Spark.
A well-deserved smile there. LPU knows he clutched that one. He really clutched up hard. That was a losing fight for the Hangzhou Spark, but LPU drops on in, and yeah, look, I think even if Lijiang touches there, it wasn't going to look good for the Shanghai Dragons. They're down on members. A humongous shutdown. First of all, solo kill to Fate. Hilariously so, like you said, no one really helping Fate, but Fate just kind of prolonging his own death there because Alpha Yi was not going to be slowed down. He was just going to run him straight into Fate. Shuts down Lip as well, gets a Death Blossom, kills everybody else. I mean, Alpha Yi did everything in that last fight to get them across the line and bring us to a final 3rd round of Lijiang. And there it is, the Fate line as foretold. I set this one up 2 damn rounds ago, and now we get to see it. So thank you, Hangzhou Spark, for winning that last one, because otherwise we wouldn't have seen this.
Here we go. Let's see if it gets them the win, both on the map and in the series. Lip going to be going back over to the Soldier. Shy trading off goes for the Reaper as Alpha Yi wants to take back to the skies here. We get a new look of Who Are You as he brings out the Mei. Classic
first Shanghai Dragons Mei. Oh, that's actually the first Mei of all APAC I think we've seen so far. So there it is, 2 days in.
I believe so.
Mei finally comes on out. And you know, by the way, Soldier on this patch is insane because even on a Brawl comp with a Ryan Mei, you're still playing the Soldier, but it is what it is, as we now have a couple of swaps for Alpha Yi moving over towards the Genji to try and at least roll this one out.
Alright, wall comes up, they look to cut off the retreat here, but Bernard not really under too much threat. Sits there, picks up some of these swings and fire strikes, gets some energy in his Fate. They're taking a little nap, wall comes up to keep him protected, they can top him back up. Lots of damage coming through though in Izayaki. There's just not enough peel in the world to try to save him. But Shy has gotten access to the back line. Scoops up 3 kills. He's looking for a 4th. Won't be able to claim it for himself, but it is still very much into the meat grinder there for Shanghai Dragons.
I think Lip should consider the Reaper here as well. The Soldier is going to get less value versus oh no, it lasted such a short amount of time. I think it could have worked. You know, I think Lip's like, I'm not swapping a Reaper. The rest of you swap for me. I'm staying on the Soldier. You swap to Genji. Who are you?
Well, Shy again just looking to get right up into their faces. 24% for the Death Blossom to come through. And the healing focus has been overall pretty great for him. Now, Mana Boost goes out with the Alpha Yi. Nearly has the blade available, but the Sleep Dart will connect from Izayaki rather. Put him on the floor, but they're not able to do anything with it. They can't even stay alive. Well, there's one member just completely disabled on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Fate and Who Are You both go down. Now Lip is going to be swapping over to the Reaper.
Oh my god.
Realizing that he absolutely needs to do it, but it's already a very nice advantage built up as Lijiang. I mean, okay, he gets super rich off the side of the map.
It's a 5v5. It's just pretty valuable, actually, but they're up against a, about to be a Blade plus Grav. Alpha's not doing too much on this Blade so far. It has been defended by Lijiang's feet.
Yeah, Sound Barrier comes through in response to that, but now that gives them a bit of an opening here with this Graviton Surge. They throw it in, the Bionade connects on the bait, and they're able to focus fire him. Up as well with the Nano, who's narrowly surviving. The heals being pumped forward into him as the Death Blossom comes in from Shy, and it leads to 3 more kills. This is just so uneven right now between these two teams. Spark is running away with this last round.
I mean, by the way, Reaper, no synergy with Winston. If they had just gone Reaper with the Rhine, this would have worked, but Shanghai are probably going to lose this round now because their comp just doesn't do a lot. The Tracer actually makes a lot more sense, so I at least agree with that. Super rich with the beat, though, that's probably going to be the game ender here. Once the beat happens, I don't think much will happen from the Shanghai side.
Well, they get the touch, they force out OT. They have to make their swift exit, now they're back into it. Sound Barrier comes in from Super Rich, look at the shutdown, the approach. Who are you? Falling low, Fate taking a nap, still a couple percentage away. Now has that Primal online, but Lijiang is going to fall. Alpha E took him low, finishes him off with the dash, and now Who Are You and Izayaki is out of the fight. It's all on Fate. He pops the Primal Rage, but it just seems like there's no way in hell that he could try to turn this one around. Jumps back up, gets the health pack, and cannot rejoin on the point to keep the overtime extended. Hangzhou Spark will take Lijiang Tower. They will take us to a game 5.
Yeah, brilliantly so as well. I mean, they might not have quite done it with the, Fire on Guardians. I almost think they almost could have won Guardians with the Fire, but well played by Lip. And speaking of well played by Lip, he really put the team into his hands for this night market, now day market technically. But I look back in Control and I'm still just disappointed in the fact that I think they had the right read. Going towards Orion versus Zarya in that matchup is the correct meta read, but Lip being on the wrong hero there kind of screwed the team, and then he goes to the right one, but the rest of the team's already swapped off and it's a mess. And you've already got this huge snowball from the Zarya on the other end, and the rest of Hangzhou Spark, lock it in. Good stuff. They outplay Shanghai Dragons where they need to, and this could have even been a 2-0 for them, but we're going to go to the game 5. Can't wait for it.
That we are, and I cannot either. New Queen Street to settle it all to see who's going to be walking away victorious. Is it Shanghai getting their first win of the season, or is it Spark notching their second one in? We're going to find out when we come back from the break. Do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back and we are going into map number 5 in this bout between Shanghai Dragons and the Hangzhou Spark. Our first map 5 of the APAC 2022 season, so only took 2 days and we got there. But damn, it's been so back and forth between all of these squads, not just in that last map of Lijiang Tower, but the whole way throughout. Hangzhou Spark, they bring it to a 5th and final. They're looking to shut down the Dragons and deny them a win in the season.
And the craziest part of Kilios is I don't know who's going to win. I mean, you get to this map 5, and sometimes you could feel that one team is edging the other one out. This is close enough to call that flip a coin, because honestly, Hangzhou Spark have been playing phenomenally. Shanghai Dragons are slowly coming back into form, but not quite fully awake yet, that Dragon is. And even now, we are making further substitutions. So we saw their Void coming in for Fate Flitter for Who Are You. So I did mention, I thought maybe Shanghai would just keep Fate in for the entire day, because it's Fate Day today, and well, even for New Queen Street, you know, Fusion showed yesterday among many other teams showing how good Winston can be on this map. But also, you know, you have to look across to see and see that Dallas are forcing, not even just forcing, but winning with the Zarya everywhere, every map, every game mode, including push. So Void comes in, he's got a match burner. Shanghai Dragons 5 maps deep are thinking, okay, you know what? Maybe we'll just play the Zarya as well and try and beat them at the Zarya mirror. We do have Void after all.
Let's see what they have for us here. Everything to play for now, especially for the Dragons who want to get that first win under their belt. Hangzhou Spark, though,
What a
very
weird
much
sentence
going to be
say.
happy to walk away and be 2-0 in the season.
What a strange feeling to be like, man, Shanghai Dragons are just so desperate to get their first series win of the season.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness. Doesn't sound real. It really doesn't. By now,
No, it
the
certainly
Dallas
does not.
Fuel had already dumpstered a team 3-0 after losing to Houston. Shanghai was still waiting. Come on.
Yeah, it's taken a little bit more time for them to try to bounce back, because even while we have had these individual moments and, you know, the team play has looked great from the Shanghai Dragons, it just hasn't lasted throughout the entire length of a map, you know? It's been kind of spurts of it rather than that consistent, concise play that we're used to seeing from them from last season. There very much are times where it just feels like the team kind of disconnects away from one another and they're not playing as a solid unit. So it's definitely a bit wobbly to say the least, but we are going to have mirrored compositions coming out the gate. Let's see who can pilot it better.
And yesterday, you know, Fusion definitely outplayed Dragons on this particular map in, you know, these types of matchups here as well. But we are in a complete mirror matchup for this particular occasion on map number 5. All to play for. Initial boobs can mean everything, by the way. Void half
just
HP,
straight
so
to
is
the back here
Burner.
from Fleta. He's going to instantly have to wraith walk out of there, realizes that he doesn't have too much support. He bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and Alpha is going to take control of that situation. Comes up with a kill. Ziyaki having been chunked out before, ends up falling to Bernard. Right now, it's a rough look here at the start for the Shanghai Dragons, as Lijiang will also join Izayaki in the grave. Both supports down. First spot to start pushing is going to be that of the Spark.
Yep, so looking towards where ultimates are, still pretty even across the board, but it's the early push. I mean, on a push map, speaking of, it's so important to win that initial fight. You get a kind of a free push. Don't get a ton of distance off that just yet. Void just intersects straight away. Forces the shift from Alpha Yi.
Just dips back, Lijiang trying to dive in, trying to move some people out of position. Alpha Yi takes a TP, gets himself out to safety. As they're playing around the back, playing from Shanghai's side, trying to re-aggress and take this. 100 energy out, Void trying to stay alive, pulls back around the corner, but Shy gets on top of him, gets that rocket in. Manages to find the elimination, so Tank gonna be gone. Lijiang also under fire right now here. He will get a little bit of burst
Shy
healing his
Visor
Lip.
in 1
He'll be the
HP.
first one to pull the Visor, and yeah, he tries to use it, but he's just way too low. Lip strikes him down, and yet again, Lip comes up massively off the back of his ult. 3 kills for himself. Bernard eventually finished off there by Fleta, and this is the moment now for the Shanghai Dragons to get some nice distance.
I will never understand why certain Soldier players, it's not just Shy, it's been so many different players, will choose to Visor when they're clearly dead. It blows my mind. And this is even a situation where, I don't know, maybe it's a sunk cost fallacy. They're like, we killed Void early, it's a 5v4, we should be winning this fight, and I'm Shy and I'm going to save the day, but he just gets fragged, so it doesn't do a lot. But they still have a grab. Bernard's going to pull that out through now. Lijiang will be able to counter. Void will have a grab, and Super Rich can counter as well. So it should be pretty even, minus the fact that Izayaki has Nano.
I hope to see how many people he can catch, because if it is just solo on the Void, maybe they just commit the Nano Boost to it rather than the whole sound barrier itself. have to wait and see what they want to do. It's actually going to be Void who pulls the trigger first. The sound barrier does come out from Super Rich with a nail, a 3-man bio grenade. But now moving forward, throws in the Death Blossom, will find Super Rich. Counter bio nade out on the 2 though. Void and Lijiang instantly get evaporated by the remaining members here on the side of the Hangzhou Spark. They're looking for a little bit more though. Fleta still managing to stay alive. The Nano Boost helping out so very much. He comes up with the kills, and Alfie as well. Goes for the Death Blossom, does get Izayaki, but is instantly cold after that. And now the Shanghai Dragons continue to get this push going.
Yeah, good kills by Flitter coming through, even better pocketing from Izayaki. You saw that Flitter was in a lot of trouble. The healing comes in, the bio nade just to boost him up. Alpha Yi tries to save the day a little bit, more, I think, excusable than what Shy did, because Alpha Yi, look, if you pop the Death Blossom, you can just heal off the damage, right? But gets capped by Flitter in the face, so Shanghai Dragons, well done there. The push pot still will go backwards though as Hangzhou Spark go towards it, take some control. Looks like we just swapped sides though. Shanghai are in mid.
Waiting to test this. Nano goes out onto Alpha Yi. He's going to get slept but woken up quickly. Lip trying to relocate. Get a better angle here and also try to stay alive. He's at 49 HP and he's still standing out in the open, taking shots. Kills have not come his way, but he's still got the elimination there on to Shy. Counterpart though with Fleta also having been taken down, and now it's going to be a DPS-less Shanghai Dragons trying to stop the bot, shifting back to the opposite side of the map. Void good for 1. Fleta going to be rejoining here any moment now. Seems like Shanghai playing this out decently well as Lijiang staying elusive, avoiding Alpha Yi.
Alpha Yi's desperate. He's trying to find anybody here. It's like, what people keep running away from me. I just want to dive onto someone. And speaking of blown up, it's not quite over. Fleta wants to go in. Has to be careful though, shift force out. It's still a decent amount of free push for Shanghai though. Remember, they have the cap, they have the forward spawns, they're reaching nearly 70 meters on that cap, and with the timer going down, it's not looking good for Hangzhou again. Very difficult to come back if you are behind.
Yeah, they need to get a cap, they need to start shifting this bot back the opposite direction within the next minute or so. They want to have a chance of winning this map and, not doing it in overtime. I mean, Fleta, yeah, just instantly getting dinked there. Falls low, manages to make it out, and Lip is still going to find Alpha Yi all at the same time. Sort of him takes the Reaper out of the fight, stops the Death Blossom for at least a little bit longer. They're just charging up right in front of the spawn. Jigon drops the beat, shields them up, but Void going to be focus fired. Shy finds that elimination. Looks like Shanghai might have to make the call to try to reset now.
They've done enough though, they actually don't spend
on the card.
But look at this, they kind of bait the fight, right? Lijiang used the sound barrier, they walk in, I can't remember the Nano got used as well. Hangzhou obviously commit, they win the fight, which is fine. Fleta wants to go for a play here, but the most important thing to note is the 100 meters been found. Is Fleta going for anything of value here? He's kind of just chilling.
He is going for the longest, deepest lurk that we have seen.
Big Death Blossom potential.
It absolutely is. If they can set this up properly, he's just going to TP straight in. Pops the ultimate, but everybody is already relocated, so he's not going to find anything for it. The build-up into the flop. It's like waiting for a Marvel movie to come out. But anyway, we'll see what happens now. Death Blossom in from Alpha Yi, this time significantly more successful. Finds both supports on the side of Shanghai. Does end up falling. The bot is shifting back over the opposite side of the map. They will retreat. They will catch this. Fleta somehow makes it out with his life intact.
So you're telling me Alpha Yi had the No Way Home Blossom and Fleta had the Morbius Blossom. I understand that. Okay.
Yes,
Fleta's still at 1 HP, by the way. And good final push coming through from the Hangzhou Spark. The fact that they're getting a push with it not being an OT yet is super important, because by the time that 130 goes down, assuming Hangzhou can keep winning here, they can actually make a good attempt for this 100 meters. Shy on 1 HP.
1 HP.
Literal 1
HP. Actually manages to survive as well. Lip on the hunt, trying to find something with attack visor, but it will expire, and it doesn't lead to any kills. Still keeping the bot fairly well contained, though. Has to go nearly triple the current distance in order to take the lead. Attack visor now from Shy. Yep, goes on the flank, pushes back through the door. Grabs that mini pack for just a moment. He's looking for another target, but again, it's not going to come up with too much. Instead, ends up being right up into Fleta's face, and he will get struck down. Nano Boost comes in as well now for the Reaper. Waits out the Zarya bubble, instantly gets rid of Irony, takes down Super Rich, as Fleta is on an absolutely monstrous tear. There's the team kill, the bot moving back over, and we'll see if Shanghai can add even more distance to this lead.
I think that they don't need to. At this point, they can literally just kind of fold their arms and sing Kumbaya around a campfire. They probably win. Fleta on a huge flank again, by the way.
In the bush.
The time is just not good enough for Hangzhou. They have to push 60 meters. It's about the OT. I don't see it happening, unfortunately. This should be a Shanghai 3-2 now.
Well, still just waiting this out patiently. Getting some scouting. Wants to go in for the TP, try to get behind the supports. So far hasn't been able to make it happen. Yaki picked off Alfie with a nice opener. Gets that kill, but still 60 meters to go, and it's going to have to happen in overtime. 8 seconds remaining on the clock. Fleta TPing in aggressively yet again. Now Void falls. Heals coming out from Irony are good. They stop the flank, they take out Fleta, and now they can buy some crucial distance.
So this is the really important part. I see Lip actually just diving in on Shy. If Lip actually kills Shy, that would have been very, very bad for the Hangzhou Spark. But because they have 5 alive, they're keeping their dreams alive right now. The ultimates are great as well. They need to make sure they are getting maximum value of these ultimates. And they have to win about, I would say, 2 to 3 fights to actually get this. So they have to play these fights perfectly. If anyone on Hangzhou Spark dies, they're not going to reinforcement time. Because the reinforcement distance, far too long. And that's Irony to have
a hell of a lot of ults to try to utilize. Irony in his dying breath lets that nano boost go out. Shy looking for some targets though. Jikon down to about half HP, but that's not going to be good enough. Grab locks him in place for a moment. Izayaki eliminated, but here comes the Death Blossom from Fleta trying to clear things out. Bernard down to a sliver of HP will be eliminated. Alpha Yi, he's not going to be able to stay alive. That will be it. They have done it. As the Shanghai Dragons make sure that they finally are able to net that victory. Damn close by both of these teams, going blow for blow. Hangzhou Spark very much showing that they have leveled up from seasons past. Shanghai Dragons showing that they are fallible, that they can bleed, but they still get the win here today.
I mean, bleed they have. They're trying to keep their innards safe right now. Look for any rest and respite, because this was a hard-fought series. Lijiang Tower maybe could have been theirs. Needed to go to a map 5, and they needed to play New Queen Street about as perfectly as possible. And 100 meters is, again, pretty dominant in terms of full meterage for the Hangzhou Spark. And this is the problem with push, guys. Sadly, you're in a situation where if you reach OT, you don't. It's not about winning one fight in OT. On a control map like Lijiang, you win one fight in OT, you probably just win. Here, Hangzhou would need to win about 3 to 4 fights in OT to have a chance, which is why it's basically over when I said it was over, which was not even anywhere close to OT. So that's just how them breaks are. So Hangzhou Spark, they had one really good drive towards the end there, but they needed everyone to be up and they needed to play flawlessly. But Shanghai, they got the job done earlier with that 100 meters, and credit to them for a 3-2 that has kept their heads above water.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell why they subbed Fleta out for so long there is because he spent some time in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Because he came back out and he absolutely clapped with the Reaper. It was a really great performance from him there on that final map to really seal the deal and get that win under their belts for the Shanghai Dragons. Though, despite his best efforts, he does not win our Player of the Match award. That instead is going to go to his cohort in Lip, who pretty much the whole way through was looking a bit more revitalized today compared to what we saw yesterday. His Soldier 76, very much off the chain.
And we'll start with the ace clip, right? The full 5k coming through from Lip on the visor. Even towards the end there, gets bumped in with the extra sound barrier, so he becomes a raid boss with like 800 HP. Does the cool emote at the end there. Huge plays coming through on Lijiang Tower as well. That kill into Shy, which, you know, as actually Fates just using the Primal Race to ruin the nanovisors, and then Lip goes hardcore after that. Plenty of plays. Soldier, he had, I think he had some shots in the Widow today as well, if I'm not mistaken, so it wasn't just a Soldier, but definitely Soldier was the main course for Lip, and he ate that one up cleanly, licked the plate.
Yeah, absolutely did. But yeah, I mean, we had some of those Widowmaker moments as well over on Watchpoint Gibraltar, just showing that he is still extremely well practiced on all of his signature heroes here. But damn, I mean, 86 limbs, 45 of those is his final blows with 26 Helix Rocket kills. So having some very solid accuracy when it comes down to the projectiles itself. But a really big day for Lip and the team overall to get past that initial barrier and get that first win under their belts. So this has got to be a very big sigh of relief. But I think, you know, you could see it kind of in the post-game cams there for the Hangzhou Spark. They still very much had smiles and laughs on their face. They knew that they pushed the current reigning champions like to the brink. They put up a very solid fight. So I don't think that they or their fans should fret whatsoever moving forward, because they've shown that they can absolutely contend with the best of the best.
Yeah, I know Johnny's loving it too because he was all in on
Very
the
true.
Hangzhou Spark in the preseason. I heard the Watchpoint show early in the morning as well where he was going at it. But this isn't a disappointing loss. I think this is in some ways an expected loss. You had hope for the Hangzhou Spark because you knew they'd been on upswing. They also beat Seoul, which is a humongous opponent to take down. I think Hangzhou Spark are now entering the conversation of top team in APAC, and they're no longer kind of like that me team that could. And now they are. Now they just are. They're not just coulding anymore.
Yeah, no, absolutely are. But guys, we're going to go to a quick little break. Myself and Avril will return for a little bit just to go ahead and break down the action in this 5-map series for a little bit longer, and then we'll get ready to set things up for a third and final series of the evening. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you again in just a few minutes.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. Returned just to go ahead, break down the action from that very action-filled last series. Incredible play, back and forth the whole way through there from the Hangzhou Spark and the Shanghai Dragons, but Shanghai narrowly managed to get that win 3-2. I guess the question I want to pose for you, Avril, get your initial thoughts here is, do we have a good insight into the power balance of the APAC region right now from what we've seen? How do you think that these two teams look compared to, say, Chengdu, who have a very limited exposure of?
Yeah, well, Chengdu only played 3 maps, so it's like hard to gauge them, right? I also think Guangzhou played really poorly in that series. I think I would personally still have to wait to see what Seoul do in our next matchup versus LA Valiant, right? Because Seoul in the preseason was rated very highly by me as well. But they certainly haven't lived up to that. Seoul need to kind of recover that reputation, and Valiant would be a good team to do it against, and if they don't do it versus Valiant, then who are they going to do it against? So once we kind of get that, we'll sort of get the hierarchy. Dragons, to me, are not quite number one just yet. I don't know, I really liked Philly. I think I was most impressed with Philly out the gate. They'd be closest to a team that I would be willing to put up top, but Hangzhou, let's talk about them because they played in the series. They're a team that have come out swinging so large over the course of these 2 days. Yes, they lost versus the Dragons, but they were so competitive, they were so strong at points, they made the Dragons kind of look average across the board at certain points and outplaying them mechanically, like Shine, Alpha Yi especially. Holy crap, he was unbelievably good on the Echo today. Hangzhou Spark are proving that they are a top team, and I think that's deserved because they're a team that I think don't have the best history in terms of reputation. Most people won't even give them the benefit of the doubt because you see a team with strong players, but you're like, but they won't play well, right? Because surely Hangzhou just have a reputation not playing well. I think that reputation's changing now.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's been a really big step up, and I love to see that, Alpha Yi especially, this is kind of vindication for me, having cast him in his debut when he was playing in Korean contenders, back when he was on GC Busan Wave, when he was on Meta Athena. He never particularly impressed back then. Now, he's on this very solid squad of players, and he is looking absolutely devastating at times. So I really love to see that continued evolution of these players who have been around for so very long, finally really making a name for themselves, making a mark, and finding success. So even though they don't get the win, I think that Alpha Yi and the Spark overall very much are garnering a hell of a lot of attention. You already mentioned it. Reinforce has put a lot of stock into this team coming into the season, even though he didn't pick them to win their series yesterday. It's whatever. But I think a lot more people are going to be paying attention to the guys in the pink because they are looking very, very scary, and they absolutely can contend for that top spot in the APAC region. I think we just, like you kind of said, need to see a little bit more. I think by 2-3 weeks into this season, as we get ready to go into our first tournament, we'll have a pretty good idea of where the power balance lays.
And Johnny probably picked Hangzhou to win in this match versus Shanghai as well, so he'll be a little bit disappointed. He should have picked yesterday, he picked today, and APAC gets you. APAC is where your pick'ems come to get ruined. You're welcome.
Yeah, very true. Good old flip-flop reinforce there. Got to stick with your gut instinct, and that's how you get success in the pick'em game, my friends. But guys, we're not done yet. There's still one final series to go for tonight. It's going to be the LA Valiant going up against the Seoul Dynasty. Both of these teams haven't managed to get a win yet. Valiant put up a decent attempt versus Guangzhou Charge. Seoul Dynasty now going to be looking to bounce back, because like we were talking about with the Spark, they also have a huge amount of stock, a huge amount of scrim bucks behind them coming into the season, and so far have not been able to deliver on it. So if they cannot have a clean victory here, could be pretty damning for them for the rest of this early stage here in the 2022 season. We'll see what happens, but we're going to leave that in the trusted hands of Vicky, Kitty, and Trid. That's it for myself and Avril for tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow, but make sure you stay tuned for that third and final match. It's coming up in just a few.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Overwatch League 8-Pack Zone 2022 season. I'm here with Trid, as always, welcoming you guys to our final series of the day. And after that last series, Trid, it's going to be hard to beat that one.
Yeah, I did not expect Shanghai Dragons versus the Spark to go the distance, but as we saw yesterday, Vicky, Spark are playing really well right now. Shanghai Dragons still got a few things to figure out, and I love the commentary that was going on from Avril and Achilles towards the end there about where does the power balance in APAC lie, and it's something we're going to have to keep finding out over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you know, we talked a little bit about the compositions and even the names of some of these compositions that we may be exposed to in the APAC region just yesterday, and it's exciting to talk about the Seoul Dynasty versus the LA Valiants because I do think we are going to see exactly that dirty bubble composition. I know you hate that, Trid, but you know what? We got it coined by UberX. They were talking about it on the stream a little bit earlier on in North America, and now looking at our starting lineup here for the LA Valiant, you got Dia, Becky, Sashin, Lengsa, and Coldest starting things up here for the Valiant. We also notice here that this is another one of our teams that has only one tank, very similar to the Dynasty.
Yeah, and I feel like that might force a couple of things with this team. We know we saw Sashin playing a lot of the Zyra yesterday. I feel like Smurf might be forced to doing the same today. But just in general in the LA Valiant, this is a team where expectations probably weren't the highest coming into this season, and you can argue were Charge underperforming, were Valiant performing up. They didn't look like a bad team yesterday, so I'm expecting to see some good things today. Seoul Dynasty, I'll be honest with you, Vicky, I don't think they're going to lose this series, but I want to see how much of a dent the LA Valiant make in this roster.
Oh, for my pick'em's sake, I would hope so there too, because I definitely agree with you here, Trip. Not trying to be selfish, but looking at the way that the Dynasty has a starting lineup, very similar to what we actually saw yesterday. Prophet, Fitz, Smurf, Creative, and Vindame. We talked a little bit about Smurf. Actually, we talked a lot about Smurf for all the right reasons here. I mean, Smurf is extraordinaire. If anybody could kind of swap over to the Zarya, even when he shined on that Winston, it's gonna be Smurf. So looking at the way that they were able to roll out with Fitz on Reaper, Prophet on Genji even, I'm excited to see how Dynasty is gonna make this comeback after losing to the Spark 3-1 yesterday, but we just witnessed Spark go to last second with the Shanghai Dragons. Yeah, the Dragons didn't have a great start yesterday for day 1 of APAC, but the Spark are looking so strong, which makes me feel reassured to see that Dynasty, it's no surprise that they had some trouble too.
Well, let's jump into our first map, Vicky. It's Colosseo. Push, the new game type coming in for Overwatch 2. It's your first time experiencing this, as it may be for a lot of you. We're expecting an incredible back and forth on this map type. It's very swingy, it does get out of hand, and it is very much momentum driven. I think if we look towards the later stages of the map, before it's over, you could probably tell who's going to win just based on where the robot has managed to push the objective to. So do not get surprised if the panic bells start to set in for the losing team halfway or so through this map.
Yeah, usually at the start of push, we witness how volatile it gets. It's very brawly. You want to be able to try to take control over those corners that Colosseo really provide for some of that extra cover, which also allows the compositions like the Zarya to shine here, but not too sure if we're getting baited. I'm just going to wait. We got baited a little bit just yesterday. And but looking at the way that the first series...
I'd prefer to get baited, Vicky.
You get excited, genuinely.
Okay, sorry. Okay, no, I got baited again. Because Fitz was hovering the Zarya. That was not exactly a high note for Seoul Dynasty yesterday. But now they're onto the Soldier. Very powerful pick in Overwatch 2. So it's I'm very happy to see that. But mirror compositions, LA Valiant versus Seoul Dynasty coming out right now. It's going to be about how the players perform on each of these heroes. You've got them lined up behind the bot. We're on board with Fitz. Diaz taking a bit of a detour. He's got that high ground advantage. The flank from behind. Sprays down Creative, gets the bubbles, and there's the collapse coming in from the LA Valiant. But Fitz has been able to turn it around, finding Coldest and Becky. Make that a free K for Fitz, charging in the front line. Does not care for Diaz flanks. Oh, don't worry, I'll take over, Vicky, while you're getting back in, but we got Smurf just holding the line here. Bubble on top of Becky for the time being. Fitz trying to do what Dia just did a second ago. Doesn't have the high ground, but has a good angle onto Sarshin. Sprays with damage, hits the Helix Rockets, goes for the 1v1 against Dia. Bot has stall being contested. Nice sleep coming out from Coldest. As the objective is going to be reclaimed, and Fitz gets deleted by Dia and co. As they will hopefully try and wrestle back complete control of the objective. Sarshin takes out the Lucio. Dia, oh no, it's not looking good for Seoul Dynasty right now. They held on to that for a long time, but finally the robot goes back in the opposite direction. And they're going to keep pressing forward. As you can see, Fitz can just stand there for a bit, just taking shots at range on the soldier, while the rest of the team gets back. There's not really anything substantial that he can do right now. Holding on. Nano boost available for Coldest and Sarshin as well with the Graviton Surge. This should be a fight win for the LA Valiant. Going to take a bit of an effort from Seoul Dynasty to be able to fight this back. There's that grab coming out from Sarshin. Keep an eye on where Coldest is going to throw over the Nano Boost. I don't think they're going to have to do anything here, but an aggressive beat from Vindane to keep the team up. Profit with the counter engage, gets slept out of the Death Blossom, but not before taking down Dia. The LA Valiant get the objective back once more. Seoul Dynasty throwing in a good couple of ults there, but not able to get anything for it.
Hey there, Trid. We got everything working. I had to take a little trip like I was Mr. X, disappeared like the Thanos snap, but I'm glad I'm back to see that Fitz and company are all on the high ground. You got the visor online, and Smurf is about to get this grab here. Becky has the potential to try to now go for a nice little flank after taking care of Profit, and he's got the Death Blossom at the ready here too.
Yeah, eyeing the opportunity to get that one online. Fitz has the tactical visor, but LA Valiant are just inside the building. They don't have to worry too much about the sight lines. They can keep themselves safe. The second they try to remerge, they run into the Graviton Surge of Smurf. The bubble keeps Becky alive long enough to have an impact. He will go for the 1v1. Profit using the Wraith Form to escape, and he's running into the enemy team. Got a nano boost being given over to Sarshin. I think the fight was already won at that point. A bit unnecessary, but purely, I think for cosmetic reasons, they'll get away with that.
It's about being the nail in the coffin. Sending a message here. That's what Sasha did, combined with Coldest. The nano boost, though, already wasted there. As they are playing off from the bottom part of the car wash, but still you're going to have the rest of this team here looking at the Seoul Dynasty drop in from the high ground once again. But it's about taking these angles because you have to worry about Dia, who's on the opposite side trying to go in for an LA Valiant sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know how I rate the sandwich on that menu, Vicky. I don't think it's very commonly ordered. And I can see why, lots of complaints about it, but probably will hold the front line for now. Goes around to the side. Sarshin has found two. He's been playing phenomenally on the Zarya this weekend. We'll be pressing forward to the objective. I mean, Dynasty, they've done a really good job here to hold it in position like this for so long. But with Sarshin's grab, the second they land, they're just walking into a death zone. Coldest through in the anti-nades. There was no hope of Profit being able to go ahead and get any healing to survive. V comes out for Vindane to keep the fight going. Coldest will be dropping down. Fitz has the tactical visor available. I don't know if you can use it with everything being so shut down in this location.
But he still actually pulls the trigger on it. He knows that they're actually retreating I like the decision here from Valiant to back away, but now that means that the Visor's been used up and didn't get much value. I mean, any value at all here. You do have the grab. You do manage to cover some space, at least, if you do want to try to prioritize that. But now the Valiant, they're swapping back and forth with the bot. They're hiding behind these corners. Becky's just trying to put in some pressure here so that way he could build up into that Death Blossom. But the Nano Boost is online for Creative, and you see Smurf trying to wait out on the opportunity to follow up with Profit.
There's the go button. Profit's in the middle, ramping up to try and get the Death Blossom online. It's a big condensed fight. It could have been big. Becky beats him to the punch, finding Creative and Fitz. Profit still got the ultimate online, chasing down everyone, but LA Valiant have got control of the robot once more. They're able to escape, but not fast enough as Profit just guns them down. This is big for the LA Valiant though, Vicky. The robot hasn't traveled far despite these multiple fight wins.
It's crazy to see how far Profit was able to still stay alive right there too and still manage to contest the bot here, forcing the Valiant to back off a little bit, but now as they're going to try to move back in with Lengsa, see him trying to take a little off angle. They have to worry about the Death Blossom that Profit still has, because like you said, Becky beat him to the punch here, and now he's going to pull the trigger on this, and they immediately shut him down. He wanted to fight Lexa, and Lexa had other plans here. He's literally dancing on the competition, pushing them in the direction of Becky. Lexa needs to be stopped. He is literally schmoving and breaking some ankles right now, and they managed to get control over the bot.
Hey, it wasn't just Lengza. Like, Lengza was obviously going to be under threat if he goes anywhere near some kind of Death Blossom like Profit, but you just caught the end of their POV right there. Sarshin was just threw a bubble, threw him a pick-me-up right there at the end to make sure he had the confidence to go forward and just get in the face of Profit and shut that down. I feel like Profit may have pulled the trigger a little bit too early on that one. He was very much separated from the team. He used the Death Blossom probably by surprise, but there was a great reaction from the LA Valiant to shut it down.
Oh, now that they were about the attack visor, he gets woken up though after the sleep attempt here from Creative. A nice sound barrier to keep the rest of Dynasty up and alive, and Fitz is going to answer back with a visor of himself, and Dia's the one that has to pay for it as he tries to run away, immediately reversing the situation as Dynasty flipping this back in their favor. Now you see Becky now just trying to go out with a fight, but it's going to go in favor of Dynasty as they're going to go back and forth with this tug-of-war with the bot.
But here's the problem though, Vicky, and here's one of the difficulties with Push as a game type. They've won the fight, they're in a great position, they've got a couple of ults available to use. They have to break through the LA Valiant and then go into overtime if they're going to look to try and win here. The robot is not even touched the objective. They've not technically gained anything from this robot being pushed back. They've merely delayed what LA Valiant were looking to do. And
you're running out of time here too, Trey. You have less than 15 seconds before it gets pushed into overtime.
This has to be done in overtime.
Has to, and then they have to try to utilize this grab smartly here too. They do isolate Becky a bit, but Becky isn't going to be able to get taken care of. So the Wraith right out of there. Instead, Smurf is still trying to manage to nail him down. He finds Lengsa. They trade that though with Becky, and Sashin actually finding Creative and Profit. That only leaves up to Vindame to keep the rest of Dynasty alive, and it's enough. You see Fitz, you see Smurf, you see them popping off. Smurf on that Zarya, learning from just yesterday, making those adjustments on the Seoul Dynasty.
Overtime push for them. They can't lose another fight. Becky's been pretty solid with the Death Blossoms this map so far. That's going to be the big tool for LA Valiant to get them away from the payload. They don't even have to do much here. Just keep Seoul away from the objective. Hunting for Profit, who's already used that Wraith form. They now have the obstacle, but they're in a condensed space. The Death Blossom paints them against the walls as Becky finds two before going down. Dia finding the third. Overtime's going to tick away. I said that I thought the Seoul were going to win this map, Vicky. I said the match, but the LA Valiant come out with map number 1.
To be fair, Trid, you also had hopes the Valiant could do it. They could do a map, but you know what? They did it confidently there, and they put on quite a performance in that first map alone. I like the look from the LA Valiant, and Seoul Dynasty, we saw that they had some trouble on push just yesterday there too. I'm wondering here if they're still trying to iron out what compositions they feel more comfortable on, if they still want to keep Smurf on the Zarya, at least when it comes to push.
I think I would prefer to see Smurf on the Winston. Winston is definitely one of the stronger picks, but APAC has this weird preference for Zarya, and they're trying to make it work in the region. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll see if Seoul Dynasty can tie up the series.
everyone, to the Overwatch League. We got the LA Valiant versus the Seoul Dynasty, and the Valiant stonks are quite up there now as we move on to map number 2.
Yeah, you should have bought the dip at the end of last season because you're really in the profit right now of how they've been playing over the past couple of days. Against Charge, you know, they're now coming up against the Seoul Dynasty. Seoul had some difficulties yesterday, you know, still trying to figure some things out. I would love to see a little bit more of the Smurf Winston. I feel like Seoul were playing their best yesterday when we had that as an option. And I'll keep saying what I've said, that is not on Smurf as an individual. I think that's a whole team effort. Once Smurf can move over to the Winston, they can have a comp that enables that. But we are moving on to our next map, Vicky. It is an escort type. It is Circuit Royal or Royale. I'm debating how we say it. There's no E at the end. I mean, I don't know where you stand on this side of the debate.
I hear the announcer
We've asked
say
the question.
Royale.
We have no answers.
I've got no answer. That's the craziest part. I asked the question, didn't get a straight answer, so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with whatever the announcer's saying, and I'm gonna listen to her. She knows best. So
Yes.
you know, but it does upset me. There is no E at the end, but it's fine. It's fine. What matters is that this map is absolutely gorgeous. A new payload map, by the way, that has us riding in the fanciest race car in town. But what's something that we need to highlight about the structure of this map is how long-range DPS excel, especially by the first point, having a lot of that verticality available to a lot of our teams. Definitely keep your eyes on Fitz and Dio because this is going to be one knockout.
I mean, I asked for alternative picks to come out for now, and we can see on the map already, we got Dia and Becky. Dia being on the Widowmaker, Becky moving over to the Echo. Here's the Brigitte coming out, though, so expect Lingza to be playing very close to Sashin in these engagements up front. I wonder if Dynasty are going to roll out with this composition. Seems very different to what we have been seeing over the past day, but they are going for double sniper effectively and keeping Smurf on the Sigma.
This is interesting. We don't really get to see a lot of Sigma in general, so it's nice to see Smurf try this out, but I have to agree with what you said before. Dia, though, gets the first pick off of Prophet, but you see Vandame's right there to res him up. See Fitz now trying to take a little nice angle, but it's what you were saying before, Trid. We saw a lot of that strength from Dynasty come out once Smurf was on that Winston.
I think the thing is, though, I think about the Sigma pick and I think about what's being played right now. You've got a highly mobile shield to shut down some of these angles, forced to change of pace for someone like Dia, or Dia who's going to be sitting back in the rafters. Not having a lot of success right now. Smurf did finally take the Echo out of the sky, but he's lost the rest of his team, so not much progress to be made here so far from the Seoul Dynasty. But going back to the Sigma pick, I'm not totally against it. I can see the thought process behind it. But, you know, if you want to contest space, you want to contest angles, why don't you just play the Winston at this point? You know, get on top of Dia and just make him have a bad time.
Especially on this map there, too, because they know that they want to prioritize that verticality that you see now. Fitz just trying to contest Dia over by the other side. I know Smurf does have that shield that they can control some of these corners here with, too. But having Becky on the Echo, maybe just not having, having a Fitz on the Widow playing on the back line, and then Prophet having to also play passively. He wouldn't really have anybody to dive in with him here. But the Nano Boost now onto Becky, trying to find an opportunity over by the flank side. A nice anti onto Smurf, but they're going to be able to back away in time. But Becky definitely won't with Fitz having that Discord Orb. Something else we got to highlight here with Creative being on the Zen.
Yeah, it is going to help him burst targets down a lot faster. I was getting concerned there about the dive, but Anthony did not land in the right place. Landed onto the tank. Creative finding two on the Zenyatta. Sashin and Coldest out of the way. Goes for the jump shot. Not to be found. Prophet tries the exact same move and gets dropped the second he appears up there. Oh, God.
What was beautiful was that he was preemptively looking in that direction just in case Fitz tried to contest him there too, and Dia was ready for Prophet just to poke his head out there. Luckily, Vindame is still right there.
Fitz is like, I can't see him, it's clear, don't worry about it. And then Prophet goes up and just gets dropped the second away, gets baited by his teammate. But they're just coming up around the first turnstile. Still have high ground to contest. Dia is going to get more Widow time on this map. Might have to move away against it eventually. Has the angle, does not have the accuracy right now. The name pops the Valk. Transcendence used. Zero support ultimates available now for the Seoul Dynasty to get them up this hill. Bob has joined the fight, holding the angle. Great position here. Really going to clear some space and allow the payload to come around this first corner. They've got an isolated Dia, but they can't find the shot as Smurf takes Becky out of the sky. Fitz follows up for another. The Seoul Dynasty are in a great position right now.
This is beautiful. With Creative being on the Zen, the follows with these Discord orbs have just been something else. A nice anti onto Smurf again, but the way that the Dynasty are playing this, riding on so much momentum, Sasha needs to be careful. They want to take control over this corner, but you don't have Coldest, you don't have Lengsa, and you're going to get deleted.
Right there.
And
That's
the duplicate
Sachin.
too? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Becky actually went in to try to commit to that there.
That's big Sachin right there for the Zarya player. Unable to confirm that kill. There was a lot of resources thrown over to try and keep Prophet and Fitz up in that fight. Sachin was the last bastion of hope towards the end there. Now they're going inside to the building. Becky's made the change up to jump into the Genji. Maybe apply a little bit more pressure to Creative, who might be isolated in these fights.
Smurf looked like he was getting ready to get everybody set to class here. The Gravitic Flux now as Prophet wraps around the corner with him. You can currently see the Valiant just hugging that other side of the wall. Sashin finally making the moves to push in though with the bubble, trying to find the opportunity with these dynamites. You have to worry a little bit. Lexa does manage to survive. Coldest keeping him alive. I have no idea. He booted away there too. You saw Coldest right behind him to just help him get down, Mr. President.
I mean, I feel like that was not the team saying, Lensha, go do that. I feel like that was Lensha going, I'm doing this, and the rest of the team reacting to save him, trying to escort like the baby deer out of deep water before they just run back in again. Sashin's about to get that Graviton Surge online. Needs to worry more about surviving. Feel like that wasn't the most efficient use, but his team is going to make it work anyway. Anti-Nathan, the shots coming in from Dia, and there's the cut down from Becky to halt the Seoul Dynasty push.
This is the change-up that we needed to see here. Now, just being able to dive in, follow up off of that grab, even enough damage there to take away to take care of Vindane. But look at the economy that we're going to be having from Dynasty. Yeah, you see the Valiant with Coldest having the nano boost. That's something to keep your eyes on as Becky wants to get that blade on soon. But Creative has a Transcendence here. And overall, the Dynasty are looking really strong to take control over the next corner.
Yeah, Infosite's going to help them with that. It's available. Fitz pops it. And gets all the intel now. Looking for those picks. They know they're going to be emerging through the window. Gets the tag, but it's not a headshot. Here's onto Sashin, though. Thankfully, Coldest is there to heal them up. There's a bout for Vindane. Fitz finds Coldest. Nano boost given over before they went down. Becky is going to have to race towards that Dragon Blade, Vicky.
Oh, he needs it, but he can't really capitalize it. Yeah, he manages to survive off of that nano boost, but the bomb manages to claim Becky. So Shin meets him back in the spawn here, too. Creative may have gone down with the Transcendence, but that's great, because look how close this payload is right there. Still have 2 minutes to spare, and the rest of the Valiants are trying to find a way to control here with Prophet, who had already used up that bomb. But look at Fitz, he's still going. He finds Becky out of the spawn room gates.
The LA Valiant are about a bit of a leaky valve right now, Vicky. They're just dripping everywhere when it comes to kills. No coordinated push. Panic towards the end there to get out onto the payload. And Creative has the luxury to be able to put on a light show at the end with that Transcendence, because it just was not needed in those final encounters. Seoul Dynasty complete, 1 minute 56 on the clock. LA Valiant to match.
I love how you talk about the Transcendence at the very end. That was just basically the, yeah, we got this. What are you going to do? You're already gone here. Valiant were dropping like flies. And Fitz was popping off. I love what I'm seeing here. Both Prophet and Fitz actually just really helping out each other. I love the fact that we saw Prophet try to pop up. Vindame as well, Creative. I like this composition that we have overall on this map. Really highlights the fact that you see a lot of these hit scan characters come out. Between the Widow, you see the Ashe coming out too. But then the countermeasures that already Seoul Dynasty have taken after doing their own research. Smurf being on the Sigma.
See, they're going to just roll out on this one again. Got a quick replay coming out here. This is a beautiful angle from Fitz. Bang, Becky. One more. Why not? Just pumping shots in. Oh! Lengsa. Lengs has been playing a very dangerous game today, Vicky.
He is really, he's eating his breakfast. He's excited. I'm excited to see what he does, but maybe pushing a little too far out like that. I mean, he wanted to contest. He was riding on those pillars, but if Fitz claiming heads like this, it's going to be dangerous, especially if you find that Discord orb on you.
Okay, Sashin moving over to the Orisa before changing their mind, but Prophet will be out on this Farah, getting the pocket from Vindame. So we're still seeing the Creative Zenyatta and Smurf on this Sigma as well, now on the defense instead. Lengsa actually going over to the BAP. So they are making adaptations to what's happening here, Vicky.
Yeah, with Legs going over to the map, I feel like they're gonna try to contest Fitz and at least have the Immortality Field as some extra insurance. But Dia now trying to take a different off angle, and Becky being on the Echo is gonna be able to contest Prophet. But the difference here is, Trid, you have the Dynasty and Vindame is still on the Mercy. That's going to be the difference here, as Vindame's going to be attached to Prophet at the hip, and Becky doesn't really have that type of insurance other than Coldest that could really heal him from afar, maybe trying to go back towards the Immortality Field if he's really in danger. At least they do have Sashin there for the bubbles too.
Yeah, and look how Prophet's playing around the terrain, not showing himself. Okay. So I feel like that's kind of my fault. Well, Creative's found Becky to answer that back. That should not be happening. Oh no, Vindame! Vindame went for the res playing around the death floor and just went below and ended up dying. Sashin then cleans up the rest of the team because there were no healers available. This is a disaster for the Seoul Dynasty.
If we go down together, taking that up to a different level here.
No, we don't have that attitude here. No. We don't do that here, Seoul Dynasty.
You don't want it, but Vindane, you've committed to it. And now we see a swap up too. You see Prophet right back on the Ashe, but the game plan's going to remain the same with Vindame, going to be Pocket and Prophet, but it's going to be even better to go in for those follows from Creative too. See them controlling that high ground, which is a little bit different compared to what we had seen on Valiant's defense, where they weren't really able to hold back the Dynasty here, which I think this is the most important part when it comes to Circuit Royale.
Dia holding up the angle. See if anyone will step forward to challenge Sashin. Jumping over the railing to go on the hunt. We'll have to regroup with the rest of his teams. Fitz now looking for the shot against Dia. These duels between Fitz and Dia have been so incremental. I feel Dia's been having the edge so far, just in how the series has been going.
Fitz is trying to take a bit of an angle. I love the passive play though from Valiant, but they're still trying to wrap this corner safely. Becky now trying to dive in with the dash here. He leaves Prophet so low, he doesn't get saved in time. Dia actually with the finishing blow, but you still got Vindane, and you got the Gravitic Flux from Smurf finding Sashin here. That means you don't really have those bubbles for that safety. Dia may want to back up a little bit with Becky going down here too, as well as Coldest with the Transcendence.
Fitz, come on now, behave. But I feel for Becky there at the end, nearly got the kill confirmed. Prophet in a much more advantageous position, because where Prophet was able to escape to was so safe for Vindame to commit to the res, whereas if Becky's Shuriken didn't just graze the paint on that pillar and actually make the connection to get the kill, they probably could have camped the corpse and taken out Vindame and Prophet and had a numbers advantage in that fight. But missing that Shuriken, Prophet escapes, becomes a much safer prospect for Vindame to get him back on the board.
Do have the Transcendence still here. Vindame with the Valk as well. The Bob is coming online shortly here, Trid, but they have to look like at Sashin, who has that grab, and Becky slowly approaching to that blade. They're trying to take this corner safely because they know what's waiting for them on the other side, and it's going to be Fitz trying to find an opportunity here. But Dia hasn't really been able to get an angle. They're going to push in with the grab here, but the Transcendence that we highlighted from Creative is going to be able to save them all together. Sashin now sees the opportunity, and Coldest wants to match out to keep up the sustainability of the Valiant, but Becky can now try to dive in with the blade.
I mean, this is one of the benefits of bringing the Zenyatta to the fight, right? You just pop the Transcendence when the Graviton's out. It's the Uno stop card. You don't get your turn. Becky pulling out a damage dealer of his own as he goes for the slash. Finds Vindame back to the payload to turn his attention to the Bob, but he'll have to play around the terrain. The deflect will not last long enough to get Bob down. LA Valiant, 3 minutes 30 on the time bank as they move into the final section of this map.
Actually nice there for Becky to buy in some of that space with the blade there. Continue on the pressure, despite the Bob contesting on the payload there. Now they're going to be able to wrap that next corner. And controlling the high ground is going to be key, but you won't be able to with Fitz being on the other side, claiming Becky's head. Now without Becky, Dia's going to be that next threat there. Oh, and he gets Dia on top of that too! Are you kidding me? Oh no, Fitz! You have the Gravitic Flux too from Smurf, and that's going to be some more space covered here the moment that the Valiant want to continuously approach. They're about to get that rally on board tier 2.
Good thing that Zarya now has 2 bubbles that can be used on themselves, so I feel like if they didn't have that option available, that was going to be another head being dropped. Fitz doesn't
get another one
here. Nails him when he gets down. Sashin under pressure. Couldn't get healed fast enough because Vindame and Prophet were on the ground waiting to embrace them. Fitz putting in the legwork with a couple of headshots and body shots to get that done.
What's beautiful here in this situation is that with the Brigidas that we have on board, in this third point for this map here, Trid, it's a lot more close quarters. You're going to be having that more of that brawl style really pop up. And so it would favor Valiant here, looking at Becky wanting to get that blade on board, looking at Coldus who wants to get that nano boost. But Lungsa and Vindame are two of those players that you have to keep your eyes on here as the anti lands on top of Profit. But you can't poke! You can't even peek! You can't, are you serious? The reflect for Profit. That's the second one that we get today, by the way, in APAC.
I mean, we talked about the Uno stop card. There's the Uno reverse card. Just headshots him instead as Sashin find that damage on the Prophet. Fitz staying alive throughout that. There's that rally coming out from Lengza we were told to keep an eye on. Creative doesn't care, though. Creative just goes for the headshot regardless.
What even looked flashier was how he had to send out the kick and then finish it with the 1-2 Scooby-Doo, and I love it here. Now he's going to back up a little bit. You're going to see the rest of the Valiant now wrap around that next corner, but you see the Dynasty plotting, and they're going to actually stretch around and maybe try to sandwich the Valiant here.
Well, they've got the high ground. It's very advantageous to be. LA Valiant don't like what they're seeing. They're backing off. They probably want to go and contest that space and drop down onto the payload. Not playing with a lot of time here, Vicky. They will get themselves down to sub 1 minute shortly. If they lose this fight, they're going to be in a really tough spot to close out the map.
That was scary. Becky did reflect that sniper shot, but the Gravitic Flux now, yeah, it's call out Coldest, but a nice bubble though onto Coldest. Lexa taking a lot of that damage there too. You got the nano boost ready. Becky's about to get the blade here. This is going to be necessary with less than a minute now. The grab though is going to be huge here for
This is big.
The Transcendence though from Creative, and then the Rally and Fitz is still going off while Profit doesn't even have to utilize this blade here. He knows even with Fitz going down, now Becky gets taken out. Smurf being right there frontlining alongside Profit is more than enough.
Right, this is fine for the LA Valiant though, okay? And I'll explain why, Vicky. When they were having to deal with the Zarya grab, we already talked about how the Transcendence is a no, you don't get to play Overwatch button. Well, now the Transcendence does not exist, and LA Valiant have another fight winner in their pocket. They have the Nano Blade, and they do not have to worry about Transcendence nullifying that. So if they can hit up with a strong blade in this fight, they can still win this map.
On top of that, Trid, they also know that they utilize that rally. It's really up to Profit here, and Smurf can maybe try to get another Gravitic Flux in this fight, but it's going to be so difficult here.
Becky can't go down. There's the Nano Boost given over. Dragon Blade comes out. Oh, the Accretion will not find the connection. Cannot find a kill until he hits Smurf. Goes immediately up to find Fitz. That's 2 for Becky. As he now turns his attention to the support line, but Profit is answered back. Finding Coldest and Lengsa. Hiding away as he now turns the attention to Dia. Spawn advantage is there, and Seoul Dynasty will close out the map and tie out the series.
Are you kidding me? Profit with the immediate reverse there too, saying what I could do, I'm going to do it right back at you, especially in the back right there. Profit with the pop-off. Dynasty evening things out in our series 1-1 after we saw the Valiant take map number 1, Trid.
Profit just came out of nowhere at the end there. Like I said, takes the support line out. And then he goes and hunts down Deer afterwards. Profit playing phenomenally on that Genji. You love to see it. Lots of different picks coming out there, Vicky. I love what we were seeing where the teams were really experimenting and breaking away from the mold that started to set in the APAC region.
Yeah, I love it there too, because you take a look at what's happening in NA and what we've been seeing with the dirty bubble with Zarya and Reaper in APAC. You would think that the meta has been solidified, but I like the fact that Dynasty are coming out with a different approach. We have seen the Sigma very few times there, but I really liked to see how Smurf was able to utilize not only just Circuit Royale, providing a lot of those open spaces, knowing that you're bound to see the Widowmaker, you could see the Ashe, but then also utilizing the Gravitic Flux a lot of times to follow up and negate a lot of those ults that the Valiant wanted to use there. Map number 2 in the books, though. We still got map number 3 on the horizon. That's going to be on to King's Row, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be our last series of the APAC region. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League 2022 APAC season now, and we got a tight series on our hands between the LA Valiant and the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty clapping back there on the payload map, on the escort map, sorry. Off the back of an amazing performance from Prophet, who was able to flex some muscles on the Genji. Still have a couple of question marks around the compositions that are being played, but hopefully we'll see something new as well, because I think Stalker is going to be being subbed in for Fitz in this next map, which is the first time I believe we've seen Stalker play this season, because we didn't get any game time with him yesterday.
Yeah, we're actually talking about that in the break, just highlighting what is it going to be having Stalker move in. Does that mean Fitz, usually we get to see him on the Reaper, so coming out of the gates here on King's Row, we could expect Smurf obviously to go over to the Winston. Stalker, though, I got questions here. Are we going to see the Echo? Are we going to see Stalker move out with the Genji? We know that Stalker has a really strong Genji here too, but we've also seen Prophet go absolutely crazy in his own way with Genji and Tracer in the past, so I'm wondering here what we're going to see with Stalker coming out on the field.
Let's see how they manage the expectations being put on their shoulders. Obviously, high expectations for Seoul Dynasty coming into this season. You know, you check a couple of the power rankings. They're up there with the Shanghai Dragons, but Shanghai Dragons also not on sure footing as they were last season.
Shambolic.
As you mentioned, Kings. Yeah, I mean, they're built. It's on stilts right now. It could go anywhere, honestly.
Yeah.
Less ivory, you know, less of an ivory tower, more of a one made out of plastic straws, which we shouldn't be using anymore, but I feel like you could just topple it over at any point. Stalker Tracer, maybe?
We were talking about it. Maybe we could see that, actually. And this is going to be great. If this is, it does look like this is what they're going to roll out with here. Prophet on the Soldier, though. And I like this, because now you're going to have Prophet holding on to the high ground, splitting some of the attention away from the Valiant. But we've seen what Dia could do. And I'm wondering what it's going to happen out of the gates here for the Valiant.
Ana Lucio support line, all is right in the world. All is right. Nature is healing. We're back to what we should be doing. Creative on the Ana. You know, one of the things we saw yesterday in our matchup, Vicky, was how coordinated Smurf and Creative can be when it comes around to these dives. Those bio nades were absolutely on point, setting Smurf up for success, turning him into a raid boss on Dorado. I'm hoping to see more of the same. This is where the Seoul are playing their strongest, I feel. So to be able to do this on King's Row, I'm expecting another win here for them. But of course, the LA Valiant putting up one hell of a fight as they've been tempered at the first gate.
Look at the respect here, too. Becky's still sticking onto the Reaper. Of course, with Sushin rocking the Zarya. That's that dirty bubble comp that we continuously see in APAC. Smurf is immediately going to back away, though, but Stalker is going to be able to move into position. Dia playing off the back, though, swapping from the Widow to the Soldier, is going to hold a nice off angle to try to match that of Prophet, who's on the other side. A big anti, though, onto Smurf here, as he's going to try to back away.
Yeah, more survivable, let you keep up with the level of play faster. That's usually not how that works. Becky should be railing Smurf out of this fight, but unfortunately they've already lost their big gun in the front line. Won't give up that position though. They're going to play around Mundata a little bit longer as Smurf's able to hold there. Dia finds Prophet. Tell you who benefits more from that is LA Valiant. They have the faster or closer spawns. They can get onto this point, start gaining some progress, and another dink there with the Helix rockets as Seoul start cowering while they're waiting for their reinforcements.
Smurf immediately restabilized, though. Another big anti coming in from Coldest, but Coldest about to get this nano boost as well as Creative was able to re-heal Smurf. But here comes the Valiant moving in on this point. The disengage from Dynasty before they try to dive back in with Stalker, who could just easily contest right there.
About to get that Pulse Bomb online. I wonder if they're going to have the incredible Pulse Stick rate we saw from yesterday. As Dia with the Helix Rockets finds Vindame. Sarshin's charged and in charge. He will get slept just by Creative off on the side. It's 99.7%, Vicky. I want to point out we're 0.3% from seeing Valiant capture this one. If they don't actually convert this now, this will be incredibly sad. But when Stalker gets gunned down like that, Smurf's cut off from reinforcements, it's quite easy for them to finally lock it in. 4 minutes 30 on the timer, and then moving into the escort section.
Crazy is that Prophet and Smurf still stayed on that point for a while when Creative and Vindane have gone down rather early in that team fight. But this now allows Valiant to move all the way up, hold this next corner here, put in some pressure to prevent the Dynasty from actually contesting that payload in that next choke point that you usually see around the next corner.
They'll now be getting set up Stalker moving over to the Echo, just providing air support for Smurf. I imagine they're going to try and combo their dives together when they find a target. Becky sneaking around for the time being. Close to the Death Blossom. As Prophet's Tactical Visor can't step out the window, getting a lot of focus. This Stalker will go and hunt down Dia. Just keeping everyone off the streets right now, away from that rally. Becky goes in with the Death Blossom, hit with the anti-nade. Good shielding there to keep him alive, and Smurf is able to escape the onslaught. Trading back and forth with Stalker, who's making the real difference here, picking up the kills, his third of the fight. That's going to be them stopping the push from the LA Valiant.
He picked up 4 right there, too, while Becky had a plan over by the other side. Maybe try to go for a flanking opportunity with that Death Blossom. But Stalker and Prophet were on the high ground, just completely melting down the Valiant there. Fortunately, with those efforts, they had used up that Death Blossom. So you see Becky immediately changing over to the Echo.
Yeah, see how they do when they match what Stalker is trying to do. They get themselves on this corner right now. Look at where Prophet is, just on this sideline, shooting through the archway, trying to cut off any cohesive push that's happening. We'll regroup with the rest of the team shortly, I imagine. Right in the group there. Nanaboo's given over to Stalker. Dia runs forward straight into the loving embrace of a sound barrier. The ground surge comes out from Sashin, trading 2 for 2, make that 3 for 2. As Dia is still able to sprint away and get behind cover. Stalker loses the duplication. He is able to take out Becky afterwards, and it looked like Dia had a good foothold there to survive, but he can't deal in a 2v1 scenario. He'll have to be forced away, but he's back to the payload with those reinforcements. Last fight of this section, I imagine, assuming the LA Valiant are able to win it out.
And what's crazy there is that even with Vindame's sound barrier, a huge ante coming in from Coldest, and that grab on top of it all was the nail in the coffin and deleted both Creative and Vindame. But the immediate retaliation as Dia had to back away, like you mentioned, playing already at that number disadvantage. But Prophet's taking onto the high ground. He's about to get his visor, and the Primal is online here for Smurf, while Stalker takes a good amount of damage, though, and Prophet can't run away. Tail tucked between his legs as Becky chases him down, and some more pressure as Vindame can't even help him out. Coldest gets traded out for Prophet here, and Smurf still going to be able to hold that front line with the Primal, not having to use it up as Stalker now finds Sashin.
Duplication available for Becky, but not much else on the LA Valiant right now. Taking another reset, 1 minute on the clock. Seoul Dynasty, despite having a sloppy point A, have regained control in the streets of King's Row. I mean, he's got the luxury of being able to use that. I think it was just the extra leaps to be able to get himself out into safety.
Yeah.
But I think Seoul Dynasty have a lot of options here to be able to use it. You're looking towards Attack Visor, Pulse Bomb, and Nano Boost in his final fight to close it out and shut down the LA Valiant in the streets of Kings Row. They already used that early. Prophet has the position, using the Tactical Visor. Invulnerability frames from the duplication stopped another kill from coming in. Still find both the support. Sashin has nothing left to play with. The fact that was so fast, Vicky, means that LA Valiant will get one more attempt.
30 seconds left, and it's like you said, Smurf was also able to delay and waste more time away from the Valiant earlier on. They had a good amount of ultimates, those resources just to cycle through with Prophet, making another fight happen coming through from the Valiant. They're desperately now trying to get onto that high ground, trying to find an opportunity to contest with less than 15 seconds here, but they have to look out for Stalker. He's got the Pulse Bomb, he's right above him. He can easily just drop down and stick one of the backliners.
Yeah, but who's going to check Stalker while you need to be focusing on the payload? Lengsa will pay attention, let the team know where he's at, but I don't think he's going to win that duel. Coldest feeling the hurt. There's the recall. Pulse Bomb still available. Becky so low. They want to try and keep them up in this next fight. There's that Tactical Visor being popped. Nano Boost given over to Dia as well. A lot of resources pumped into the Soldier 76. Paying them dividends as Sashin will find the final blow. Smurf cannot get behind the railing. That's a big monkey and a big hitbox. And LA Valiant, I think they've done enough to be able to get into this final section, because Dia is just able to flick with the Helix rockets.
And Dia was also going in from the backline. Stalker knew too. You saw Stalker turn around, recognize where did Dia go here. Stalker did look like they heard him and making the immediate swap over to the Echo as Dio still moves all the way up, still putting in so much of his peppering at the same time, while you still have Sashin, who's about to get grabbed, and Becky get into position to sandwich the Dynasty.
Stalker's just playing a little bit of ground echo. Get themselves up into the skybox once more. Both support ultimates available for the Seoul Dynasty. got the tools here to be able to burn this final minute. Nano boosted Stalker, followed up. He manages to get the sound barrier from Lengza. Smurf can just go in with Primal Rage in a second, use that aggressively. Doesn't have to worry about any ultimates apart from the Graviton Surge coming through here. That's going to be used early to try and lock down Vindame, who's just surviving through the benefit of his own beat. Smurf drops down, actually, before being able to pop his abilities and get into the play. Just on the cusp of victory here from the LA Valiant. They just need to fight off the spawns from Seoul Dynasty, and the Nano Boost given over to a very low energy Sashin is going to help top him up.
Big two, the sleep of the grab. Vindame had no chance there, and now the Valiant are mopping around the Dynasty to clear the entire point with the Death Blossom, and with little to no time. He got 8 seconds there, but the Valiant managed to take that payload to the finish line.
Doing it with time was even more important there, Vicky. 8 seconds means they'll get another attempt if it goes down to the wire. Gives them a very strong position to play with. Obviously, you want more, maybe over 1 minute to remove the chance of a third round. Or an attempt, should we say, from the opposing team, but finishing with time is what is important here. It means you will get another attempt if the Seoul Dynasty are able to complete this map.
Especially with the way that both the Valiant has been contesting the Dynasty. Dynasty are looking so strong, especially before that second point was captured by the Valiant. They were taking nice high-end angles, really contesting them in that choke point that could be so difficult and grueling to get through once you get that payload moving right through that archway. And I like the change-up that we've also been seeing from the Dynasty. I know we talked about it again when they had their run on Circuit Royale, but even bringing Stalker in, what an amazing pop-off player that we'd seen so far earlier on the Echo.
Let's see him get ready and lined up here on the high ground. Still keeping with Becky's Echo. It was a reactionary change last round when they were trying to do the offense, but now they're going to roll out with it instead. I think keeping Dia on the Soldier, I think they've been phenomenal so far. But of course, it's very hard to get away with all your silliness if you don't have the team supporting you. And when the team's under pressure, especially around the front lines that the Soul have been able to put up, it does seem to crumble quite quickly for them. Stalker eyeing up some headshots. Won't find him, switches over to the Echo to match. The Smurf is still staying out on this Doomfist.
Welcome to the Apex Zone where we test everything here, even with a Doomfist. It's not just NA here, and you can already see Smurf opening things up. Prophet maybe trying to get into position, but with Becky finding Stalker first, you can immediately Smurf backing up. He got hit with that anti there too. He's not going to take his chances, especially with the advantage in terms of numbers going in favor of the Valiant.
The only real thing Smurf did there was block Dia from being able to really be enabled in that fight. He just couldn't get through the door while he was just there blocking it and keeping Sashin distracted, but it didn't matter because Becky, as you said, was able to get some work done and pick up the pieces while everyone else was so focused on shutting down the Soldier, and that seems to be the name of the game right now. You've got both Becky and Dia trying to run down Prophet and get him out of the fight, and now they have to give up that high ground position they were aiming to keep hold of as Becky finds Vindame and Prophet, who are going for a little bit of a Glad's detour.
Becky is the threat that you need to look out for on the Dynasty. Claiming 3 heads already? Are you kidding me right now? As you can already see, Becky now forcing the rest of Dynasty to back off. Love how Sashin is also right there to help enable Becky to get into those positions. Even after that sleep, they still couldn't kill him.
Yeah, Becky's becoming a bit of a raid boss. Duplication should be online shortly at the pace they're going. Coldest has been giving the nano boost over a few times to Becky in that last round. Sleep just misses a fraction too late. Becky gets the nano boost, goes on the hunt, turns the attention over to Smurf, who has been antied. It's an easy pickup there for the Echo, using that focusing beat to take out the last legs of Smurf's life. Burns even more of the time. The Seoul Dynasty, 2 minutes left, half the time bank broken, and they've not really had a successful push yet.
The tragedy of Smurf trying to get up onto the high ground. Not only getting anti, but the immediate retaliation from Becky after those comms came in. Becky now has the duplicate online. Here comes the nano boost onto Stalker this time around. Also about to get their own duplicate. Gonna follow up with Smurf onto the high ground, but a nice big anti from Coldest as everybody photos themselves inside of this hallway. Smurf backs up a little bit, still managed to live, but without Vindame, they don't have the sustainability. They really only have creative here, and the Valiant still clean up this point.
who was up there with them, really? You just had Smurf and Stalker up there trying to compact an entire team. You got given the nano boost. You tried to throw an anti-nade in. By the time you saw, by the time you had Stalker switch over and try and pick up Sash and Zarya with that duplication, didn't really make a substantial headway towards a Graviton Surge, which probably would have been needed to close down that fight. And now you switch over to Tracer right at the end. You still got the Doomfist Meteor Strike. You got Attack Visor online, but now you're playing against 1 minute left on the clock. It is not looking good for Seoul Dynasty. I think they took a risk with this composition, and it has not paid off for them.
And they've committed to it too. That's the surprising part here. And they do have that Meteor Strike, like you mentioned. Prophet also has that Visor, but he's not in the best position right now as the grab comes out. Stalker gets taken out. Smurf finally finds the raid boss, Becky, who he's been absolutely terrorizing off the high ground, resetting on that bridge. Now Dia with the Visor, gonna be able to now move in. Big Anti though moved in from Creative too, but they found Dame only leaving Creative up for that sustainability. Prophet also goes down here, but Dia has been a terror to clear up this high ground. You can't let Becky have all the fun here as Becky made that swap over to the Sombra.
Yeah, Becky Sombra comes out just at the end here. That'll disrupt some of the mobility coming out from Smurf. But of course, 12 seconds left. Final attempt here for the Seoul Dynasty. Meteor Strike and Attack Visor online. Becky's going to delay even further by finding those hacks and just being an absolute menace. Smurf has to get onto the point to try and touch, trigger the overtime, use the Meteor Strike to reposition in this fight. But he just descended from the heavens there on his back. Becky then
like
assassinates the Doomfist. This is not looking good for Seoul. Prophet's down as well. That was two of your big guns. Kratos got a hack. Should be sprayed down here quite easily by Becky. As Lengsa will flay as much as they can to secure the kills. And Seoul Dynasty didn't even get a third of the pie, Vicky. Match point for the LA Valiant.
I don't know about that Doomfist trade. I don't know, especially when you're a sitting duck in the sky. That had to be one of the flashiest sleeps. Coldest coming through in the middle of that Meteor Strike, shutting down Smurf right from the heavens. Becky really popping off. I know we were talking about Stalker's Echo before, but
Yeah.
Becky really putting it down on that bridge there too for a while. Like you mentioned, every single time we saw Smurf try to at least move in, constantly getting shut down. But also those antis from Coldest were fantastic on that map.
Yeah, absolutely, Vicky. And like we said, is now match point for the LA Valiant. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, expectations in the APAC region could be upturned once more as we head over to Lijiang Tower.
Welcome back, everybody, to the circus. The Valiant currently are at match point versus the Seoul Dynasty. Wings out truly here because APAC, I love the fact that I can't ever choose my pick'ems out here. I love what we highlighted right before going into the series trade, what we were expecting. The Valiant had other plans for us, though.
Yeah, I hope that Tazon Day doesn't have a lot of work to do tomorrow, because I feel like they're going to be celebrating after this win if they take down the Dynasty. And I think, particularly around King's Row, I was not so impressed by what I was seeing from the Seoul Dynasty, particularly on their offense. I think that was disastrous for them. They just checked at every corner by Becky on the Echo, and I don't know, Smurf just not having a good time on that Doomfist as well. I think there's a reason why we don't see that so much in the current meta.
Man, I gotta highlight, Valiant fans, you guys are truly loyal out here, and you have long awaited for this success, and I love it for you guys, because this is great to see. But the Dynasty, maybe swapping up their compositions, I could definitely agree with you there, Trid. I wasn't a big fan of what they had rolled out with on King's Row, especially on that attack. I like the attempts, I like the change-ups, but something's got to change out here as we move over to Lijiang Tower, especially with Valiant being on match point.
Well, we'll kick things off on Command Center. God, are we on the cusp of seeing an LA Valiant victory? We didn't get it yesterday. We were kind of close yesterday with the Charge, but against the Seoul Dynasty, whoa, I don't know about this one, Chiefs.
What year
See what they roll out with, though. We have seen a little bit of Rhine. You heard Avril speaking its praises when it comes around to Command Center, doing quite well into the Zarya matchup. Smurf's been on a bit of a world tour with tanks, so it wouldn't surprise me we see him roll out on another one this series.
I like the change-ups here. I like it here. And Prophet being on the May. We've seen this before on Control as well. We create a lot of that space here, block off a lot of those approaches that we're going to be witnessing from Dia trying to get into these flanking angles. As you can see, Prophet now trying to wrap around, trying to beat the Valiant to the point here first. Interesting to see how Smurf is going to perform here on the Reinhardt. Here comes that wall, though. Going to be able to isolate Dia just a little bit before Becky says, wait, I'm going to back up here too. I do not want to be isolated, as well as my other co-partner on Reaper.
Really elongated engagement right now. Prophet under pressure, having to use that ice block. Otherwise, he definitely would have gone down to Dia's Reaper right there. Sasha on high ground, 60 energy working towards it, but it's Becky and Dia clearing out the Seoul Dynasty. They'll win the first fight, and surely they'll begin the first cap of this round.
The coldest follow-up there onto Dia, too, to push right into those front lines. Beautiful. Smurf is the last one to exit from the Dynasty, and the control goes in favor to Valiant first. Looking very consistent here as you look at the rest of the series and the way that the Valiant have been performing. Going to be able to back up here. Nothing to change other than Fitz now. Going to be able to take a nice little off angle with the Soldier.
Going to get themselves in position once more. Now using Zarya instead to go up against Sashin. Immediately spots out Dia. Not much else to be done here as they're struggling to get a foothold. Sashin's coming in with all that residual energy. He's going to be able to out-damage Smurf before he can get online. Coldest hits the Bionade. Nano Boost, Sleep to answer back. Sashin taking a very glowy nap as Smurf will get on the board with a kill onto Dia. Almost catching up to Sashin's ult charge now with the performance he's putting in so far. If you take a look at how fast he's closing that gap. Big anti-nade. They can only cancel one of the anti-healing. Smurf will hold him at an angle. Seoul Dynasty will get the flip of 48%.
As you prefer this with Smurf's impact right now on the Zarya, especially with Prophet going onto that Reaper. Now you're going to be able to put in so much of that pressure, flip that point like you said right there. And they're now trying to get into that position, but they have to look at the blade that Becky has. Coldest already used that nano boost onto Sashin earlier that they countered with the sleep dart. But at least Lengsa does have the sustainability with the sound barriers. Becky's going to be able to move in.
Has that Dragon Blade out, hunting for a kill. Dia gets his eardrums blown out by Vindame. Finally see the Seoul Dynasty hold on to it. Team kill, 90 energy there as they bat away the LA Valiant. But now they have the difficulty of having to run up against a lot of different ultimate combinations that you're online for the Los Angeles team. You've got Dia, Sashin, and Lengsa all able to pop ultimates in this fight. The Graviton Surge could be a great combo here for Dia to jump in with the Death Blossom, and you know, you can only block out so much of that damage if you are Smurf.
Yeah, Lexa didn't use that sound barrier. It was Vindame to answer back to that blade instead, which is great here because now they can try to approach with this grab that Shin's going to put in. Now going to be the insurance, but not before Coldest gets taken out first by Fitz. At least Becky's going to be able to dash in and get that reset. Find Smurf now on top of it here. They're going to trade that creative. Can't even utilize a nano boost, but Fitz still pulls the trigger on the visor while Dia utilizes this natural cover off to the side while Fitz manages to run away.
Yeah, he has to play around the cover. He can't use that teleportation because if he does, he's just a sitting duck for the attack visor. It will reposition around as Fitz gets into final fight territory in the Seoul Dynasty. Don't have control of the point right now, but they haven't let it flip. They're going to contest back as Nano Booster trades onto both the... both the Reapers. Dia was setting up there for the Death Blossom, but he's not able to get it off. He's taking a nap. Team trading back and forth. Prophet is out of this fight. This is on the high ground. He has to wait for him to enter into his arena. Dia, however, is waiting for him to drop back as he gets the flip. If they step on the point, he's going to be able to absolutely dismantle them. Fitz has made a bit of a mistake. Will pop the legs and try to run away. Sashin goes for a reset off the side of the map. Dia holding it down.
Trying to desperately cling on to that pillar there while the rest of Dynasty now roll in. Dia manages to get away in time while the rest of the Valiant manage to come in, but Prophet with the Death Blossom there too blocks out any way for them to just back away.
They just had a Beyblade competition right there. They both spun up the Death Blossom and Prophet sent Dia flying out of the plasticky dome arena. Nothing to be done there for the LA Valiant. The sleep was... Dia could not escape that damage. There was no way he was going to be able to get away with that one. Seoul Dynasty take the first round of Lijiang. We are moving over to Gardens.
Where do you go? You're in the Blossom Zone here. Funneled into that hallway. I'm wondering if Smurf actually is going to try to contest this time around with the Ryan as we take a look at that replay. What happened? The double blade. He gets put to sleep. Make sure you can't do anything here. He tried to pull the trigger, but Prophet was quicker after that sleep. Beautiful from Creative.
All right, emerging back onto the point. Here's Sashin's Doomfist. Maybe he'll show Smurf how it's done this time around. Goes back to safety. He's got access to these environmentals, I guess, now that you think about it.
There's a lot more room to work with here, too, as they're going to try to counter-rotate over by the white room instead. See Smurf just waiting to meet up with them. Point. He's about to get unlocked here. Lengths up being on the Mercy here, though. Going to be nice as he's going to be able to be in Becky's pocket. Becky's going to be able to take this off angle here too, but you have to worry about Fitz. Fitz has been on point here, but with Smurf having that shield up, it's going to be harder to even get into a position to get enabled now. See Prophet being back on this May to control more of that space. Going to be much more close quarters here too that they can work off of. Prophet trying to get away in time as Fitz is going to try to cover him too, as Shin actually manages to get away.
Good timing on the ice block there. I like what Prophet did using the ice wall to force the only escape for Sashin. Yeah, that is right, Prophet. That is precise. You nailing the headshot onto Dia. Keeping the wall to keep them away. 30% and climbing. Seoul Dynasty do not want to lose this series. They don't want to drop, even come close to going to that third round. The Smurf will be holding the angle on this bridge. Look where Dia is, though. He's gone on the flank, been spotted out by the support line at the back. Vindame sending some Cheerios his way to keep him there.
It's even bigger here too, Trig. Remember what happened on push when we saw from Valiant map number 1. Sashin now moves in with the Zoo. Doesn't have a meteor strike for a reset instead. He does have that power block though. Managed to get away, get right back to the backline to contest. Vindame gets hit with an anti, but he finds Smurf over by the other side. As Vindame puts him in that position, they trade that for Prophet here. And now Fitz is going to be able to try to contest Boldest, but it's going to be difficult when you have Lengths of pocketing him.
Yeah, you're able to get so much value here from the Mercy Pocket when you're trying to take the one-on-one duels, especially against single target damage like the Soldier. Sacrifices their sleep. Oh no, has he gone off the edge? Oh, there's like support combo from Seoul Dynasty. Creative hits him with the sleep. Vindame sends him flying off the map with a lullaby. And now you just don't have access to your Echo. Wonderful play by the Seoul Dynasty. Last fight of this round for you to be able to get close to getting the retake.
What I love here is the confidence that we're seeing from Vindame. Had a little bit of a rough start yesterday, but we can see this rookie player really shining through. Prophet with the wall. You can see the window as Becky tries to contest, but you get all the contention here. 3 ults online for the Valiant. to be careful as Becky gets hit with a big ante, but Vindane with the sound barrier is going to keep the rest of Dynasty up and alive. My eyes are on Prophet with that Blizzard as overtime is ticking away, and Becky is just trying to ride the walls with this duplicate.
So they're going to be able to jump onto the point here. Becky with the duplication comes out with the sound barrier. Meteor Strike on top into the fight, and the tactical visor from Dia is in the middle there, trying to shut it all down. And you're going to have the flip finally come in from the LA Valiant.
Wow. Even with that big ante, Vindane gets taken out. Now the immediate reverse, though. Lexa finding the Battle Mercy. Headshots onto Creative, but Prophet immediately going to retaliate, saying, you're not going to be able to get away with that. Overtime has been taking away for so long. And meanwhile, the Dynasty had to clean up a little bit around the Valiant, despite the contention coming in.
Yeah, we're going to have Becky taken out of the sky there by Prophet with the right click. They're going to die on the point. Smurfs taking a nap. You just see Lengza up there in the high ground trying to bounce around the rafters to keep it going. But the Seoul Dynasty will close out the round, take Lijiang Tower, and we're going to a 5th map to settle it all.
This is going to be great. We saw already before what happened on that 5th map. Now, the Dynasty have gotten that download after Colosseo. They saw what LA Valiant did. It was rather close there. But as we move on to New Queen Street, we could expect something different here from the Dynasty, Trin.
Well, it's do or die now to close out the series. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the conclusion of this series.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going on to the final game here in the APAC region, and what a series it's been so far. I know the Valiant fans are looking to make history right now, but the Dynasty may look like they're catching up right now, Trinidad.
Yeah, very, very polarizing reactions for both of these teams. Everyone very excited to see the Seoul Dynasty come back. This is going to be a great season for them. A little bit rocky to start things off. But if you're an LA Valiant fan, long have you waited for the prospect of them actually winning a match? I don't think we saw that at all last season. They've won more maps in this series alone than they did in the entirety of last season, Vicky. So the prospect of them winning this early on into the season is unreal, and I'm sure a lot of the fans are going to be screaming wings out, especially Taezonde. I've been getting messages from people saying he's in the YouTube chat talking smack right now, actually, against everyone who doubted him. All the doubters are being put in their place by Taezonde as we head over to New Queen Street to close out the series.
I've waited years for this. That's exactly what he's saying right now in the chat. He's waited. He's been a long-time fan. You know, I also want to hear Custa's thoughts, actually, on what's going on with
Oh, Custa's thoughts.
Yeah, I wonder why. But we'll see what's going to go down on that avenue before North America happens. But first, we have to get through
the Watch Point
New
pre-show?
Queen Street. Yeah, it's going to happen soon. I mean, we've been going on for a while, especially after our second match of the day went the distance, and so is our last match here between the Valiant and Dynasty, which is nice, but it's a beautiful surprise looking at the change-up for both of these teams, with the Valiant still being very consistent in pressuring the Dynasty to make these swaps. New Queen Street, though, as we move on to push, this is the same exact game mode that the Valiant won for map number 1 on Colosseo.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, please.
1.
We got enough substitution coming in. Easyhan coming on the McCree. Could be a good option here, especially when you can constantly change between playing at range and those close quarters. Obviously, McCree's been changed. He no longer has the flashbang, has a magnetic grenade. A kind of an aim-assisted sticky bomb, if you would. Really helps with the burst combo, removes some of that CC away from the hero.
I like some of these change-ups, but to make this change-up for the last map sometimes can be a little risky here. Easyhan, the rookie players here on the Valiant, trying to drop down from the bridge. So much pressure as the rest of the Dynasty mop up the Valiant. You're going to be able to take control over the bot here first after they get that reset onto Sashin.
Yeah, not having the impact there. Easyhan going to change over away from Cassidy. On to the Reaper. Good start for the Seoul Dynasty. They win a couple more fights. They'll be in a very strong position to take this map, provided no wackiness comes into play. High ground being held by now for the LA Valiant, but where the robot is going to end up, it will have to drop down onto the low ground and go for the contest. Around the corner, Sashin forcing them away on high energy now. Will be able to contend with Smurf after a couple of cycles of those bubbles. Very low HP, cut off from the support. He will jump back into this team. Dia taking a nap up on the high ground. Smurf will finally take down the opposing Zarya. They just have to hide in this building. They've not really been able to make a dent on the Dynasty yet.
They can't even break through the building. They're not the Kool-Aid Man. They can't break through these walls, but Smurf with the grab to block out the doorway too. They were duking it out on that doorway for so long, and look at Smurf fully charged up basically. All that damage output, and then the follow-up off of that grab here too is just going to allow the rest of the Dynasty to build into their own respective ults. Looking at Vindame, that does have that sound barrier after Creative had used that nano boost.
I love how dominant this is from the Seoul Dynasty right at the end, Vicky. It looks like they did a little trolling in the first couple of maps to get us to this point, but now they're ready to send it home, it appears. Smurf, we had questions about the Zarya based on the performance yesterday, saying they look more confident on the Winston. They're doing fantastic so far on New Queen Street. We've got the barrier being used by Vindame as they charge into the LA Valiant. Fitz is just moving up the hill. They've given up control of the robot. Now actually in between the LA Valiant and their spawn is Easyhan and Dia will finally clean up the fight and hope to get some progress on the board for themselves.
I think it's so funny here, Trid. Every time you talk about Smurf and how he's been able to make these adjustments, he gets taken down almost immediately afterwards, as if Sashin is hearing you a little bit here. He's about to get his own grab, but the Dynasty meet up immediately to contest the bot, immediately swapping it over to try to get to that neutral position, wondering, where am I going? Make a decision already. And now Fitz has the visor here too, so he's trying to take a bit of that off angle, try to look for a flanking opportunity, but instead just gets right back onto the high ground after Lijiang actually called him out.
The Soldier 76 Marathon is in effect once more.
Oh.
Separated from the team. This is going back and forth. No one really wants to get into that vulnerable position around the robot. There's the tank visor from Fitz in the middle of the overpass. Behind the corners, TP for safety. Prophet gets the headshot onto Coldest. Not that impressive when you're firing 1,000,000 bullets with one shot. But hey ho, Lijiang moves into position. Death Blossom online, taken out by Vindame. LA Valiant unable to set up in any real capacity, and Seoul Dynasty stopping them from getting any progress on the robot.
What's crazy there too is that when Lijiang tried to contest Fitz on the high ground right there, you saw Sushin had the bubble ready for some of that insurance. Now he's got the Death Blossom, so does Prophet. They're trying to sneak their way over into a better position. You see the speed boost coming in as well from Vindame. You see the Nana boost now online to Prophet. He's gonna try to find the opportunity. They knew, look how quick they were scurrying away.
They were like giving away. No. Don't want to be anywhere near that.
They didn't want to take their
Lijiang
chances
goes
right
down.
there too.
Yeah, no chance for the LA Valiant to answer back with a Death Blossom of their own, and look how close this objective is to complete, Vicky. They're right outside the base, and they've got basically 4 minutes left to do this, and there's no signs of LA Valiant digging their heels in. They finally get the easy harm Death Blossom to go and take out Smurf, but it's just one kill that comes from it. The momentum's still in push. We might actually see Seoul Dynasty complete this, Vicky.
From 0 to 100 here too. I mean, look at the way that they're playing. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of swap-ups from the Valiant side of things, but at the very end, map number 5 Fitz now finding Lengsa too. Yeah, you have Vindame with the sound barrier, but he's had the sound barrier for so long at this point, they haven't really been able to even need to use it.
I feel like they're going to have an excuse in a second. Dia, separate from the team, trying to find the angles away. There's that Graviton Surge, pops the tack visor. Don't know how many people got caught up. Oh, amazing sleep from the side. Creative shuts down, well, a scenario that could have put the Seoul Dynasty in a right pickle. The Smurf follows it up once more. This objective is getting nowhere near pushing LA Valiant above the 0.63 meters they have. But Seoul Dynasty still need to pressure against the spawn doors. They have to deal with those reinforcements right by the fight.
Oh, no.
Do they know? Oh, no, okay, they do know. They do know. They fired a Helix rocket. That's enough for them to know.
Oh, the immediate turnaround too, the moment that Fitz was able to back away in time. Can't believe that sleep though onto Dia. He's trying to continuously contest Dia because he knows what Dia wants. He knows that Dia has come to the same spot over and over again to try to find a flanking opportunity because this is their best bet. But with Fitz having the visor, it'd be huge here if the Valiant managed to get this pick.
But they
can't
this time.
You have nowhere to run, and now you have the high ground for free here if you're Fitztrid.
It's a target-rich environment, but it's not enough. LA Valiant threw everything at the Seoul Dynasty there. They got a couple of kills, but Fitz problem has not been resolved. Saving that fight for the Seoul Dynasty. They took the high ground away from Dia. As you said, Vicky, they abused the fact they knew that that was going to be contested territory. They had Vindame for the reinforcements to come in. They clear out the opposing threat, pop the tack visor, and win the fight for the Seoul Dynasty.
You know what I loved especially in that moment, in that interaction, was that you had Vindame use the wall cling just to get up to the high ground to find Dia on the other side while Fitz was chasing after him. He was not expecting to meet him over by the other side, but now here comes the Nano boost here. Prophet putting in all of his damage in the back lines, trying to put a dent to the Valiant is desperately trying to clean up, but with Dia finding Prophet and Fitz, it's very doable here, just leaving Smurf creative and Vindame, and now Vindame won't even be around for that sustainability. Dia's going absolutely off, finding 4 in that entire team fight.
Okay, a definitive fight win from the LA Valiant. They have 50 seconds remaining. They're probably going to be able to get some progress on the objective. But look at the winding road they need to take to even contest for victory here. They're going to be doing it in overtime, Vicky, and not many teams are able to pull that feat off. Okay, I mean, you frag Prophet like that, you're in a good spot to do it in the middle. There's the Death Blossom bubble, stops all forms of crowd control, and Dia is there to pick up all of those final blows. Can you do it again, though? Can you do it 2 or 3 more times, LA Valiant? You have 20 seconds left, and so far to push this objective.
It's going to be so difficult because then once that time runs out there, Trid, overtime kicks in, and look at the progress that Dynasty have. They basically hugged that finishing that finish line. And now with Smurf having the grab, it's going to be even more difficult to really stay on that bot. You see Dia now trying to take an angle. He needs to get a lot out of this visor.
And testing Fitz once more. Like, Fitz knew where they were coming from. Tactical visor popped. He's right behind him. Where are they playing around? What's the cover position for them? I don't think they've got it. Smurf takes out Sarshin. They're dabbling around, trying to toggle the aggro from the raid boss that is Dia. Able to do it beautifully. Overtime ticks down. Just one final contest coming out here. Coldest, you're an Ana. You're not designed to hold objectives like that. The Seoul Dynasty. It was shaky there, but they deny LA Valiant their first win.
Man, I wasn't as confident as I was expecting from the Dynasty, but the Valiants, to the very end, they were putting in a good fight. Even at the very end, though, they did pull some strings. I loved what I saw, but I even love better from what the Dynasty really provided here. Having Smurf be so flexible, showing that it isn't just the Winston, showing that it could be the Sigma, it could be the Zarya, and I like how the Dynasty is really playing to those strengths.
Okay, so Dynasty came alive right at the end there. I think that's the only time I felt that they were dominant in this series. It very much felt quite back and forth, some interesting picks, especially around King's Row when it came around for the Smurf Doomfist. I think there's a lot to learn here for the coaching staff of Dynasty, what is working, what is not, and I think there's a gentle optimism in what they can do for the rest of the season, but I think there's still a work in progress team.
I mean, I believe their next opponent is going to be the Chengdu Hunters tomorrow, so that's going to be some more information.
I think that's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to end up doing, especially with the way that they've been changing things up a lot. We saw much more of a drastic difference in the way that they were bringing out different compositions today versus day one of APAC yesterday.
100%. I think that matchup tomorrow, as you said, it will be quite telling. I think Chengdu Hunters should be feeling quite comfortable about going into that matchup. Obviously, they're not taking the gas off the pedal, or their way around. You call it gas, right, in America? I'm going to guess you do. But yeah, they're not going to let up is the point I'm going with, especially moving into tomorrow. But yeah, I think standouts in that series for me, Vicky, was probably going to be. That's a good point, actually. I'm being told the person I was about to mention is actually going to be player of the match. It's Profit who's bagged that accolade for themselves. And when you looked at Circuit Royale, is it any surprise? And obviously, we're going to start with the Genji to kick things off in the highlight package.
Absolutely. It was beautiful there, too. I love how we had mentioned the quick swap of between the Ashe into that Genji and then finding so much success, though, with the follow-up, including the fact that the Dynasty weren't just on the Ana and Lucio the whole time, too. They were able to get creative. They did have that Zen out, and that really did enable Profit, as well as Fitz, who was on the Widowmaker on Circuit.
Creative the act of creation or creative the player?
Creative the player.
Okay. we need to be clearer about
it's like someone creative. Profit too with that Death Blossom though, as well, cutting off that entry point, the follow-ups from the sleep. It's beautiful here. The damage done coming in from Profit, over 14k. The final blows though, specifically looking at that, 15 final blows, and the fact that you saw the Dynasty bring in Stalker, have them also enable Fitz. It's great look overall, looking at the DPS lineup that the Dynasty have to rotate through.
That is going to give them a lot of flexibility moving forward if they can find a good position for Stalker to occupy. I think they had a great performance actually on the Echo in King's Row. It was definitely one of the better moments for Seoul Dynasty on that map, seeing what Stalker was able to achieve despite the conditions of that particular round. But yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done for Dynasty to hit the highs that I think the expectations have kind of been set for them. This has got a lot of good individual parts to it. I just want to see more from them personally, Vicky. And I know I'm riding high on them. It's because I care. That's why I'm riding on them.
I want to see more of this. I want to see what they do against the Hunters. I think that's going to be difficult, but I also feel like this is going to say a lot about these different compositions coming out from Dynasty and how it's really working out for them. They have a lot of information, like you said, after today to really bounce off of what they feel like works more than others. But that's going to be it. What a great way to to end the day here in APAC. I know North America is right around the corner. Usually when we conclude APAC, we know that there's a few hours here to spare. And there are still a few hours, but maybe not as more hours as we usually have when it comes to time here. Thanks everyone for tuning in to day 2 here in the East region. It's been a really fun time casting alongside Trid. Shout out to Avril and Achilleos as well, covering those first 2 series. That last series, that second series actually, also another banger. If you guys miss it and you guys are just waking up, definitely recommend you look back on those matches because APAC season is heating up and it's only day number 2. Tune in for some more APAC action tomorrow, guys. Have a wonderful day.